What up? What up? What up, everybody? Peace. How's everybody doing out there, man? I hope you guys are doing good. Today, man, I don't really have a topic today. I just want to just chop it up, man. Like it says, barbershop, man. It's been a rough week. It's been a rough week, man. So I just want to, share a little bit about what's going on. We got Beat Your Life in the building. Ryan Avery Road 1 in the building. We got AJ from My Views Your Worlds. I just finished watching your video, man. And Subic. Good video, man. You're doing good, man. I enjoy watching your videos, man. So, but yeah, man, rough week, man. It was one of them weeks where, honestly, I'm just like, man, what the hell am I doing, man? It's rough, man. Um, these grandkids, man. These grandkids is like, it was just this week, man. You know, my grandson's in the terrible twos, man, and it's like showing. It's showing right now, man. Nothing I can't handle. Nothing I haven't been through before. You know, but W Secrets, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? But yeah, man, I swear, when them kids is in the terrible twos and they're like testing the limits of everything. What can I do? What can I do? I'm gonna touch this. I'm gonna touch that. Falling out, tantrums on the floor. Ah, man. You know, but we getting through it, man. We getting through it, man. Honestly, I'm ready to go back to work. I'm ready to go back to work, man. Yeah, yeah. Next week is a fresh start. Absolutely, man. Like I said, man, it's like a roller coaster ride, man. It's a stressful joy. That's what I think. That's what I said before. Stressful joy, man. Because I love them. I love being with them. You know, but it is stressful, man. Because honestly, it's just me. It's just me. My son's here. He helps, but I don't want to put too much on him. You know. So honestly, it's just me, man. It's like 24/7. So that's what it is, man. But other than that, I do like. I wasn't gonna, as a content creator, man. You know, you are a public figure. You know, but where's the line at? Where's the line at? Because some people do ask a lot of you, and I don't get too many emails. Like I did when I first opened up my email. I was getting crazy emails, people talking crap. I got one death threat. Um, so, uh, but I did want to share with you guys, man. So, and I haven't really been public with my relationship. Some things you got to keep for yourself. Like I was saying, as a content creator, man, some things you got to keep for yourself. And so I broke up with my LDR, man. I broke up with her, man. And honestly, it's just that I can't say she did nothing wrong. I can't even say I did nothing wrong, man. But I think you come to a point where you know that these paths aren't going in the same direction. And we had all these conversations. Sometimes you can have these conversations and people revert to, you know, their old path, you know. So that's just me sharing because yeah, I understand, AJ. I keep I do too, but some things I don't mind sharing. I really don't mind sharing, man. Like I said, I'm never gonna talk down on her. She's a good woman. She's a good woman, and you know, she didn't do anything wrong. It's just when you realize that this isn't gonna work and the paths aren't the same, the goals aren't the same anymore. Um, how long do you hold on? Do you keep trying to hold on to something when when you had that feeling in your gut and um because I think that like builds resentment, you know that builds resentment in relationships. I know that for a fact. um so I don't know, man. It's not easy, to be honest. When you go through things like this, and I've been through it in the past, you start feeling like like you failed, honestly, like you failed, you know, you let people down. But I think it's important to, when you know it's not going to work, to voice it, to say it. I made videos before, like men stay in relationships too long. You know, we accept things that don't fit right with us too long. You know, I've done it in the past, but I've stayed in relationships way too long, you know, trying to hold on for the kids, or hopefully it'll turn around, it'll work out. Um, so I've learned my lesson from doing that, man. And like I said, it's not a good feeling, man. It's not, you know, especially when you know it was a good girl, you know. But I don't know. What about you guys, man? What's going on? And you can ask me questions if you want. I'll answer the ones I want to answer, and the other ones I won't answer. You know, if it's too much. Got me here sweating. Um, what up, Juice? How you doing, man? You know, I am gonna drop the link, man. I'm gonna open it up. Anybody, anything you want to talk about, any subject, any questions you guys got, you know, let me know. I don't know how long I'm gonna be up here tonight. Um, but I'm here, man. Barbershop Talk. You know, I really want to just tap in and give tonight, just give a space for brothers to voice their opinions, voice their, you know, anything you want to talk about, man. You know, and if you guys are right here saying I got what 8 in the building right now, type type what country you're in the chat if you don't mind. If you're in the bushes, just, you know, hit the like button for me, man. Pop out the bushes, say hello. You know, we friendly in here, man. We don't beef, we don't argue. You know, we just trying to have conversations as men. You know, I usually have a topic, a specific topic, but tonight is for you guys, man. If you guys want to share, if you guys got anything to share, if you got a YouTube channel, drop, type mine, MINE, type mine, and it will put your link in the chat so everybody could get connected. One thing we do here in this community is support each other, big or small. We're gonna support each other. We're gonna have each other's backs. You know? So let me drop the link. Anybody going to the Sunshine Shoulders meet and greet, Philippines time, that would be later on today. I think at 4 in San Carlos City. You know, pop up, say what up to say what up to the OG, big bro Calvin. There's the link. So I was talking about, you know, breaking up my girlfriend. I'm not gonna make a big deal of it. I'm not gonna make a video or anything like that. Um, honestly, it's just personal. It's personal, but like I said, I don't mind sharing some parts of my life. You know, I'm not gonna share everything. Um, and honestly, that was um, before I lost my job, before all of that. So you know, I've been sitting on it. I've been sitting on it for a little while. You know, I think when I had mentioned that I had some blows, I was ducking blows. That was one of the things, man, I was going through at that time, man. You know, because no matter what, man, life is life, man. Life is life, man. They don't care about our plans. You know, that's why we gotta adapt to overcome. You know, one thing I can say about me being in a relationship, you know, I don't overpromise. I don't, you know, I'm not with the Disney love stories. I'm a realist, you know, so I'm not I'm not promising marriage. I'm not promising to build houses or, you know, nothing like that, man. I keep it real. So let me know what's going on with you guys, man. Type where you at, man. I know Ryan's in Australia. Beach of Life is in the Philippines. AJ's in the Philippines. Who else is in here? Who else in the bushes? Juice, where you from, man? U.S. Where you at right now? U.S. Are you overseas? Have you ever been overseas? Let me know, man. Trying to get to know people, man. Philippines, that's what's up, man. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna return to the Philippines. I'm actually working on my video from Puerto Galera. It's a long one. It's a long one, so I'm taking my time. I'm working on it, man. I wanna put a good video out, man. Well, I've gotten some compliments, and I don't think I'm that good at editing. You know, I think I'll just be doing what I gotta do. I did start playing around with color grading. I don't know if anybody watched my last video. If you could even tell, I can tell because I know the before and after, but I really don't know how much difference it makes if people don't really look for that. You know, so like AJ, do you do color grading? 'Cause it looks like you do color grading in your videos. Um, Also with that pocket, I know that like there's um, different settings you gotta have on, like the ISO and all that stuff. Like I'm really trying to learn. I'm really like trying to learn how to operate this equipment. You know how to take the right shots from the right angles, how to plan my shots ahead. So I'm gonna get better. Like that's the type of person I am. If I'm doing something, I'm gonna research it um, and try to get better. I think I've gotten better like since my first videos. They like they were horrible. Um, like I say, you got to try to grow. You always got to try to grow, especially if you're putting out a product. And I think this YouTube, you're putting out a product, regardless. You know. So I don't know, man. Anybody want to come up? If not, I can make a topic. I could. I got stuff on my mind, man. Just do cut and paste, change video speeds, and add background music. That's what's up. You should look at, I mean, but your video, they look, I'm not gonna say they need color grading. I don't know. Like I said, you don't know the difference until you do it and then you see the before and after. And you see like certain colors pop. You know, even the background looks different, man. That opening, Juice says that opening resonated with me as so real because I agree that men stay in incompatible relationships. For me, it's laziness, not wanting to learn a new person and knowing it's hopeless out there. Yeah. I stayed in a relationship for 2 years. Chicago, that's what's up. Chi Town. I stayed in a relationship 2 years too long, man. But I stayed for the kids. I wanted to wait until my stepdaughter graduated. And once she graduated, I was out. I already knew, like, it was already communicated and all that stuff, but we were there. Like, and some days it would feel like maybe it's gonna work. Maybe, maybe it's gonna work out. But when that time was ready, when that time was up, nah, I was out. I think because I knew, man, 13 years. That was a 13-year relationship. In the last 2 years, I knew I was leaving. I knew I was over it. You know, and like some of those days were hard. Some days was like a normal relationship. We still had relations damn near every day. You know, even afterwards, it was like, oh, you could come by anytime. So that lasted a very short time. I was like, nah, I'm done. Even that, even like have keep continuing to have sex after you broke up, man. Like I think you should just cut it, cut all communications, unless there's kids involved and you need to communicate. Because then those feelings start creeping back up. You get comfortable, go over there for a quickie, you end up staying the night. You know what I mean? Like so. Once I seen that, the feelings were starting to creep back in. I was like, oh hell no, done. But come on, what up, brother? It's good to see you over here, man. If you guys got a channel, if you guys have a channel, type mine in the chat. Type mine in the chat. Mine. Mine. We got AJ up here. What up, AJ? AJ in the back coming to the stage. W Secrets is in the back coming to the stage. What up, AJ?
What's good with you?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
Hey, do I sound all right?
Yeah, you sound good.
Cool.
Sound good, man.
Yeah, I told you I'd come on once I get back to the Philippines. Want to keep my word.
It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Let me bring W Secrets up right now, too, man. Barbershop Talk. What's good, W? How you doing, man?
Hey man, what's going on?
Nah, man. Doing good. Doing
How you,
good.
how you fellas doing?
Good,
Doing
man.
pretty good, pretty good.
Hold on, let me turn off the volume on my big screen. Actually in my office here. I was doing a little late night work here, and I was watching you, and I said, you know what? Let me pop in real quickly and see what's up with the Blitz. You know, I heard you broke up with your ER. Oh man, that's a
Yeah.
tough one. Hey brother, I don't know what's your name on with the hat on.
AJ, my view is your world.
AJ.
Yeah, my
Hey,
view is your world. My
nice
channel.
AJ W man.
Nice to
Uh,
meet you.
yeah, I like this topic barbershop because that means that we can just get over here and talk shit. So not too much, because we want to make sure we keep it PG just in case any of the youngsters are lurking and listening in. So I want to try to be PG, but yeah, man. So you say you don't want to get into it. I don't know if you want to get into why you decided to break up with your LDR, but man, hey, relationships are tough, especially 8,000 miles away. So I don't know about you, um, mm, and I know some people I got some friends that like relationships in other states because they're not around all the time, and because they are go getters and very busy with their careers and stuff. So it creates that space versus having someone up underneath you all the time. And as we know, relationships require time, and people want to be up underneath you. And if they're gonna be, well, they may say, "Hey, I understand." You can explain that, "Hey, I'm in a very demanding career field, and I'm traveling all the time. All this, man, that goes in one ear, out the other. Especially once you start to have relations, as we know. So, uh, I take my hat off to all you guys that venture down that path of trying to have a relationship, especially with an LDR in another country, because I just can't imagine that for myself. But I don't know. I don't want to take over this.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to give us
I
some
mean,
nuggets regards if
honestly,
I decide to let that go, but I'm all here.
I never planned on having a long distance relationship, to be honestly.
Okay.
Um, I did the Calvin plan. I did
Mm,
the Calvin plan. I don't know if you know it. He says that, don't go online until like a week before. So I went online, and
mm,
like I said, I had my itinerary planned out my first trip. I don't deviate from my itinerary. So I'm not making a side trip to go to Manila if my plan was Cebu. You know what I mean? So whatever. I'm just talking. And honestly, I didn't even think I was gonna meet this girl because
mm-hmm.
she was up towards Manila. My first trip was all Cebu, you know. So towards the end of my trip, well, I went to the Philippines. I met a couple girls in person. I
Mm,
went on dates. You
mm,
know, I did my thing.
mm.
Toward the end, you know, um, I left 3 days open. So me and this girl, we were talking throughout the whole thing, and I said, you know what, I got 3 open days. I was either gonna go to Secure or
Mm-hmm.
I could go up there and check this girl out.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, she works. She was working. She had like two stalls that she ran by herself. So
Okay.
she was busy. So she didn't really even have a bunch of time. But we made the time.
Okay.
And I went up there and I met her and we hit it off. We hit it off.
All right.
And that's why I said before, I remember saying that in Calvin's chat one time. I said, you can meet girls in person, but I don't think we relate to them as much as the girls we meet online, women we meet online,
Mm.
because you're sort of looking for the same thing.
Mm.
I don't know if that makes sense or not.
No,
You know,
no, no.
some girl in the mall working without never thought of having a relationship with a foreigner. Um, I think they're gonna go about the relationship different than someone that's just actually seeking a relationship with a foreigner. That's just my opinion. Um, but we hit it off, man. So I come back to the U.S. We talking, we talking, we talking. It got more serious. We're having real conversations. And then the second trip, I went back and I
Okay.
spent I spent the whole 2 weeks with her.
Okay.
Um, the thing that where it really gets me is just the deviations from the plan, from the plans we have. That's what really gets me. And I know that their world doesn't work the same as our world does, but the deviations from the plan, I'll just say that. I'm not going to get too personal because, like I
Okay.
said, I don't want to throw shade at her. She didn't do anything wrong. I just recognized it.
Yeah.
You know, this is what we said we're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we need to do for us. This is the path that we want to be on. So so it was the deviations and the constant. It's like chaotic. It's chaotic. You know.
So, question for you: What was did the deviation change before relations or after relations?
Well,
I'm asking that question.
after, because the
I
first, I'm just saying, like,
and that's what I'm saying because I'm gonna tell you something,
I'm
man.
saying, like relations.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you something that my dad used to always tell me growing up. He said, "Son, I'm gonna tell you something. You know what? Women can be your friends until you start." He didn't say it as nice as I'm saying it right now. He said, "But once you start relations, everything changes more for them because as men, we're not. We can have relations with two or three women that we like and care about, but we don't want to make them like, hey, I'm yours. You know what? I'm ready to go down the yellow brick road, me and you holding hands, and we about to do this thing. Women, I mean, they can be your friends. You can have a lady friend that's typically, I mean, totally platonic. And then one day you guys cross that line and that friendship has changed forever. Now in your mind as a man, you're like, oh, well, we was just having a little fun. That ain't how they look at things. So, I learned, I don't know, man. I guess I just have a different opinion about, relationships because it's like I did a progression. When I was growing up, middle school, high school, you start dating and stuff, having girlfriends, and back at that time, I considered a LDR in the States. And let me tell you what I mean by that. Just like you, she's 8,000 miles away from you. It was like, okay, I didn't have a car, but you know what? You on the telephone with her for hours talking. I know we've all done that. And and then here's the killing part right here. Sometimes you get introduced by a friend and you talk to your entire year until you finally meet her. Then you meet her and you realize, I really don't like you like that. You're not what I thought. And so you progress. And then next thing I know, you get high school, you have a high school sweetheart, you go to college. And for me, when I went to college with my high school sweetheart. Boy, that was a bad move, at least for me. I'm telling you something. I had to create alias to because of me, because I was like, women. where I went to school. I was there, and I'm like, okay, how can I get around this? Because I can't use my real name. I'm gonna have to use an alias, and try to keep it quiet. But I realized that was a full. I mean, these girls through college was a I had I always say I got three girlfriends. I had three girlfriends and my real girlfriend on the side almost. And you know, you learn from these things. And one thing I learned from that is like, okay, um, that took a lot of time and effort. So but that I had the time at that time. Between going to undergraduate, going to undergraduate. Okay, after you finish your class and stuff, you know what? Basically, you go do whatever you do. So that's 4.5 years of undergraduate I had was kind of like, well, I had a great time. Would I go back and do it again? Hell to the no. You know, but once I graduated from undergrad, I went into the real world, and I knew from that managing, having multiple women, that's a tough job because you got to deal with different emotions, time. You got to be lying all the time to this one, this and this, and this. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I got to focus my time. My focus, at least my focus, was on trying to get into this business world, be successful, and put a dent into their wallet in regards to getting me paid. And that's kind of where my focus was, and especially with me traveling, falling into, like I said on the last live we talked, into sales, and start to travel not just here domestically but internationally. So I got a chance to see a whole different experience in regards to life, in regards to different cultures, how women basically treated me or came up to me, and I was like, interesting. So I didn't really have a serious relationship once I got out of college here into the real world for several years, because I was so focused in traveling, trying to figure out and master my skill set at being a high technology sales guy. So I can, and I used to meet women all over the country. I, I, I have
You know what I'm saying? So you traveling for business.
traveling for business,
You
but
ain't
traveling for business, but also taking advantage of the perks that came with business. I tell you what, I used to cover U.S. West out of Denver, and I used to fly into Denver probably and stay there at least every month, at least 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, at least a week to 2 weeks there inside of Denver. And this is before Denver is what I mean. This is back in the late '90s when I used to cover that account, and I got to know Boulder up there, where Dion is at. Man, Westminster. They had one little road that went up to Boulder and stuff like that. Denver Tech Center, south of downtown Denver. The Broncos played there. And I'm gonna tell you something that, I always thought Denver was a big city. And I got there. I said, man, this is a little cow town. It's like Fort Worth, Texas, with a team. Yeah, it was.
okay.
It just shocked me. And so, but they had a lot.
Corey, what up?
They had a lot of women, so I met at that time. I was meeting some young ladies. I was meeting a lot of them, but I was meeting some. Met this particular one. She went to Boulder, and I remember my boss and I. We were I think holiday downtown, and when I'm with at that time when I'm a boss, I always kept it strictly business. But his name, I remember his name, Mike Nozel. Mike was a cool Italian guy, man. He was first boss. But Mike looked and recognized that the chick was checking me out because she worked behind, she was like a hostess there at the hotel as we was checking out. And Mike said to me, I said, well, Mike, you want me to go get the car? He said, no, no, no. He said, I go get the car. I'm like, you sure? And he looked, he said, yeah, I think that's him. Look. And he looked over there, and I looked, And she
That's it.
looked, and I was like, okay, all right. So Mike left, and he went and got. I mean, this is the senior vice president, but he was cool. Mike went and got the car, so I walked over there and started talking to her. Long story short, man. So dealing with her, and me coming in, that was cool, and back and forth and stuff. And it was almost like a LDR, but here in the States. I kind of had that relationship. And even today, after all these years, I would give her credit because she keeps in contact with me. But man, I remember she was dating one of the Denver Broncos. And I told her, I said, hey, I'm coming to town. It was my next trip back out. I said, I'm coming back in town. I said, you know what? We can hang out, go do dinner or something like that. I said, but hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm here on business. I said, don't get me in no BS. I said, you dating somebody? No, yeah. I'm like, okay, you sure about this? Okay, all right. So I went back, and she said, okay, she met me downtown at one of the little karaoke bar, I can't remember. We hung out and stuff like that. And she said, well, okay, can you take me back to my apartment, which she was up in Westminster, which is just probably 10 or 15 minutes north of Denver, if that. But you take that, at that time, you would take that same road to go up to Boulder, that two-lane highway. So I took her home, and I remember I was sitting there. We just got there. She had a roommate too. Roommate was bad. Her roommate. So we just got there. All of a sudden, knock on the door. Da, 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 da. And first thing in my mind, I said,
shit.
I hope it's not for her. I hope it's for a roommate. So her roommate went to the door and opened the door and was trying and just was like talking to the guy out the door. Listen, I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, shit, ain't no punk, yeah, ain't no punk. Now at the time, I'm 6'2". Probably at that time I was run about maybe 200, 210, which I probably need to get back there because I'm like 245, 250 now. But I'm sitting there, man, and this guy, he looks around the corner. He looks through the door. He pushed and on the door. He looked around. He saw me sitting there. I saw him. I said, now, and shit. And the one I was dealing with, she had went to the back, and I'm like, okay, man. I look. This guy forced himself in, brother. This joker was like 6'5", 250, all muscle. I knew. I said, this is a Denver Bronco. He looked like Shannon Sharp, bro. This joker was, rock. I looked at this joker. He had a cap on. And when he came in, he had that NFL cap on, but they had that NFL symbol on the backside of it. So when he walked in, he walked in, I looked, and then she came out. And when she came out, she went up to him, looking up like Jesus, and I said, oh my goodness. I was thinking to myself, I told you not to get me in the middle of some BS. I'm out here on business. And I thought to myself, I ain't gonna be trying to fight this big ass motherfucker. It don't belong to me. I just met her. So he took his cap, and when and brother right there AJ got a cap on. When a brother take that cap and twist it around the backside, what does that mean? He's down for whatever. And I said, okay, let me put my carpet skills to use. I stood up and I said, you guys in a relationship or something? She looked over and I said, look at brother, I don't know what's going on. I just met her. Y'all got some talking to do. Let me get the hell up out of here. And I exit to the right and got the hell out. I was so hot, man. because I said, I told you not to do that. And of course, eventually, after I tried to doubt it, she just kept being persistent months later and stuff like that. And we finally kind of circled back around. But dude, she was dealing with this guy was probably second string behind Shannon Sharp. I mean, he was.
That's what I was gonna ask. Who was it? Which Bronco? We want to know, man. We want to know.
I can't remember his name, but he was behind Sharp. His last name was Chamberlain. I remember that. I think it's Byron Chamberlain.
I don't know, man.
Byron Chamberlain, but he was a big. I mean, this joker was copped. I was like, oh, hell to the no.
Somebody Google that. Byron Chamberlain.
But I'm just saying that, you know, the reason I brought that up, just kind of put some text to this, since we're talking barbershop here, is that long distance relationships, man, you don't know what's going to happen, what's going on there, what's here, and I mean, just here in the States, I can only imagine trying to deal with someone that's in another country, which I've had that scenario as well, but I always let them know. Like went down to Dominican. I went down to Dominican and hung out. I actually did a vacation back in 2022. Yeah, me and one of my buddies went down to Dominican Republic for the first time. We was in Boca Chica, and man, met some baddies. Once we got off that resort, because one of the concierge, man, I remember his name. He said, call me Monkey. He could speak English. He used to live in the States, and he worked at the resort that we had went to. And he said, I'm going to take you brothers into Santo Domingo, which was like maybe, I guess, I can't remember, 15, 20-minute ride from there. And man, we went, and we was in Santo Domingo, man, and he did all the talking for us. And we saw some baddies. I mean some showstoppers. I'm talking about Rolls Royces, Ferraris, Lamborghinis back at that time. I mean, all shades, just beautiful women. And what he would tell them is that, hey, we got some brothers here from the U.S. and they're looking for wives to take back. Oh my goodness. What did he say that? Well, they started breaking out pictures, photos. They're like, hey, they started speaking, and we couldn't communicate. But you know, the few that I met there and stuff, they tried to stay in contact, and I hadn't been back since that time. And I let her know. I said, hey, I don't know when I'm coming back, so live your life, do your thing, because I already know. I wasn't trying to manage in a relationship from another country. Hell, I'm not even trying to manage a relationship. Someone that live an hour away from me here in Texas, you know, from Dallas or Fort Worth. So, you know, I can only imagine, you know, you guys is just trying to do this LDR with women, you know, in other countries, and especially like you said, once you start have relations, and things are going to change, because I would have to agree with what Calvin says in regards that the party doesn't start till you guys get there. Because when I was in the Philippines, I didn't go there, you know, as you heard, I went there specifically to check out the country as a potential retirement spot. And I ran into women in Cebu, I ran into Davao. Hell, even when I was there in St. Carlos City, so, you know, some of the Filipinos chicks that worked in there was coming through. I stayed at Mawani, because that's what Calvin told me to say, you know. But I wasn't trying to do all that, bro. That was the last.
Like I said, man, it wasn't planned. It wasn't planned for me.
It wasn't planned. Yeah, it absolutely. But I want to let AJ jump in here, man. I know I've been going on here.
I got my grandson in here in the room tonight.
But, you know, I just wanted to kind of just put that out there real quickly. That I have my hat off to you for you guys that even attempt to have LDRs. I think that's challenging. That's all I can say.
Man. I wouldn't recommend it, and honestly, I'm not against it. I'm not gonna say, oh, LDRs don't work, but it is what it is. To each his own. To each his
Yeah.
own. What
Yeah.
could this work if I decided to stick it out and go through it? Yeah, it probably could. It probably could. I know it could, but I got so much other stuff going on in my life right now. I need you to stick to the plan. And when you start changing stuff, when you say, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do," and then you come back and say, "Well, this is what I did," and it's
Mm.
different, I'm like, I can't have that 8,000 miles away. I can't, So that's a big issue for me, and it's one that I take serious. So
Well, they're not.
once that happens, it's like, all right, now it kind of opens your eyes, and you start seeing other little stuff. So
Yeah.
Hey Blizzard. Hey, to give everybody a better picture of like what you going through, like when was your first trip and when was your second trip when you went back
my first
when you
trip
met
was
her?
February 2024, and then my second trip was this March.
So you've been invested for almost a year.
Yeah, over a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, over a
Yeah, because
year.
I know with myself, like I won't do a long distance relationship unless I'm about to move there in like 3 to 6 months. That means I got a plane ticket in hand or something like got me locked in because of the time that you do have invested with it and energy. Then for it to last that long and not work,
Yeah,
it's kind of yeah, it sucks.
like I said, you feel like you failed at something, and you
Yeah,
did. But that's the important. Like, I'm still not afraid to try though. That's one
right,
thing.
right, right.
I'm not afraid to try it, and like I said, I know the difference. You know what I mean? By now I know what's real, what's fake, what has a chance to work, what doesn't. I know how to vet people. Um, and I think that comes with time. It comes with time. It comes with going through relationships, breakups, all that stuff. But it's like it kind of catch you off guard though. Like, because like I said, I met a girl in Cebu City. We went out, had a good time. You know what I mean? I'm good. Like after it was
Yeah.
over, it was what it was. You know what I mean? I met a girl in Bohol and on Alona Beach. You know what I mean? She was the one applying pressure. Whatever happened there, that's one of them ones where you're like, this is just for fun. And you're telling the person that, and they're agreeing, but they got a whole nother plan. Because I'm like, look, I'm not trying to get in a relationship. Oh, well, it's all right. Me either. So whatever happened, happened. And when I left, like she was upset. I'm like, it's like kind of weird. But
No, it's not. It's
when
not.
I met
No, it wasn't weird for her. No, it's
but when
not.
I but when I met this girl, it was different. You know what I mean? So it's not like, oh, the first one or even the second one or the third. And so it was kind of like this one was different. We could actually talk, build, laugh. So
You know what's
it was
probably
different. It
by
was
the,
different.
by the LDR? You liked her.
I did.
Yeah.
I liked her.
I mean, you liked her like, hey, she can be my girl.
Yeah.
She can be the one. So then you started see you already changed up your plan probably what your trip was about. Just because you saw that, like, wow, okay.
Nah, nah, nah. I didn't. I didn't change up the plan, but I didn't plan on leaving there with a connection. I didn't. I didn't plan on leaving there with that connection. But my trip, like I said, my itinerary, like I stuck to it. I seen the things that I wanted to see. I went where I wanted to go. Um, But even this time when I went on this trip, even with her, I left them last 3 days open because I don't know if you know what I mean. It's 2 weeks. I don't know if I'm gonna like the place I'm at. I might want to stay there. I might not want to stay there. So I might want to see something else. Like I even asked on the live stream I did from there. I asked, "Hey, where should I go?" I ended up going to BGC, but a lot of people were saying go to Baguio, and I could have did both because I had those 3 days left. So let me read the comment real quick. What time? What time is it for travels? Time for sin. What up, brother? How you doing? It's good to see you in here. He says, I can't do that LDR. Too many women in the States to date at 58 years old. I still date younger women, but not for a relationship. I did the marriage thing after 33 years old. I'm a player now. I get you, man. I get you. But like I said, sometimes you don't plan it. You don't plan life. Like, I mean, you plan life, but life happens, man. Just like it's happening now to a lot of men. Some people do plan it though. Some people actually search out a LDR and a girlfriend that's living in another country. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not
AJ,
trying.
right now,
Yeah, I'm in the Philippines right now. I'm in Angeles.
Angela City. Oh, oh, okay. You have
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, AJ be out and about, man. You got to check his channel out.
Oh,
My views, your world. Yeah, he be
all
out and
right.
about, man.
Well, I don't watch as many. I'm gonna check you out most definitely, AJ. Uh,
Appreciate it.
channel, but I don't follow too many of the Philippines channels. Because I follow most of the Italian guys, and because that's kind of my interest. But the ones that travel back and forth to the Philippines. Matter of fact, there's a guy that's over. I was watching it earlier. Um, he just got a place in BCG, but he still has his place in Thailand in Jomtien, and he's going to have two places. He was talking about, hey, I got a condo here, I got a condo on the beach there in Thailand, and he said for both of these places, I'm spending less than 1,000 US dollars, which I know is feasible that you can do. Now he was actually out and about. He didn't show the place that he had there in BCG, but I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be pretty expensive if it's in BCG there in Manila and stuff like that.
Future life is funny, man. Clowning you, bro.
What do you say?
You're interested in Italian guys, you go, boy.
What do you say?
Interested in Italian guys, you go, boy.
Italian guys. Well,
Yeah, I don't. I follow a lot of different channels.
no
If you
guy.
want to, if you want to know about the Philippines, you gotta follow Filipino vloggers. I don't care if you know what they saying or not, man. You will see a lot of the country that way because they go where we don't go. They go where we don't go, man. They stay at affordable places. Some of them stay at high price places too. But but we don't watch that shit. You know what I mean? We don't watch that crap. We watched beautiful women, the drama that's in the travel space. Like it's crazy, man.
AJ, how long you been in?
Love the channel, bro.
I just moved here in March.
Okay,
Like I just came back from the States, but I'm stuck here the next 3 months trying to get my ACR card so I can get that driver's license.
okay. What part of the states are you from?
We got another
Ohio,
brother. We got some brothers up in here tonight, man.
Cincinnati.
I love to travel. I love travel. What's up, brothers? Good to see you here. I'm gonna bring you up right now. How you
How
doing,
y'all
brother?
doing?
Good.
What up?
Pretty
What up?
good.
Is my cam okay? Is my cam okay?
Yep.
You
Yep.
good?
Cam good. Voice good. How you
All right,
doing, man?
good. I'm doing good. How you doing, brother?
Good. Good. What's up with you, man? What's going on?
In Angela City also.
Oh,
There
that's
you
what's
go.
up.
I'm getting an early start. I'm enjoying my day.
Wow.
How you guys doing?
We good, man. I'm in America. What you drinking, Sam Mig?
Pilsen.
Oh, Pilsner. Yep.
So
Enjoy, brother. Enjoy your Saturday out there, man.
Yeah.
yeah, but real quickly, AJ, you were saying what part of the U.S. you moved from?
Oh, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. Yeah, I told myself this is my last winter in America.
Okay, all right, okay. So what propelled you to jump to the Philippines?
So I chose the Philippines because they had a 3-year visa and the cost of living. Like anywhere else is gonna be like 90 days or less.
Okay,
Like having to do like border runs or whatever.
yeah. So you must be a young buck. How old are you?
42.
Yeah, you young. Yeah.
Young. So
42 ain't no young buck.
I love travel, man. How long you been in the Philippines, bro? You traveling or you an expat?
I've been off and on in the Philippines for about uh 9 years. I would say almost 10 years. But I lived in the Philippines 5 years straight. I lived in the Philippines 5 years straight from 2017 to about 2022, and I left. So in other words, I am very familiar with
There
the
you go. There
Philippines.
you go. Hey, we
More
got Joe.
specifically, more
We got Joe coming
specifically,
to the stage.
I'm very familiar with Angela City. I've been to Boracay. I've been to Palawan. I've been to many countries in Southeast Asia. So I'm just chiming
Okay. Okay. You got a channel?
in. No, but I was
Okay.
thinking about creating one.
Why not, man? We need more brothers. We need more brothers up here talking, man.
So AJ, what's the guy that was just finished talking? What's his name? That's drinking the beer.
I love travel.
I love I love
I don't
travel.
know your first name or not, but if you want to share with us, if not, that's fine too, bro.
No, I don't mind sharing. No, my name is John.
John.
John, nice to meet you, brother. You always welcome here, man, on my channel anytime, man. I try to create like a welcoming space where we could just talk about anything without arguing, bickering, nothing like that, man. So welcome, man. It's good to see you in here.
And John, what attracted you guys specifically to that area of the Philippines, Angeles cities, other than probably the obvious? But what attracted you guys to that location or that city?
Oh, for me, it was the entertainment, like in the easy access to Subic.
Okay.
Like I like Manila for the restaurants. I like Tagaytay because it's a place that you can relax, and I like Subic for the beaches. But yeah, the easy access via the bus.
Okay. What about you, John?
What attracted me to the Philippines? My story is a lot different from most people. Um, just to give a short background, I was actually in the military. I knew nothing about Philippines or Filipinos, to be honest with you. I was stationed in Korea for 1 year, and that was the first time I was ever exposed to the Philippines or Filipinos. And this was many years ago. I'm an old man now, but I'm talking like 20 years ago, right? But when I was stationed in Korea, they had a lot of Filipinos working in Korea. Filipinos work all over the world. I'm not exactly sure how they get around, but for some odd reason, they get to every crevice of the earth. And so when I went there, I seen the most beautiful women. But little did I know that Koreans only recruit the most beautiful women. So when I was stationed in Korea, when I was part of the military, I was like, oh my gosh, these are the most beautiful women in the world. I have to get to that country. And so it was like years later, and I finally made it here. And sadly enough, when I first got to the Philippines, I was like, oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting this. And then in the women, I was a little bit disappointed. But to my advantage, to be fair, I met one of the most beautiful people. and it only took me about 2 weeks. It only took me about 2 weeks, and I met the most beautiful woman, and we've been together off and on for about 8, 9 years now. So that's what brings me back to the Philippines. But if it wasn't for her, I'm just gonna be honest with you. The Philippines is not all that. And I'm just talking. Listen, everybody has their own experience, but I'm just telling you my truth. So
Be honest, yeah.
if you're interested in my truth, you ask me the questions. And I'm just gonna give you my opinion, but my opinion is not everybody's opinion. That's all I'm saying.
That's it. That's good. That's what we need, though. That's what we need. Let me read this comment. What time? What time says Blizzard? Where your girl Icy at? That's why I came on here. Just play it. She gonna pop up. She'll pop up sooner or later. Then he says, "Oh, brother, get a channel. You got a lot of travel experience. I love travel." He's talking to you, man. Like I was saying earlier, man, we need more men and black men in general with level mind, level-headed men speaking, man. Because what's happening is we letting the knuckleheads, the Pookies and the Ray Rays, speak for us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We need to be talking, man. Most of the time we busy, we doing our own thing, so these guys, they become the voice. They become the voice. So
What branch of service, John?
I was Army.
You went to Army. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm ex-Army myself, but I didn't go active duty. I did it when I was an undergraduate, to the reserves and the came out as a 4 Bravo chemical mass. I just took it just to pay for undergraduate. Um, if I had to do it all over again, when I finished undergrad, when I completed my undergraduate, man, I should have went to the Air Force as an officer and could have been retired. And
There's nothing wrong with reserve. We need them too. We need everybody. But yeah, I was just kind of active duty because that was just kind of the position I was kind of placed in. I was kind of like trying to find my own way and just kind of do my own thing. And
yeah,
yeah, but there's nothing wrong with reserve.
no, no.
It's kind of like National Guard. People think I frown on National Guard. No, we need everybody, lottie dottie, everybody. I don't care if you reserve, National Guard. It doesn't matter. It's the same. We all serve. We all serve.
Actually, I actually did.
Expat living overseas says many people are like moths to the flame, attracted by the glow, unaware of the burn. What time says W over there looking rich? You a cool brother.
Man, I'm not looking. If I was rich, I would trading time for money. I was trading time for money at what time, which I'm trying to get off this hamster wheel because it's rough. But John, yeah, I actually did both Army Reserve and National Guard because National Guard paid a little bit more money. But I tell you this right here. If, like I said, if I would have went active, it would have been Air Force for me. Because I'm gonna tell you something I didn't like about it. When I had to do those 2 weeks in the summer going to the woods, I'm not the woods type brother. So that right there changed my whole attitude about the military because I was like, nah. But I didn't realize it was just, if you're going to be in the Army, that's what you're going to do for the most part. Even if you're an officer, you're going to be in the woods doing something.
Yeah.
And, if I would have, someone would pull me aside and say, "Hey, W, you would have been great going to the Air Force. Here's the career path. Da 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 da. You know what? You stay some years, 21 years. You probably could, retire as a major or something like that, or whatever high rank officer rank I could have achieved during that time in, and I would have been."
You're doing good for yourself, though, right? You're doing good. Calvin always talks about your house. Always.
Man, yeah.
But over there in that big old house.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Yeah, you ahead of the game. You look like you doing all right. You ain't starving. You
Yeah,
made the right
yeah,
decisions. You
yeah,
made the right decisions. You okay?
yeah. But
Joe, what up, brother? Joe, you in the back.
I'm
Joe, how
54.
you on the panel but still in the bushes, Joe? Where you at, buddy? You quiet tonight, man.
I'm 50, still working.
Oh, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Just checking, man. How you doing, bro?
Good. Had a great, productive, profitable week. So whenever I think that goes for any man, whenever they make money, that's always a great week. Just always brings a smile to my face every time.
Yeah, that's what's up. Good to hear that, man. Expat living overseas says hard to get ahead in life when the goalpost keeps moving. Society is designed to keep you down, to keep you chained down for a profit. What y'all think about that? Is
He's
society
right.
designed that way?
Yep.
I think American society is.
Hmm.
I think I could
That might be
agree.
fair.
Yeah,
That might.
I could agree.
I don't know. When I was in
I
Brazil,
think we see that all over the world, though, man.
yeah,
Until you get
I
to a
think
certain status, you know, or
that's
till
it.
you move up to a certain status. I think, yeah.
And you're able to escape whatever that matrix that people call it, the matrix is, and then you're still but that just because you escaped it doesn't mean that everyone else hasn't. So what I noticed even going to Brazil, it was just weird. It's not it's like I guess it would be the equivalent of how a multi-millionaire or billionaire would feel here in America, where they've escaped it, this hamster wheel um, that most of us are in order to survive and to make money or whatever. But when you go to another country where you are you are the equivalent of the multimillionaire in America there, maybe not quite as extreme, but you can it's a very easy life. Um you
I talk about it
see
all the time.
you
I talk
see
about it all the
different
time, man.
and
I say
it's
it all
kind of
the
crazy.
time. I say
I would even argue they're probably more enslaved than we are, if
you go from
anything.
the bottom of the totem pole, you go up a couple of notches just by getting on the plane. I say it all
Yeah.
the time, yeah, but
It's shocking. And
it's
then you
just
realize, oh, you're thinking, oh, it's normal
not.
for you to be close to the beach. But we most of us at least can't go to Miami and be living on the beach for anything less than 5, 6, 7,000 a month. But you go there, where I was at in Brazil, is only 700 a month. To me, in my mind, that is a bargain. But but when I start to move outside of where I was at, outside of the bubble I was in, intentionally, then that's when you start seeing the favelas. You start seeing a lot of interesting things. You start seeing a poverty that to me is much more extreme than what you see in America. And we think it's extreme here. Like at least in America, they can, they have clean water, shelter. If you're homeless, you're never really going to die on the street from starvation or dying. That's not a thing here. But you go to anywhere, I've seen like literally people living in 10 houses, which I didn't know. They're colorful houses. They're on top of hills. I'm like, where's the roof at? Like, like you don't. I mean, you don't really see that here. You don't see people living in those conditions. They at least have a roof over their head. They have a police presence. There, they police themselves. It's a strange thing. So, yeah, I think it's just all over the world to different degrees.
Yeah.
You,
Ex-
the guy.
Expat living those. Let me read this real quick. W2. Then I'm gonna give you the floor. In Thailand, I enjoyed more life for less money. Beach of Life says it was a great week in the market for me too, brother. And then Ron Lawson, what up, brother? It's good to see you here. Checking in. Hey, everyone. Go ahead, W.
No, that's not on camera. What's his name?
Joe,
Joe.
Joe. You know what? I have to agree with you there. That's one of the. I mean, that's one of the things I noticed outside of the Western countries like the U.S. as well. When you go to these places, like that's one of the things that one of the major things that's kind of turned me off about the Philippines, at least for me, is that I got to have a certain type of visual. I can't go into a very nice area, but to get there, I got to go through, a mile of just pure, filth and
hmm.
poverty. My mind, man, when I saw that, it just didn't work for me.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I don't highlight it, but
Yeah.
it sticks with you. It bothers. It
I,
bothers. Yeah.
I cannot be in that type of environment. I go, you go behind these gates and everything is beautiful, but to get to those gates, you got to go through and see all of that. That right there was a
Wow.
big downer for me. I mean, that in addition to a few other other things, but that right there, I said, I can't be around that. I can't see that on a daily basis. It would mess with me mentally. The only place I didn't see it was really in Davao. Now Davao, I didn't see that, and I spent what 8 days in Davao. Had a private car driving me around. Davao was totally different when I was there, but when I was in Cebu, uh, traveling from Cebu to Toledo City, where Calvin lives at was pretty nice. It was pretty nice in this area, but the logistics of getting there is a freaking nightmare. You got to do a 2-hour car ride. You
Yeah,
got
I can imagine.
a ferry ride.
I can
A
imagine
ride.
that.
Like, dude, what if you need to get off this place? I'm like, you got an emergency or something. But that right there was a biggie for me, and that's the reason I tell people when you see me always comment, hey, do not sell everything, go to these countries if you've never been there before. Go there because while YouTubers are typically they show you the nice parts and this and this and that. I was shocked when I started to see the level of, you know, of just that pollution and people living in just slums and stuff. That just threw me away. That just blew me away. And I said,
I agree with that. I
Yeah.
agree with him on that. That
Yeah.
is true. That is true.
yeah.
And if you don't mind, I would just like to add one thing to that too. Do you mind? Is that okay? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but no, that is true. One thing that I've noticed, I've been to Thailand many of times. I've probably been to Thailand 13 times. I've been to Thailand just as much as the Philippines, and I've also been to Vietnam. All these places. That he is correct. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Most people that I've met personally, and like I said, I've got skin in the game. This is not my first rodeo, obviously. But you don't want to put too much skin in the game. Most people that come to the Philippines first, they stay in the Philippines and they talk highly about the Philippines. It's just like the same brothers that always go to Thailand, like Thailand first. You get used to a certain area, but once you get there, you're kind of biased. But once you actually start exploring, once you actually start moving around, everything changes. Everything changes. And so, me personally, I'm in the Philippines now. Is the Philippines the best place I've ever been to? Absolutely not. Hell no. But my situation is different. My situation different is because when I first got here about 9 years ago, the Filipina that I'm still with, I met her within the first 2 weeks of coming to the Philippines. Most beautiful girl. And I'm not perfect, and she's not perfect. We're not married. We make it work. I do my thing. She do her thing. But being single, I do get allowed to travel. I go home. But when I come back, she is waiting for me. With that being said, okay, I see everybody's faces. I know
If it
everybody's
work,
squinting.
if it
I get
works
it.
for you,
I get it.
if it
Everybody's
works for
squinting.
you,
Listen. I've been in this game too long. Okay, I've been in this game way too long. I've been here longer than most people even started the YouTube
Uh-oh.
channel. Well,
Philippine
I'm
internet.
not saying everybody. I'm not saying everybody. Excuse me, sir. I'm not saying everybody. but I've been here way too long. All right. I'm like that old stubborn dude, and you can't tell me nothing. I get it. I understand. Okay. But I'm being honest with you at the same time. I'm being honest with you. And so, the Philippines is a good country if you want to meet somebody and you want to, spend a lot of time with this and that or whatever. But there's a lot of things you cannot ignore about the Philippines. Is the Philippines the greatest country in the world? Absolutely not. Is it a paradise? No. I'm not going to sit here and ignore all the poverty. I'm not going to sit here and ignore all the street children you see. I'm not going to sit here and ignore all them stray dogs you see. No, the Philippines is crap, okay? Let me just put it out there. I don't care who records it. It just is what it is, all right? But I have to be honest. But there are good people. There are good women. And yes, there is the beautiful parts, all right? So all I'm saying is, Blizzard, respect to you, sir. I understand that we're kind of talking about the Philippines, but I've seen a lot. I've seen too much. Actually, I just came back from Colombia, but I've seen too much. And so, I mean, as far as Philippines being on my radar, no, not really. But there is a lot of wonderful, great people, and it can be a beautiful country. But as far as this paradise and all these other expats, what they try to do, what they try to say, what they thinking, no, sir. We can't do that. I promise you, we can't do that. I don't know what they're talking about. Because some expats, they'll go out of their way. This is the first country they've been to. They'll tell you they've been here 20 years, 16 years. Oh, this is the greatest place on earth. Oh my gosh, I've never seen a place like this. I feel so free. Oh my gosh. You guys don't know what you're missing. But then you run into expats like me who have been here just as long. You run into guys like me that will actually tell you the truth.
That's crazy.
I don't mean to take up the floor, sir. The floor is yours.
Bro,
You can have it.
I want to ask AJ because he's been kind of quiet up there, man. That poverty, like you just came from Japan, and now you're in
Yeah.
the Philippines.
Hey, but hey, I gotta get off here real quick because I got a package coming. So I'll be right back.
All right, we'll be here, bro. We'll be here. Let me read a couple of these comments. Roger Lee says, "Yeah, having that military pension in your back pocket is worth $1 million." Beach of Life says, Roderick, yeah, the longer you live, the more valuable it is. What Time says, facts, W2 facts, don't understand why men sell everything and move overseas. It's just crazy, bro. I don't understand it. Then Ron Lawson says, what about disease and health problems living around these conditions? We'll circle back and answer some of these if you guys want. But if you see anything you want to respond to, just go ahead and jump in. Expat living overseas says nothing is ever guaranteed in life with having several backup plans.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's true. You always need a backup plan. Right? Beach of Life says, what you mean by those conditions? I think he is responding to Ron Lawson. Roger Lee says, I'm an Army veteran myself, about to cash in a 35-year government pension with a military pension. The realization of what my hard work and time, God willing, is about to return is amazing. Salute. Thank you for your service. Thank everybody who served for their service. The condition of poverty. I mean, I don't think you're not living in. Expats are not living in squalor. You know, maybe some of them that go broke. We've seen the videos, but these guys are not living in the squalor. I don't think. I'm not an expert on it, but my man here, I love travel. AJ that was just up there, they're in the Philippines. They're not living in squalor. So I don't know if they're worried about disease and you know, I don't know if you want to respond to that. He's not living in squalor, so he's not living like a Filipino, like a poor Filipino. Expats live in the Philippines, but they're kind of separated, man. They're kind of
No,
separated.
I'm not living in squalor.
Yeah.
I'm not living in squalor. Actually, to be honest with you, the place that I pay for right now, with my rent and electricity, it comes to about, I mean, about 40,000 pesos. So I guess that's about almost like
Seven something.
$800. So, no, I don't live in squalor. I don't live in poverty. I mean, actually, to be honest with you, in Angela City, I kind of live in more of the well
Fair.
places to do per se.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My rent for where I stay is actually extremely high.
Mm.
But this is what I was going back before. I mean, as far as like my living, I live in a bubble, okay? But I guarantee, but there's a person right next door, not right next door, right next door, but across the street from me. Filipinos, they build their houses out of plywood. I can go right across the street. I stay in a bubble. My life is not real, okay? My life is not real. I don't live in the real Philippines. But there's a place right across the
I
street.
understand.
They have about 4 kids, and it's a plywood shack, and they stay right there on the street. Nobody chases them off. There's no authority to chase them off because Filipinos know how Filipinos are. It's no secret. The Filipinos are, we get it. They build their houses wherever. And most of the time, they're not going to fuck with them. The local authorities or whatever, they're not going to mess with them. But I promise you, once I step outside the door at the bottom of my place, my condo, I can go 20 feet. 20 feet. I'm talking 20 feet. And there's a house built right there, and they all live in there. No restroom, no bathroom. It's all built of plywood, something to keep them out of the rain. You want to know the real Philippines? Oh, I can tell you about the real Philippines.
My
I
first
surely
day,
can. I
the
surely
first
can.
trip I took, my first day I seen it. Because again, I listened to Calvin. I'm one of the ones who kind of actually like. That's why I give him so much prop, Sunshine Shoulders, because I actually listened to him. The advice he gives. You know, I know a lot of people don't, but another thing he had said was like, you know, if you're flying into Cebu, you're in MacTown after that long flight, you're tired. He said just book a room right there. Um, so I booked it, but where I stayed at was a decent. It wasn't upscale or anything like that. Right in back of it was a squatters area. You know, right in back of it. So it's like that was day one in the Philippines, man.
Yeah.
You go up,
Person that posed that question is it wasn't around. To me, it sounded like they say, well, expects to come there and live in squalor. No, that's not. We're saying that we're living around it. You can live in a very nice area, but to get to your area to and from, you're going to see that is what we're saying.
yeah. So it's not like you're an expat in the Philippines. You're worried about bathing, showering. No, you have electricity. You have AC. He's drinking a cold beer. You know, he's got a refrigerator. You know, he has a bathroom. It's different. Like he said it perfect. He said he lives in a bubble. And you go outside of that bubble, you see the poverty. You cannot escape it. You can't escape it.
And my psyche can't handle that. I knew that. Just I think I was in Cebu 8, 9 days or something like that, and I went all up in the mountains and everything. I mean, I had a personal car driver just taking me all over because I wanted to see. And that first trip in 2022, I was supposed to do I was supposed to split time between Thailand and the Philippines.
Thailand was good. You should have stayed in Thailand.
Yeah, but I
Ron
decided,
Austin said that's my point.
but I decided, I said I want to give each country its fair share and and try to visit the areas I want to see. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna do Philippines this year, and then the following year I'll do Thailand, based on my vacation time from the job, which was 3 weeks or 24 days on the ground there. And like I said, if I mean for me, Blizzard, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I wouldn't have prepaid for the vow, I probably would have went to the vow after Cebu. That's how as much I didn't like it. And I was like, I already paid for the time that I was going to be in the vows. I said, well, okay, let me do that. And in addition, I had an additional 5 days. I actually cut my trip short through my best.
Yeah, I didn't cut mine.
I
didn't cut mine.
I was
The
just
thing
for
with
me.
me is like
Yeah.
it bothered me. It was in the back of my mind, but I still know how to enjoy myself at the
Yeah.
same time. I'm still on vacation. But Ron Lawson says that's my point. But I don't know. Like I said, they're not living in it, they're living adjacent to it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So it's not like they're worried about the river that has the garbage in it. That doesn't affect the expat. You know what I'm saying? But it's unless it affects him mentally, where like W, you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. So
Yeah.
W Feature Life says W got the brother ooh take other Philippines.
Was
So
that?
I get where he's coming from. It's mentally. It's kind of like I don't know if it's a guilt or it's something, but it's a mental thing. But I understand exactly what you're
But Blizzard, I would like to clear my name. I would like to clear my name.
for what.
If you don't mind, sir, I would like to say something.
What
sir.
you do, man?
I would like to say something, sir.
Go ahead, bro.
All right. Okay. Like I said, the Philippines is where I made my bones. In other words, this was the first place that I came to that I lived many years. Okay. 5+ years straight. It is true. But that has not been the case for about the past 4 years. Okay, because I expanded my horizons. I've kind of broadened my territory. So for the past 4 years, okay, maybe 3 years, I'll be honest, about 3 years, I've never stayed in the Philippines for more than 2 months at a time. And the reason why I've done that is because, of course, when you first get to the Philippines, you get 29 days, 29 visa. And then after that, you can renew for another 30-day visa. But after that, they make you get some bullshit ACR card. And the Philippines is always on some scam or whatever. But my point being is that, yes, I do have a deep feeling for the Philippines. I'm not trying to take away from your fascination or your audience or the people in here that just love the Philippines. I was part of that. I was part of that 5 years. I'm straight hardcore. It is true. But for the past 5 years, only because I've traveled so much. Now I go to Thailand. Now I go to Vietnam. When I go back home, I go to Colombia. I go to Brazil. Whatever. My life now, because I've seen so much, it's kind of hard for me to stay in the Philippines. It's hard. It's hard. And it's hard for me to stay in the Philippines for more than 2 months at a time. 2 months at a time. I
So
can't do it. There's no reason to do it. But
So
I
you just
can't.
go there for the woman. Just you see the woman for a little while and then you go somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
I get you.
Because I'll be honest with you. I mean, why else am I gonna come back here? I love her. I love my Filipino. Okay? Do you mind if I tell the truth to Blizzard? Blizzard, why are you giving me a hard time? Do you mind if I tell the
I
truth?
ain't giving you a hard time.
Do
I'm
you mind if I
chilling, bro.
do you
I'm
mind if I
chilling,
tell the
man.
truth? Listen,
Nah,
listen.
go
Do you
ahead,
mind if
brother.
I tell the
Speak your
truth?
truth, man. Speak your truth. If you love her,
I,
just marry her, man.
but see, but she's complicated too. Honestly, Filipinos, they're very tricky. And I'm making light of it. Like I'm sitting here joking with you guys. But there's a lot of guys out here suffering, dealing with Filipinas, winding up on Ralphie Tufo. Many people making stories right now on YouTube getting burned.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
There's a lot. There's a
Absolutely.
lot of Philippine, or I mean, a lot of foreigners. They're getting murdered by Filipinos. Not in figurative sense, but you understand what I'm saying. But there's a lot of guys not surviving. There's a lot of horror stories. There's many. Filipinos are master scammers. And I tell people this all the time. They're like, oh,
You're gonna catch
what?
some heat. You're gonna catch some heat
I don't
behind
give a
saying
I
that.
don't give a shit
Not
about that.
from
I'm
me.
telling the truth.
Not
Can
from
I tell
me,
the
but
truth? Sir, can I tell the truth? Can I tell the truth?
Tell the
Can
truth.
I tell the truth?
Yes.
yeah. I would say just it's always nice that when we're speaking our personal experiences, we just say
Can I tell my
in my
experience? Can I
opinion,
tell the truth, sir?
from what
Can I
I've
tell the truth?
experienced.
Can
Yeah.
I tell the truth,
Yeah.
sir?
Yeah.
Please,
Go
can
ahead,
I
bro.
tell my truth?
Go
I'm not
ahead,
gonna
man.
lie. Does it sound like I'm lying to you?
No,
Does
no,
it?
no, 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 no. Me personally, I just don't like when people be like, it was one thing you said that I wouldn't have said the way you said it. And that's like, this is this way, instead of saying this is this way for me, or this is what I've seen or experienced. That's it. That's all I wanted to clear up. You good after that.
What
That's why I
it
say
matter.
you're gonna get a little heat. But it's okay.
I think what
We
I'm saying is
talking
like just
freely.
take ownership of your experiences by saying me or my experience.
But isn't that implied? So why does he have to always preface it with this is my truth, my experience, my opinion? When if it's coming from him individually, he's not a mono he's not multiple
Listen,
people. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like I don't know
know,
why
I
we have to
know.
say that. This is just what I'm going. It's like
Words matter.
no.
Right,
Words
right.
matter. Nothing wrong with telling the truth. There's nothing wrong with telling the truth.
Blizzard, this is the barbershop tonight, right?
Yeah.
He's
Am
talking.
I doing too much? Am I doing
No,
too
He's
much?
not at
Am
all.
I doing
Not
too
at
much?
all, bro.
Am I saying too
all
much?
Not at
Am I
all,
saying
man.
too much?
barbershop.
Not at all, bro. Not at all. You could talk whatever you want to talk. I was just trying to help you out. I was just trying to help you out, especially if you're gonna start a channel.
Yeah.
Especially if you're gonna start a channel,
I just saying
Maybe
what
you're
that's
gonna be
why he's
like
not starting,
Am I
man.
too raw? Am I too
all
raw?
of
Be
this or
honest.
all
Am
of
I
that.
too raw? Am I doing too much? Am I too raw? Am
Bro,
I doing too much?
you're not even that raw though. That's what I'm saying. I was just trying to like but go ahead,
Sanitize
man.
it.
Not
Dress it up a
sanitize.
little bit.
Well, I'm gonna just say it like this. It's kind of like I'm not even monetized, but I want to head that way. So I'm just trying to keep
Okay.
it.
Okay. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest.
I'm just trying to clean it up.
Thank you for being honest.
That's hey, I'm getting closer and closer. But I try to do it that way. In my opinion, Filipinos are scammers. Not Filipinos are scammers.
But to be honest with you,
But then
even what I
you
said
say it
even
either way.
really wasn't that bad.
Yeah. You say
Anything
it
I
the way
said
you want.
tonight wasn't even that bad. It
It's
wasn't
not.
that bad.
It's not. It's not at all, bro. It's not at all.
But it's your channel. I have to respect it. I mean, if you feel a certain type of way, I get it. I understand. But I didn't even say
You don't
nothing
get
bad.
me, bro. You
I
don't
didn't
get
even
what I'm
say
trying
nothing
to say.
bad. I didn't even say nothing bad.
You don't get what I'm trying to say. You didn't say nothing bad at all. But go ahead. If you want to finish, you can finish.
No.
I was just pointing that out. You know what I mean? Right now, you don't have a channel, so you're not worried about it. In the future, you said you would like to start. You were thinking about starting a channel.
Yes, that is true.
So I'm just saying, there'll be a little thing like that that'll have your ass getting flamed and getting attacked. Somebody will clip that, repost it. That's YouTube nowadays, man. That's YouTube.
My bad, bro. My bad. My bad.
It's all good. I'm not worried about it. That's just a bit of advice if you choose to go that way.
Blizz, let me get Beach of Life up. I mean, Beach, you better give me 50 feet, buddy.
Feature life, yeah, he on you, man.
You don't want to be Jack me because I go in on you. What is my brother? What's that?
Joe said the word you're looking for is imposter syndrome. Or imposter syndrome. You might feel like your success is undeserved or that you're just lucky, leading to feelings of inadequacy. I don't know. What are you talking about? How we were saying the mental thing?
Yeah. And it, like, I don't know how to feel about that. Or you said maybe that's like a guilt or something like that. I don't know. And then John started speaking. So it's like you didn't really finish. Like you kind of went there and then you stopped when you got there. And I was like, well, that sounds like, because that's almost what I almost felt when I was. I mean, it was weird. That like I never felt that before. So then you have to make a choice. Do I allow myself to feel that way, or do I ignore it? And I think what happens for a lot of people here in this country who are the multimillionaires, who are the equivalent of how we are across the seas, initially they feel the way we feel. But yet at some point they've lived that life for so long. Now they start building the gated communities. Now they start building pathways to where they don't have to go through poverty to get to their gated communities or to the better parts of the particular city, whether it's Los Angeles or Miami or whatever. They'll create airports and helipads to get them from where they are, one secluded area to another, so they don't have to drive through the things that we drive through when we're going to another country. So, I think that's
them out.
Yeah, you push them out, you push it further away, or you make it so you're you are not. How do I say this? Like you're going from point A to point B, but you're skipping over the parts that is the poverty or the parts that you don't want to see. So your conscience won't be, you won't have to deal with that directly.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Does that make exactly? So we built a system like that here in America where that's possible to do. Whereas in other countries, there is no pathway around it. You go through it to get to where you got to go. So you're forced to deal with it head on. It's yeah.
Beach of Life says this dude doesn't have to clear his name. We get it. Traveling will allow you to grow and your preference grow as well. True. We don't I think he said one thing is like I don't know how he said it. Like we glorify the Philippines or something like that. It's not that. I respect the Filipino people. I really do. I'm not gonna say nothing bad against them. If it was an individual person, I would speak on it. But overall, I was treated nice there. You know, I did see some beautiful places. I did see some fucked up places. Both. You know what I mean?
I agree with
Well,
you.
we can't keep it real here, John. You ain't say nothing bad. You know what I mean? You ain't say nothing bad, bro.
And Blizz, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I just pointed out, you know, I was just talking about my experience there. That's what I saw that I can handle. But there were some nice places as well. But overall, for me, I just pointed out that was one of the key checklist cons for me about the Philippines compared to when I went to Thailand. I didn't have to go through that. You know, it was totally different.
But is Thailand considered a developing nation? A developing country?
I wouldn't say it is.
No.
Based on the infrastructure what I saw there. I mean, when I landed in Thailand, it was just like being here in America, you know, for the most part. Yeah. Now I'm pretty sure they probably have some areas like that, but they probably are somewhere in the province areas that I hadn't explored.
Yeah, probably. But I don't know.
Yeah,
you never hear about it.
Can I? You never hear about that from.
From. You never hear about it. You never hear about that from. You never hear about it. You never hear about that from. You never hear about it. You never hear about that from. 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 You You never hear about the poverty in Thailand. I never heard anybody talk
Can I
about it.
chime in real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, as far as Thailand, um, when people say that Thailand is developing, oh, it's not even close. Because people say that the Philippines is developing. Okay, let me put it to you like this. Only because I've been to both places. Okay, when it comes, if you compare the Philippines to Thailand, it's not developing. Thailand is like light ages, way ahead of the Philippines. It's just true. But if you say is Thailand developing compared to like Japan or
Hmm.
South Korea, that's a different topic. You
Uh,
understand what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying?
what I was gonna ask AJ when he had to go get his package, because like I said,
Yeah.
he just came from he went from America to Japan to the Philippines. So I wanted to ask him the difference
Okay, well
of
let me put it
Japan
to you
and
like this,
Philippines.
only because I've been to many Eastern countries and Southeastern countries.
No, hold on. Let AJ answer, and then we'll hop right back to you, bro.
Okay,
John,
okay, I'm sorry.
I think the main difference
quiet up there.
between the Philippines and Japan is just like the infrastructure. Like Japan is like very convenient for us, like the train system and everything, and also like the food and everything is a lot better. Like how they prep it and the presentation. Um, but one thing I noticed the last time when I was in Japan was like how people walk around like they're it's like zombies. They just going from work to their house. They're
uh,
really not like looking around like to see what's going on. Like they on a mission. You know,
huh.
yeah.
And a Matrix.
Uh,
It's like if you, yeah, like kind of like
Matrix,
the Matrix. Like if you was to say hi to somebody, you'd think you would cause a glitch or something.
all right, all right.
and to address beach of life, that's you're right, brother. I bring my white gloves when I go places. I don't know what type of gloves you bring, but
Hopefully, hopefully not
You got
OJ's
him. He's
glove.
sweating right now, man. He's sweating, man. Beats his life out there, sweating him. You still in Bohol? He in Bohol. Most of the nightmares about overseas come from men making poor decisions.
you better bag up and give me 50 feet. I'm telling you
Good
Jack,
morning. What I miss? We
you,
just chopping it up,
you know,
TJ.
you about to
I'll
get
put
it.
Yeah,
the
but
link
out of
back in
all the
there.
countries I've been, like America, Canada, Japan, and the Philippines. Japan would be my number one if could choose to live there. The only reason
Hmm.
I didn't choose to live there because they only got the 90-day visa. Like I
Okay.
haven't been to Thailand, Cambodia, or like anywhere in South America. Oh, I've been to Playa del Carmen. That was cool too. But
Hmm.
Korea has the 90-day visa. They stamped my passport for 90 days too. When because I went from Korea to Japan, and both of those places, yeah, they stamped my passport for 90 days. So yeah, Korea has it too. But I
Oh
do agree
wow.
with you. Japan women are probably the finest in Asia. But have I had
I
any
don't know. I
luck
like
with
that tan
Japan
skin.
women? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You got
I
Adam
haven't
Kidd.
had any Japan
Adam
women.
Kidd in the background. In the background, I'm gonna bring him up. I think he's in Thailand right now. He was on Miss Manny's channel this morning. What's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How's everybody doing?
Chilling, man. Just chopping it up here, man. Round losses Blizzard. Are you planning on going back to the Philippines anytime soon? Yeah, but not my next trip. Probably not. Definitely not my next trip. And I'm not sure, man. I want to see other places. I want to see other places, man. Brother
In
on that feel good sauce.
in Thailand, I retired in 2021 at the age of 41.
And you been there the whole time? So
I've
5 years
been
straight?
actually I done lived in Thailand for 12 years now.
Okay.
I live in a village in Pritchett called Topping Hen.
Okay. Now have you been to any other country?
Yeah,
It's just Thailand.
I started traveling in 1993. I've been visiting many countries over the years, from Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos,
Okay.
India, Indonesia, Romania, Colombia, Mexico. I've been around. I
So
believe
TJ,
that's
let me read this. Let me read a couple of comments and I'll come back to you. Clip farming is powerful. Still no idea what I'm going on about. Yeah. Yeah, that make it seem like you saying anything, man. Roger Lee says he's speaking the truth though. It's better to take it is better to take any relationship with a woman in small doses. What's good, bruv? Not much. Wanted to be at 8:30, but I slapped the shit out of him. Hey, I was a little late today. I came on at 10. I can't tell anyone how to live their life. Just be happy with no regrets. Expat living overseas is also in Thailand. Um, let me finish these up. W hasn't been to the boonies, so you have to keep that in mind. Isan and the Malaysian border area comes to mind. Calvin is right. W brings his white glove. Yeah. Key is finding a place that makes you happy. Thailand has an HDI of high, but this does get diluted by a bit by how large a percentage of Thais live in Bangkok. Ray MC Gunner, what up, Unc? Mr. Beginner of the stream, my bad. I'm here for the rest though. What's up? We just here chopping it up. I'm not gonna read every comment. He says, do you speak Japanese? I think AJ, do you speak Japanese?
I,
A
I,
little bit.
I speak enough to get by. Like I ain't gonna have a full blown conversation with anybody, but like once you like around like Japanese people love, you can pick on body language a little bit to get have an understanding of what they're talking about in some
Yeah.
certain situations.
But I think even Icy had mentioned that, like how they move in Japan.
Yeah.
She didn't say zombies, but she said, you know what I mean. But I got
Yeah.
that was kind of I got that perfectly what you meant when you said that though. You know, so
um, I would say learning how to speak the local language will help you navigate the country a lot better. I mean, you have to learn a little more than just to get around. Just basic enough basic of the language to carry a conversation with the other people, and the people you actually score points if you can speak their language.
yeah. So in Thailand, is there like different dialects or is it just Thai?
Um, like in Isan, they speak a little bit different dialect, but for in general, it's mostly the same. And like in the bigger cities and holiday spots, they speak more English, but the farther you get away from the bigger cities, the less English is spoken. Where like in the Philippines, a majority of the people speak English, even in the smaller cities. It's when you go out to the villages or rural areas, it's when it becomes less English and they speak. And then in the Philippines, they have like 120 around 126 dialects and what, over 7,000 islands.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yep. We get you. So now I seen you on Manny's Miss Manny's channel this morning. Well, this morning here, last night for you guys. But no, it was good to see you up there chopping it up with her, man. I asked a question in there though. I asked a question in the chat, and I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna bring it here.
okay.
Is having I forgot how I worded it. I worded it wife, but is having a relationship with a foreign woman, is that the new flex? Is that the new flex or status symbol for men, for Western men?
Well, first of all, if you consider it to be a new flex, you will actually have to go to that country and not just to holiday, but to live there. Um, In most cases, I could say like Thailand, Philippines, and a lot of overseas countries, the women are more traditional over there. But to find the more traditional ones, they're usually found in the smaller cities and rural areas. I mean, you can find good city girls there, and they are more, um, they're a little bit more westernized, but it's nothing compared to like America, England, and different countries where feminism's kind of getting out of control, in my opinion. Um, if you go over there if you're looking to look for a serious relationship overseas, take your time, find somebody that aligns with your values, principles, and boundaries. Never
So
rush to find love.
so I on on social media though. On social media, do you think it's a new flex? Maybe I'm saying it that way. Like it's the
Oh,
new Rolex. It
oh
is,
yeah,
bro. But there is a rise of men in America
yeah.
who want to go overseas and find women to date
Oh,
and marry. The
oh,
passport bros, the expats, they want. There is this movement. We acknowledge that there is this movement. So that's why I'm asking that. So the guys that get over there and have girlfriends, is that the new flex?
well, you gotta understand when passport bros go overseas, they're mainly there for holidaying. Date, they just date, and then they go back home. But what most people don't realize is a lot of men that show off those girls, the passport bros that show off all those girls on YouTube and stuff like that. Many of them are what I call a rent a girlfriend. They basically get paid to be with that man.
A pro.
Um,
Yeah, a pro.
yeah.
But it's still a
Yeah.
flex though. That's what I'm trying to say. It's still a flex. It's not a relationship. It's just having the foreign woman on their arm, like a
Yeah.
Rolex, like a
Like a
Corvette.
like a trophy wife that they put on a pedestal.
Yeah, not even a wife though. Just more
Just
like
like
I
somebody
got
to show
something, I got
always.
something you don't have. I got something that I can attain that's unattainable to you. Is it?
I think it's only a flex if it's something that like people value. Like if you don't value it, then it's really not a flex.
But see, it, is that valued in America now? Because what you hear now, leave the West, get out of the West. The West is done. Feminism is on the rise in the West. You know what I mean? So
I think
is it popular or is that a lie? Is that a
I,
lie too? What?
I, I believe that flexing is just a form of bragging,
Yeah,
trying to show others you
showing off.
do,
It's
showing off.
showing off.
Yeah, that's the black
Yeah,
way of saying
yeah,
it. We call it
yeah.
flexing.
Same thing. Same thing. We call it flexing. Front foot,
When you
stunting.
most 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 of the good women overseas, they are dating to seek marriage,
Yeah,
and and when you do that, they usually shy, and you take your time and you develop a relationship with them. You try to understand each other's values, principles, and boundaries. A lot of people that go overseas and they don't take the time to work on themselves, so they bring the bad habits over. They bring the habits from back home, and they don't do enough research on the country and the culture to fully integrate. You got to realize you're in a different country, so you have to respect the locals and their culture, their laws, and all that. You know, you have some people that go over there, they think that their passport gives them certain privileges when it really doesn't. The perfect example of that is that guy named Vitality that went over there harassing the Filipinos and breaking some of the laws. Now he's facing up to 25 years in prison and has a 3 year wait for a court date.
he was an idiot, bro. He's an idiot, man.
It's
You
like
are.
I tell men when they go overseas to fly under the radar and stay out of trouble.
Well, I think that the passport does give you a little bit of privilege. It does, but it doesn't give you the right to disrespect people or
Not
to
and
think you're better than anybody
it
like that.
doesn't matter. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter where you're back home in America or visiting other countries. You should always respect other people unless they give you a reason not to.
He said, why his bro's name getting changed to Vitality? Makes it sound like a dance hall
Well,
impresario.
there was
Yeah.
also I forgot the guy's name, but he was going to the Philippines, going to the most southern part of it where they have those Filipino pirates, and he was sitting there bragging about the Philippines, basically showing off, thinking he was that he can use his passport to his advantage. Well, what happened to him is somebody wound up killing him over there in the Philippines. And you got to be careful, especially in certain areas. And that goes for any country in the world. Every, I
Oh,
say
the kid
every,
that got kidnapped.
he got kidnapped and then they killed him.
Yeah. So you guys in the Philippines, uh, I don't know how many of you watch Alex's channel. Um,
Alex from Thailand.
no, he's in the Philippines.
Really?
He goes to Thailand.
You talking about
What's his
Alex
name?
in Cebu?
It's Asia Now. He's got a channel Asia Now, and then
Yeah,
he has
yeah.
Living Abroad.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
watch.
yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking
He just
about.
did a video about somebody getting poisoned, drugged, and robbed in the Philippines.
Yeah,
Um,
Oh yeah, I need to catch up on his videos. He be putting out some
yeah,
good
Or
stuff.
I saw the
any,
Thailand, but I haven't watched it.
I didn't watch all
Today.
of it, but I watched some of it. I kind of was busy, but yeah, I try to catch up on his videos a lot. But
any,
yeah,
any country that you visit, there are places that you can get robbed, drugged, and get yourself in trouble. That's why I call them my no-fly
hold on, I
zones.
got you muted, John,
I
because you're
call
on a
them my
phone call. There you go.
no-fly zones.
You unmuted.
Like in Colombia, they had recently
I've
talked.
been robbed and drugged in the Philippines. But
Really?
I don't want to tell my story, but only if you allow it. I'm just letting you talk to your guest.
Nah. That's a one-on-one right there, man. You gotta say that's
Well,
exclusive.
everybody's everybody's
Nah, if you
experience
want
overseas.
anything is I don't know if we had the time though, if because we got a bunch of people on the panel, but if you want to tell the story and everybody's willing to listen, no problem. No
I'm
problem.
willing to
No,
listen.
no, no. It's true. It's absolutely true. I've been robbed and drugged in the Philippines. So if you would like me to tell my story, I will. But
Yeah,
it's up to you, sir.
If
I
they
just
want to
respect
hear
the
it, they want
panel.
to
yeah.
hear
I'm not trying to
If
disrupt
Barbershop,
anybody.
tell
I'm
it.
not trying to disrupt anybody. This is your channel. This is your show. I'm
Is
just
he talk?
minding my business. I respect
refill that
everybody.
glass.
I
Let's go.
respect
Refill the glass
everybody. I
first.
respect everybody.
Is he talk
Refill that
about
glass first, and then let's
drug
go.
and stuff in the drug and rob in the Philippines? Also talk about what led you to get into that situation.
Oh, he's saying that maybe you weren't careful.
I'm not saying that I can't. That's because I wasn't there. He hasn't told his story. There's always two sides to a story.
Yeah.
Um,
TJ said you're not trying to hear all that if it has this much preamble.
I mean,
like
my,
TJ crazy, bro.
I want to
take a
hear this
sample.
story, but
Hey, listen,
only if he can tell a good story. Like you have some people who have a
brother.
story and they don't know how to tell a story. If he can tell a story in a engaging way without making it 30 minutes long, I want to listen to it. You know?
Yeah, John, give us the cliff notes.
No,
He's like,
listen.
give us the clip.
There is
Damn, I
no
don't know how to
cliff
do a
notes.
poll. I
No,
wish I
no,
knew
no.
how to
I
do a
promise you. I
poll. I
promise
will
you.
put a
I'm
poll
very
up if I knew how
respectful
to
to
do it.
the panel. I'm very respectful to Blizzard. But if you want to hear my story, just say, John, tell your story. If you don't want to hear my story, it's okay. I'm respectful to everybody. I'm not here
I
for
want to
this
hear
dumb
it.
shit. I'm not here for the bullshit.
Miss You Wish. Welcome to
Yeah,
the
go ahead and tell your
channel.
story, cause like I'm under
Beautiful
the
Miss
impression
Wishy's in
that
the building. Everybody say hello to Miss Wishy.
Hello, Miss
they
Wishy.
Oh,
wish.
Miss Maria. Maria's in the building. Maria Rosario de la Pena's in the building. Miss Wish,
Well,
please help me. I'm not in the TJ Wallen.
I can tell a little bit of my story, a short
Yo,
version.
hey, if you got a channel, if you have a channel, type MINE in the chat. All right, that's gonna promote your channel. Everybody's welcome to do that. Please do it so we can support each other.
When I moved to Thailand in 2013, I had a stroke not too long after I moved there. My housekeeper, she was my housekeeper and cook. She took care of me and helped me recover from a stroke. And most people know when you have a bad stroke what that entails. I mean, they gotta take care of you like a baby, and I was able to recover. Seeing her beautiful heart, I
Thank you,
decided
brother.
to marry
Appreciate
her.
you, Michael.
And from then on, we have lived happily ever since. You know, it's just taking your time to meet somebody that aligns with your values. You know, everybody's circumstances are different from the choices they make and the people that surround them. You know, I can't judge anybody that's on this panel or anybody in the comments or in the world. I can't judge. Who am I to judge their happiness? Who am I to judge
Yeah, exactly right.
things that happen into their life? You know.
Hey, John, hold on a second. Excuse me, Adam. Hey, John, maybe we'll do your story a different time if you want. Then I could just focus on you. I don't have to be worried about the chat or the other guys on the panel, man. So if you want to do that, I'll do it, man. I'll let you. I'll let you talk as
No,
much as you want.
No, no,
Um,
Unfiltered. You know what I'm saying?
Blizzard.
I'm more than
You
happy.
okay, bro? You okay, bro? But all I'm telling you, bro, is that my story is a lot more interesting than his. I just want to tell my story. Let me get right into it.
Yeah, we gotta throw those shades, bro.
I'm gonna tell the truth. Let me get right into it.
Hey,
Okay?
every man has a
I'm
story.
gonna make it 5 minutes.
I want to hear his story. Please, John, tell your story.
Okay. Who's all in favor of my story right
I'm
now in
in
this
favor.
panel? Raise your hand. Who wants
All
to
right,
hear my
let's go.
story?
All right, let's go. You filled the
Okay,
cup back
there
up.
we
You filled
go.
the glass back up.
There we go.
Just make it good,
I'm
man. Make
sorry,
it good.
Blizzard. I promise you, I'm not trying to take over your
Go ahead,
channel. I
man.
promise you, I'm not
You
trying
here,
to
brother?
take over your channel. I promise you.
TJ gonna start wilding if you don't start soon.
Right. It's got to be good now at this point. If he's been gassing us up the whole time, it's got to
I
be
know,
really
right?
good.
Well,
Make it
Everybody,
no. Blizzard has been a good host. He has to host everybody, not
Beyond
just
formal,
me.
beyond formal. Welcome.
That's true.
Good to see you here.
He's been a good host.
Come on.
Um.
The
Okay,
drug
I'm
story.
sorry.
How you get drugged in the Philippines?
Okay, I will say it quick. I will be quick. Even though I'm dramatic, I promise you, this is only a 2-minute story. Anyway, so this happened in
dramatic is good.
2016. No. This happened in 2016. This was actually my first time coming to the Philippines. It was my first time. But you remember, Blizzard, when I was telling you about that story about when when I was stationed in the military and I seen the Filipinas in Korea, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought when I was in Korea, I thought all the Filipinas was beautiful like that. That's a true story. I was like, holy shit. I was like, let me get to this fucking country. I was like, I can't believe it. Who's laughing at me?
And
Can
I
I
was
please finish my story, please? Can I feel? Listen. I got Blizzard is fed up with me. Okay,
No,
let me just
I'm
finish
not,
my
bro.
story.
Laughing
Go.
with you,
And so when I was stationed in Korea, and this was in 2000,
I thought we
2001,
were
believe it or
about
not.
to.
It was in 2001. 2001 to 2002. And I seen the most Filipinos, but I did not know that every Filipina, just like they do in the Philippines, because guess what? All the Koreans, they're in the Philippines right now. But I did not know that the Koreans, they only hire the best of the best looking Filipinas. I did not know that when they recruited them to Korea. Anyway, back to discussion. Let's get back because I don't want anybody to get short with me. And so anyway, back to the thing. So when I first came to the Philippines back in 2016, it was like 15 years later. I was like, ooh, the Philippines. Oh, they got the most beautiful, gorgeous women in the whole fucking world. I seen them while I was in Korea. I seen them in 2001. When I went in 2016, I was like, yeah, I have to go back to Philippines. They got the most beautiful. And so when I came back to the Philippines. Anywho, and so when I got to the Philippines and I came through the Manila airport, I was like, what the fuck is this? I see these little chubby shits, these little chubby motherfuckers. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I didn't know. I seen all these little poor little children and shit running around in the rain. I was like, what the hell is going on? I was like, I've been deceived. And I hated the Philippines. I'll be honest with you. When I first arrived in the Philippines, within 3 minutes, I was like, oh no, I can't do this. I just looked at the area. When they was taking me to Angeles City, I was like, oh no, no. This is not my life. I cannot do this. I cannot do this. Anyhow. So anyway, back to the original story. So when I did finally arrive in Angeles City, it was my first week. And I just went out, and I think at that time, I think I was 41 years old. Whew. I was 41 years old, and I went down on Walking Street in Angeles City. Walking Street. Now they call it Red Street. Walking Street, whatever. It doesn't matter. Blah, blah, blah. And it was my
Oh
first
shit!
time.
Hold on,
And
AJ. Peace out, brother. I didn't even see you was leaving, man. Peace out, AJ. Welcome at any time. My views, your world, guys. Go check his channel out, please, man. He's a good dude. All right, John. I'm sorry, bro. I had to say peace to
No, you're
AJ.
okay. You're okay.
All right,
And so anyway, so I went down on Walking Street. I went down on Red Street, and it was my first time. And the girl that I met, I was 41 at the time, and she had to have been at least about, 35, 36. She couldn't have been older than me. I mean, we were about almost the same age. And she was walking down Walking Street, and I knew she was about the same age as me because we didn't share our ages, but I could look and tell. You can look when someone's just as old as you are. You're not stupid. Anywho, so she was just like, oh, John, I'm too old for you. I mean, because typically that's what Filipinos are used to. Filipinos, especially in that area, they don't date their typical age, and we kind of actually dated our typical age. And so I guess she felt she plotted on me. She was just like, oh well, let me get somebody. Like, I'm too old. Let me get somebody a little bit younger than you. I guess she was about 25, something like that. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anywho, so I had two women at my house, and they came over. I bought McDonald's for them. I was so generous. I bought them the most expensive McDonald's or whatever, and this and that, whatever. Don't laugh at me. Okay? I'm telling my fucking story. I'm telling my story. Don't laugh at me.
To the point.
I'm telling my story. Do you mind if I tell the truth? Okay. And so anyway, so I took him to McDonald's, and I bought him, and we went back to my place, and it was in Angeles City. I took him back to my place or whatever. It was a hotel. I remember the hotel, but I'm not going to say their name because even I think the waitress was in on it, whatever. And so I remember it was like a couple of burgers, a couple of Cokes or whatever. And I remember the younger woman, and she was just like, here, have a sip, have a drink of Coke. Drink Coke. I was like, yeah, I was thirsty. We was all eating together. And she's like, here, have this. And I had it, whatever. And I did not wake up until like 3 p.m. the next day. And all my shit was rummaged through. I'm talking about my luggage, everything. Everything was rummaged through. Everything was gone. The only decent thing that they did was they left my passport, which Filipinos will take your passport, but they never took mine. But because they know they really can't do nothing with a passport, so I guess they have a little bit of sympathy, and
So
they'll just leave the
you
passport,
never
and they'll.
even like now up until that point, have you? I know that was early on, but you probably had never even heard of anybody getting drugged in the Philippines at that point, right?
No, I did not. It was my first time. It was my first time. I come from Tennessee. I come from God's country. I'm from Tennessee in the States. I'm from a place
Memphis?
where you can leave
From
your
Memphis?
doors open. You
Oh
you
nah,
don't
nah,
have
you
to
ain't from
worry
Memphis.
about anything in Tennessee. Because if you know you do that, you're gonna get shot and killed. So we don't care about that. In Tennessee, we don't care about that. We just leave it leave it open, whatever. But so yeah, that happened, and then I woke up. But I mean, Filipinas, they can smell blood in the water.
How much they get off you?
3,000.
Damn.
US?
Yeah, $3,000.
Yeah.
So
Damn.
you was
And
like
then $3,000, and then the reason why I say that is because, like I said, I was brand new um, in the country. And when you're brand new, you don't know things. You think you gotta, if you let's say you come here for a month or two vacation, you're gonna bring enough money, because you hear things like everything else. Oh, it's a third world country. They don't have ATMs. Oh, let me bring enough cash with me. I can just exchange it. Blah 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 blah. That type of thing. And so yeah, that was in 2016.
Kamal got a
And
question. Kamal says
yeah, go
she,
ahead,
she,
ask the question.
she Kamal says she took your belongings or discarded them.
Well, they took my money. Yeah,
Took
they
your
took
money.
my money.
You didn't have like laptop, phone. They took that shit
No, I
too.
had a laptop, but it's hard for
Oh,
Filipinos
you
to.
said 2001. So phones were
No,
out.
no,
Yeah.
this was in 2016.
Oh, 2016.
Yeah.
It it sounds like to me you went to the red light district unaware of the consequences that may follow. You know, a lot of times you have to do extensive research before visiting the place. You have to be very careful. Because, like in
No, I
Columbus,
was in the red light district. I was in Angeles City at the time. It
you
was
said,
the red light district.
said you went on the walking streets, and that's where usually the red light districts are in the Philippines and Thailand. Like in Pattaya, Phuket, that's the
But
same area.
they put something in your McDonald's drink.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Damn.
And
That's wild,
he's
bro.
very lucky because in Colombia, when they drug people, a lot of times the people wake up and missing a kidney. You can actually look that up online.
No, that's actually true. I've been to Colombia. I just can't believe it or not. I actually came back from Colombia, Medellin, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. I just
So
came back from
so
Medellin,
John,
Colombia.
let me ask you a question. Do you move the same way in the Philippines as you do in Colombia? Or is it a lower sense of awareness? Or you get what I'm trying to ask you?
Yeah,
You know
I
how
understand what you're asking.
In Colombia, Medellin, I guarantee you have a heightened sense of
Yeah,
awareness.
I do. I
Um,
do.
is it not the same in the Philippines? It's lowered. You feel more comfortable,
No,
more
I understand
safe.
exactly what you're saying. No, and to be honest with you, to be honest with you, you have to be more careful in the Philippines. Why?
More.
Because they understand what you're saying. They
Ah.
speak English. You have to be more careful. You
No,
have to be.
no matter
I,
where you travel, you have to be careful.
Of
I,
course, of
yeah,
course, of
I would say
course.
the Philippines would kind of like rock you to sleep, though, man. Because you do feel safe there. Like I felt safe there.
So when you
I never felt in immediate danger in the
In
Philippines,
Colombia,
even though it
Colombia's
could
different.
happen.
Colombia's different because number one, they don't understand what you're saying, but you will get robbed in Colombia too. I've been robbed in Colombia too. They don't,
God
but
damn, John.
I
I mean,
have
Where else you
I'm,
been robbed at, bro?
I started
No,
traveling in 1993.
I'm messing
Never
with you, bro.
robbed,
You done been
bust.
robbed on 3 continents.
but I will say this. I will say this. To be honest with you,
Nah, I'm
I've
joking,
been
brother.
more
I'm joking.
robbed. I've been more robbed in the Philippines than every other country. I will say that.
But
But
isn't
yeah,
that because
Philippines
you've
is grimy. The Philippines is a grimy place. It
It,
is. You can just look at it and tell the places, why are we having this discussion? The Philippines is a third world country. It's very grimy. We can all see it. It's very obvious. This is really not up for debate. What are we talking about right now? What are we talking about right
You just talking, man.
it sounds like
Um,
you went to places that I call my no-fly
it
zones.
depends. It depends on your personal experience. That's why I kind of was getting at earlier.
Your
Um,
personal experiences are
yeah, there's
based
poverty
on
there.
that
There's,
thing.
but I didn't
Yeah,
get robbed in the
poverty in
Philippines,
a lot of places.
so I got a different experience than you. Um, but
Even
I get where you're coming from. But
even
there are
living
also people that will tell you the Philippines is their paradise. You know,
Well, no.
it's all
The
mindset.
Philippines. The Philippines. Listen, I've never been more robbed in the place. No other country than the Philippines. I've been more robbed in the Philippines than every other country. It's just that the Philippines is just more settled. It's like they're just a little bit more. They're a little bit more relaxed with it. Of course, it's a third world country. It's a little bit more desperation, but I've never been robbed no more than in the Philippines. I'm
Yeah,
just
we're
being
gonna get
honest
to
with
that Colombia story
have you
eventually.
ever reflected on yourself to understand the reasons that you got robbed in the Philippines?
you. Huh? Say
Have
it
you
again.
ever have you ever reflected on why you got robbed in the Philippines? What led you to get robbed and drugged in the
Oh,
Philippines?
I know why I've been robbed in the Philippines.
First,
I know why I got robbed in Colombia. The
first
reason
he
why
had
I got
his
robbed
nose was wide. He, I, your nose was wide open. It was your first time being
exactly.
in that country,
Exactly.
and
I know why I got
you was on
robbed.
a
I
mission.
know
You
why I
was on a
got
mission.
Well, when I first started traveling, and this applied to me when I first started traveling, a lot of men go overseas letting their banana control their actions overseas. See a hot girl, they see a hot girl, and the first thing they do, they want to get with them, whether they trying to start a relationship with them or take them back to the bedroom
But it
king.
sounded like he had there was this, like I seen on Alex's thing. There was like this gang of people in the Philippines that was doing the robbing. You know, I don't know the name of them, but they work like just like he's explaining, just like he's talking about. You know, the older woman does the setup. She initiates it, and she sends you to a younger woman, and they rob your ass.
Well, the other
You know,
thing you got to be concerned about there is no divorce in the Philippines. They do have an annulment. They're trying to change that, but you got to go get a lot of men go overseas and unaware
he
that
wasn't.
they are with a married woman, then they want to sleep with them, and instead of reporting them to the police, they'll try to blackmail them to get money from them.
Mm.
And then if you
Well,
don't pay,
it's not even so much reporting the police, but I mean, being in the U.S., I mean, nobody is stupid. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. I mean,
Yeah,
I've lived many years. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. You can know that. Okay, do you have video? Do you have cam? Do
I
you
don't
have
know,
what?
man. Nowadays, just the allegation to get you fucked, though.
Well, yeah,
Some
from their
situations.
country. It's
Yeah.
from their country, but it's not like that anymore.
You
If
got
it's their country, listen. Unless you have a witness, but I mean, if you're a foreigner and you're going to a foreigner place, first of all, you're a foreigner. You don't have witnesses. But yeah, if you're a local and if you can get somebody to side with you, and you know they'll be your witness, yeah, you're gonna be fucked.
Yeah,
And
I'm a
guess
fuck.
what? That's the fucked up part about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're gonna get fucked when you're overseas.
Let me read
Even
this
though they don't
question.
have proof, they have a witness. Guess what? You don't.
Yeah.
You don't have a fucking witness. What are you
that's what
talking about?
Let me read this question, bro. Kamal says, fellas, in your experience, do Filipinos all behave the same at day's end? Or have you noticed a difference depending on the region?
you can't
I,
you can't categorize a whole race into a certain group. You have different variety of people in every culture. You have good and bad people. You have people with different opinions about religion, politics, and how they live their life. Every person is different no matter where you live. It's just you have to be responsible for who you allow around you in life. You know, you can't. You have. In other words, what I tell people is you have to cut out the trash in your life because you can find trash is garbage no matter where you live in the world.
I can categorize it because
that's
I
one thing.
lived
One thing with
around it.
me is one thing I don't like doing is describing a whole group of people by one characteristic or not, because we're all individuals. We're all individuals, man.
You,
So I think, especially when you say regions, I think within any regions, you're gonna have good women, bad women, women that want you, women that don't want you. You know, women that want to date like. So I just think you deal with people on an individual level, and you get better outcomes. Go ahead, John. What are you gonna say, John? I'm sorry, bro.
No, it's not even about categorizing, but I'm just telling the truth. This man, I mean, it's spade a spade. A lot of people get hemmed up for nothing, you know.
Yeah.
It just is what it is.
TJ
And
said you're
so,
moving faulty as shit. I never been robbed. Full stop. What is happening, you folks? Okay, brother, capping wild right now. He said he moves with more trepidation and pH
oh,
than
I'm
med.
capping. Oh, I don't know anything. Oh, I'm a liar. Everybody says I'm a liar. Well, first of all, most of these people making them comments, maybe they have not been to the Philippines. Maybe I'm just gullible. That is true too. Maybe I'm just gullible. I'm a fair person. I'm just a fair person.
Yeah,
But
that's
I think a
TJ.
lot of, huh?
That's TJ. He's a well traveled brother. He's in Vietnam right now. He's cool. But I want to, I think you, I hope Colombia was at an early age too, not recently, right? Like, because that would show some growth and that you're moving different. Because this is a dangerous world out there, bro. It's a dangerous world out there, man. And I think a lot of us get to this point to where not anybody here, but we get to this point to where we're saying that it's so bad in the West and it's so bad in America and that other places are better. So when we leave the country, we let our guards down, man.
I just came
We're
from
buying that
Colombia
dream.
2 months ago. No, it's not new.
Yeah, no. Lilibeth Tate is in the building. Hello, Lilibeth. How you doing? Hey, type mine, MINE, in the chat so it could put your channel link in there, Lilibeth. Lilibeth
Right,
Tate is in here.
Alexander. You right. They're making it sound like I'm the special one. They're making it sound like I'm the only person that's been robbed and drugged overseas.
No, you're
How the
not.
fuck does that work? What are we talking about?
You're not, bro.
What are we talking about right now?
I haven't looked at Colombia the same way since the murder of Timothy Reed and Barranquilla. Hey, Adam, Kid, I agree. How old is Mr. Kid? Oh, I muted you, Adam. I'm sorry. I muted
Uh,
you because you had something going on in the back.
my dogs wanted to come inside the bedroom, so I'll let them
Some people
in.
stacking bodies for a second.
I let my dogs into the bedroom. Um, when I'm talking to you, I'm not sitting there trying to ridicule you for the choices you make. I want you to be safe, you know, because one day getting drugged and robbed can lead into something worse, like losing a kidney or actually losing being kidnapped for ransom or even losing your life. That stuff does happen overseas. Not in all countries, but the majority of them. So you have to your safety is your responsibility. You know, that's why I say it's very important to fly under the radar, staying out of trouble. And there's certain areas that you should avoid. Now, if that's what you choose to do and that's what makes you happy, who am I to judge your happiness? You know, do what you feel and do what
No,
makes you happy in life.
no, you're good. You're good. You're good. And just to address Juice real quick. No, Juice, you're absolutely correct. Um,
We're
I
Jew.
mean,
Oh, I'm
I'm
behind.
just here. I'm just here to tell the truth. I'm just here to keep everybody safe, and I will tell my experiences. Yeah, I went through some fucked up things.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. But
My
if I could save one person, if I could save two-person, I don't care what anybody says. I will tell you my truth. I will tell you my truth. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
your truth.
Number one
Nobody
thing
trying to clown you or
here.
say nothing like that, bro. Elizabeth says, for those Western men dealing with Filipino women, give yourself time to know first so that you will not messed up your life. Not all Filipinos act right. She says some Western men messed up here because some they just want an instant relationship without knowing her well. True.
Insta girlfriend, I call
I agree with, you know,
Yeah,
what's the
of
one
course. I
number
was
one
just asking if you got.
here? Pay attention to detail, right?
Yeah.
I use that throughout my life. I'm always pay attention to detail, especially when I'm in. You know, I do it if I do it here in the States. I most definitely do it when I'm traveling internationally. I'm overseas. I'm just, I'm not trying to get myself into a sticky situation. And I agree with, uh, I don't know the name with the guy with the cow.
Here you go.
my
Uh,
name is Adam.
what is it?
Adam Kidd.
Adam. Yeah, I know you probably said it, but I probably forgot because I was working on something. Um, yeah, I agree with you. Flying under the radar when you're overseas. I mean, you don't want to stand out. I mean, even in Thailand. I mean, when I was there, I mean, I travel a certain way, um, no matter where I'm at, because you just never know. Especially when you're in other countries, you never know who's watching you and may think you're an easy mark or something like that.
Yeah,
Uh,
you are being watched. Believe me.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm always on my p's and q's, just like I am at home here, and and when I'm overseas and I'm traveling, I most definitely stay on my p's and q's because you just never know. Uh, for me, I don't drink or smoke or do anything like that, or so I'm always, and I don't do that because well, I take care of my body, but I always want to be in my right mind and conscious because I want to know what's going on and I want to be able to see danger, uh, before it gets to me potentially. And you can't do that when when you're under influence of whatever you might be on, having a good time. Like I've just seen it over the years. People get got, and I mean here in the states, and I can and overseas. That's you in a whole different soil. Yeah, yeah, you never know what's gonna take place. You know what, Blizzard? You said when you was in the Philippines, you felt safe for the most part. I told Calvin this when I went to go visit Calvin. I was on the boat leaving. I mentioned this to Calvin. It was a group of young Filipino guys. It was about maybe 10 of them. They came on together, and when I travel like that, I always wear dark shades, and I, I backpack, and I let them know that hey, it ain't gonna be an easy win here, player. If you come this way. So I was sitting there, and I noticed when I saw him walk in, I noticed one kind of look over at me. So I just kept that. And on that ferry ride, you can be in that first class, which I was in. Most of those guys, they came up there and they didn't have first class tickets. So the this conductor came in and kicked most of them out. But there was a few that stayed that had the tickets. And I was sat in maybe 2, 3 seats, maybe 4 seats from the back row. Normally, I would sit in the very back row so that nobody's behind me. Because when I came, I was basically it was just me. When I came from Toledo over to St. Carlos City, there's probably like 3 or 4 people up in that first class with me. So anyway, I got there on the way back. I noticed that guy, and as by halfway on the way heading back to Toledo City and stuff, I was sitting there, and I noticed him get up. He got up and he walked to the back, and he sat to the back wall behind, but about 3 or 4 seats behind me. And I was like, interesting. So what I did, I had my backpack sitting right here. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna get up, and you can walk right through the door. They had like a little stand where you can buy, a drink or something like that. I said, I'm gonna get up and just go buy me a drink. And there's a curtain there. So when I opened the curtain, I pulled it, but I didn't pull it all the way back. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Listen, I bought the drink. When I walked back in, he moved from that very back to right behind where I was sitting. So when I came in, I looked at him. I came in. I grabbed my bag aggressively, and I went and I sat directly behind him to let him know I did that right there. Just word to him. I just did this to him, and he kept. He sat there. He sat there. He didn't turn back around or nothing like that. And when we got to Toledo Bay, I watched him get off. I watched him get off with his buddies and stuff. But that was the only time I kind of felt like I'm like, okay, I may have to fuck him and his boys up. So because
you never know.
I have some military pins, that have the icebreakers on them. So I basically had one of those, and I just basically took it off, and I had it kind of like in my pocket. And I said, if I had to kill them, I said I'm gonna crack a few of them. I said,
that's right, man. Like I'll say that I felt safe. I felt safe in the Philippines. Doesn't mean that I was.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't mean that I was. I don't know what's going on.
But I pay attention to details, and I can tell when someone is trying to size me up, and that guy sized me up. I told Calvin about it, and he was like, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, man." I said, "Yeah."
You got Beyond Formo's in the back, so I'm gonna bring them up right now.
Hey, guys! I'm gonna go ready to jump. I'm gonna let you guys have it. Blizzard, good, man. I'm gonna catch you in the next one. Catch you guys later. Cheers.
W, man. Thank you, bro. Catch you later, man.
What's up? How's it going?
Beyond Formal, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the barbershop, man.
Hey, thanks. I just got in here. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but I saw it was an open panel, and I said, let me join that right quick.
Barbershop, man. We just talking. Anything you want to talk about, we're here. Because of what I usually talk about, it's gonna kind of trend towards travel and Philippines. But we could talk about anything. Yeah,
you looking for a wife in the Philippines?
No. I was dating a woman in the Philippines. I met her 2024 when I took a trip there, and then I spent. I just got back in March from a 2-week trip over there that I spent with her. But yeah,
really, is it pretty expensive over in the Philippines, or is it a little bit cheaper than here?
I just vacationed there, but I know it is cheaper.
Cheaper than where?
Yeah, U.S.
The USA. Sorry,
Oh yeah,
I
I say,
assumed the flag would be a dead giveaway.
well, I'm wearing an American shirt, sir, and I live in Thailand. Um,
Good.
the Philippines is cheaper. I'll say it's about overall 40 to 60% cheaper. But like anything so electronics, cars, anything that is imported into the country is a lot more expensive.
Yeah. John
Yes,
dropped
Yeah.
off.
that is the
Which
worst
country
part.
has the ladyboys?
Every
Uh,
country.
Is that
every
Is that Thailand? No, like who's famous for it?
Thailand is famous for the ladyboys,
Okay,
and
that's what I thought.
in the Thai language they call katoys,
Katoys.
katoys, and or the ladyboys in there. But the
Beyond
thing is,
formal, you ever travel overseas?
No, I have not.
the majority of the lady boys, some of them are so beautiful you cannot tell the difference between them. But what's the good thing is they will let you know that they're a lady boy. They don't pretend to be a woman. You take them back and something
They don't want
pops
to be
up.
assaulted. I
You got
wouldn't want
them
to be.
or anger. Now the problem becomes is when the foreigners go overseas and they get so drunk and they don't
Ooh.
believe the person when they tell them that they're a lady boy, they're a man dressed up as a woman.
Oh
Oh,
That's where
man, I seen
that's
this
where the real
YouTuber.
problems are.
I
I
seen
don't
this
know.
YouTuber on a live stream. He's on a live stream, and I'm not gonna say his name.
say his
He's one of
name.
the YouTubers that always, go around, and he makes videos about other people. But he was on a live stream in Thailand, and he was kissing on this lady boy. Oh my man,
Who is he?
and he kept the lady boy kept saying, "You like lady boy? You like lady boy?" And he was so drunk that I don't even think he realized what she was saying.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It got messy. It got messy.
I
Um,
need
I
a
can believe it.
I need to go pretty soon, so I like to say two things. When I was 29 years old, I woke up in the intensive care unit. What happened to me is I had a stroke. To come to find out, I was diagnosed with catastrophic anti-inflammatory syndrome, which is a life-threatening blood clot disorder. That really humbled me, and that taught me that life is too short to waste on poor choices. And by trying to make the best of each day is what led me to enjoying more life for less money in Thailand and taking the time to find the right partner, which I'm happily married in Thailand. When you
Nice.
go when you go overseas, you have to work on yourself and leave all your bad habits, your past mistakes in relationships. You need to leave them back home. When you go overseas, you're gonna have to do the research on the culture, the laws, and their way of life over there. You're gonna have to learn how to respect them. If you if you go there with the right mindset by going over there trying to create the life that you deserve first, then take that time to find a partner that aligns with your values, your principles, and boundaries, you will enjoy a happy life overseas. Special, you gotta be very careful of making poor choices overseas. That can get you drugged, that can get you robbed, that can lose an organ, get ransom,
It's
or
like going
even
to Detroit.
consequences are a lot worse for us overseas.
I believe it. So you're basically saying like, hey, you got to acclimate when you go to another country.
yeah, you have to. Another country does not will not adjust to you. You have
Right.
to adjust to the country that you
I
live
would
in.
say the changes need to start before you leave.
Yeah,
No, that makes sense.
you gotta work on yourself before you go over there. You can't go overseas expecting it to magically fix all of your problems that you have in life. And I'm trying to get ready because I gotta go in a little bit. I'm gonna go visit my Thai sister-in-law who has stage 4 cancer,
Mm.
and
So
she don't have much longer. She don't have much longer left. She's deteriorating rapidly.
And
I'm
thanks for
sorry to hear
coming
that.
on.
I don't know you, but I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Adam. I appreciate you coming on here. You got a lot of good things to say. You got a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge that you can share.
I'm
If
just
I would encourage you to start your channel. I heard you say that earlier that you were thinking
yeah.
about
It's
starting it.
just,
I would encourage it, man.
I've been
You
kind
got a
of
positive
busy.
message.
I've just been very busy, and without, like I was saying, I like to, since I've been blessed here over in Thailand, I like to try to return the blessings. I try to help people out here who are willing to improve themselves or in circumstances beyond their control. But with saying that, you have to be very careful because there are people all over the world who will take advantage of your kindness.
Yeah,
In other
Oh
words,
yeah.
you have to learn how to help others learn when to say no.
agreed.
Sometimes you have to say no.
All right, Lilith says some people that they love to travel or visit Philippines because of the natural beauty of the island, not chasing women. That's true too.
Exactly. There are many beautiful places in the country that you can visit all over the world.
I love women. I love women. I'm not gonna deny. I love women. I think we all do. All of us here
Um,
do. But I don't make life changing decisions based on women. You know, you can't do that. You just can't
Well,
do
I'm
I,
that.
sure there's a lot of people praying for you in your time of need. What's your name? I don't know your name.
my name is Adam. It's my wife's
Adam. Okay.
brother or sister that's in trouble. So what I've been doing since he can't work and he's taking care of his wife, even though medical treatment for Thais are free, that doesn't pay for somebody to be by the side and take care of them.
Yeah.
So I've been giving them a little bit of extra income, and when she passed away, I'll probably pay for a funeral because, like Thais and villages and stuff, they average what they make about $6 to $10 a day, and when you try and live off that, taking care of a whole family, that's not a lot of money. Most people don't have money for life insurance and stuff like that. So if you can help people out, help them out, but help them out with no expectations in
Yeah,
return.
that's cool. Well, I hope you are comforted. I don't know how you guys feel in this panel feel about religion, but I hope you're comforted. And yeah, I'm sure I have some friends praying for you right now.
Oh, I'm religious, but the problem is I don't like to talk about it online or in lives because religion and politics can create a create
You
a
can
lot
talk
of
about it
problems.
here. You can talk about it on my channel.
Yeah, I would
We
agree to
don't shy
disagree
away
with that
from it.
one.
We
But
don't shy away from religion or politics here, but
I'll say
we have conversations. We want to have conversations, not debates and not arguments. We can talk about
what
anything.
I can say
Yeah,
so
that's good.
far. What I like about your channel, you trying to uplift people, not with other people in life trying to help you, and in the comments you're trying to uplift people instead of dragging them down in life. That's the whole purpose of life. If you can help other people out, help them out, but you only can only help those willing to help themselves.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
you never can please an ungrateful person in life. No matter how hard you try, you cannot never please them in life.
Absolutely.
So I reckon I'd go ahead and go because I got about 20 minutes before I have to go, before I have to leave. I need to get
Hey,
ready.
Adam, I'm glad you took the time to come on to here today, man. I appreciate you. It's nice meeting you, man. Even seeing you earlier on Miss Manny's panel. I enjoyed the conversation.
Hey,
So anytime, you're welcome back here anytime. Anytime, brother.
Well, thank you.
Faith, family, politics, revolver. Are you guys coming out to?
See you
Oh,
later, Adam.
sorry, sorry about that, guys.
Oh man. Faith, family, and politics. Did he drop off? No, nah,
What happened to the other guy?
he's I think he dropped himself off the stage, but he's there. Here he is. He's muted though.
Hey, sorry about that.
So Beyond Formal, you have a channel?
I do, yes.
So do me a favor. Do me a favor. Type MINE in the chat.
Mine. I think I did that earlier. I popped in for a few
I
minutes
oh, I
earlier.
seen you. Okay, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't
did
need to
see
type it again. They got
TJ's
me.
in the building. Hold on. What happened? Some weird setup here. I didn't.
Let's me
But
do.
we
Let's
got
do one.
TJ in the building. TJ's in the building. Finally, man.
Put me here. How's
What's
that?
up, brother? So, what's your channel about?
Me?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, faith, family, and politics. Actually, that's
Nothing wrong
that
with
is
that.
what it's about. It's about faith, news, and culture, basically. And there's actually a good friend of mine. He has a username of faith, family, and politics, which is why I'm laughing about that right now. It's Revolver Broadcasting. He's a good guy, but yeah, we do like faith and politics and like cultural stuff.
All right. Good,
I go to a
good,
lot of
man. You're welcome.
protests. That's always fun.
You're welcome here, man. You're
I
welcome here.
appreciate it.
Michael Alexander says, depopulation agenda is real, brother. Stay woke. Expat living overseas, man. Peace out. Thanks for stopping by, man. And Icy is finally graced us with her presence. Icy is in the building. They were asking about you, Icy. What time is it travels, man? He's waiting for you.
I see you could hear my
so-
lack of trapezoid definition and came running into the building to correct it.
That's funny.
She says, any woman allowed in the barbershop? Yeah. Virtual barbershop, absolutely.
You know, the barbershop I used to go to, they had a big building and they cut it in half and put the women on one side, like their own little area, and had a separate entrance and everything, and then guys were on the other side. That's how it should be, right?
No.
In real life, not
If
online.
that's how you choose, everything's changing nowadays.
Yeah.
Man. You
I
either
do
gotta
have a
accept
lot
it
of
or you gotta
comments in the
build your own
barbershop.
spaces.
What's
There are
that?
probably a lot of comments in the barbershop I probably don't need echoing through like unabetted through a wall. I'm saying a lot of shit with my chest with very little verification.
Yeah.
I'm generally
I'll tell
going
you.
on feeling.
Just let it fly. Let it
That
fly.
dude
The barbershop,
set
man.
that dude set that barbershop up like a studio, legit. He had the double thick walls, and you literally could not hear one room to the other. He knows.
All right.
He
Okay.
owned them both.
All right.
You know,
No, I can
he
work
owns
with that.
multiple.
Okay. Yeah. He's progressive, but he wasn't dumb.
Icy, you already know.
He wasn't progressive.
Icy's one of the few that has she's always open invitation. I will probably background all you guys for Icy.
What? You? Nah. Are you sure? You want to build some suspense?
Okay, so for people that have traveled, what's the difference of barbershops?
Filipinos can't fade. Next question. No, I will be true. It's very difficult to get a decent haircut as a brother with 4C hair and most of Asia in general, but like some places are definitely harder than others. Thailand, there's a rapper that is a Thai rapper that like used to have his hair locked up or braided or whatever, and he couldn't find no place for it, and as a result, we got a chain called Never Say Cuts, and then from that we got a second chain called Fade. So there are actually chains of urban focused barbershops in Thailand. So that kind of makes it for a lot of people where it's like you kind of got to go there if you want to get a cut and then come back. That's actually my plan when we go make our visa in a couple weeks here. Go get all this because it's like 92 out right now. So this is no bueno. I can't do nothing with this right now except sweat.
You gotta cut that mop off, man.
Mine
won't grow like that anymore. So
I'll tell you for me the difference. The difference for me, like I've never traveled outside of my country, but I've been the barbershop I used to go to is basically in the hood, like the literal hood. If I told you where it was, you'd be like, oh yeah, And then I've also gone to the white barbershops, And I could tell you the difference between those two. The one in the hood was much. It was a lot more fun. We'll leave it at that. It was a lot more fun. A lot more talks like what you guys would be having in this on this panel. The white barbershop, we'll call it, was was boring. It was nobody was talking. You know, people at the one I used to go to all the time, people would be there for hours just talking. Like my haircut would take an hour. And that's because everybody was talking, we're stopping. You got the guy coming in selling umbrellas. Um, I mean,
Yes,
it's
okay. You may or may not have been to a hood barbershop. Then
Barbershop.
that last fact was wildly
People,
specific. That's
people will
it
go
was
to the
very specific because
barbershop.
I bought the umbrella.
People will go to the barbershop without any intention of on getting a haircut. They
Yeah,
just they just go. They ain't got a spot too sometimes, you know. So, yeah.
yeah, that's
it's a
exactly what it
third
was.
stage.
TJ is scared of me from Icy.
I'm not scared of her. She's just been talking a lot about colonoscopies lately. It's just that's a wildly specific line of questioning because I'm just why?
I don't know, man.
Why is the real? So it's not. I'm not. You know. Hey, I tried to catch you in time, W. I put a couple things in chat, but I was.
Michael, how you doing? I do. Icy on YouTube. I'm good, sister. How are you doing? Sweaty is as we speak. So yeah, man. Permission to post my link. Go ahead, Icy. You got a wrench for a reason. Go right ahead. No, you got the wrench because Nightbot kept following you.
Wow,
do
you
is type
needed tech support.
Yeah, so yeah, that's good, man. Like I said, we could talk about anything here, man. What do I call you then? Beyond formal. We call you BF.
Call me
Nah,
anything
BF
beyond formal.
Okay,
You could call me
beyond is good.
Brandon. My name's Brandon. So if you want to do that, go ahead.
I'm Blizz.
Hey, let's go.
You got TJ down here. You got Joe up top next to me.
Nice.
Yeah.
TJ,
My
where you
internet
at?
is
You said it's
struggling to
90
catch
something. Where you
outside.
at?
It's I am in Da Nang, Vietnam, right now. It looks a lot different than when your granddaddy was here, and it's probably about the same level of affordability though. So hey, there's that. I'm gonna come inside though. I think the internet might be a little more solid. I'm just trying to give my girlfriend a couple more minutes of rest before I start yelling outlandish shit.
Nice. That's you guys are well traveled. I have gone to different states. I've never left the country.
Colonoscopy.
Or have
So
you,
what happens when you
if
have
you
a giant
had,
country?
Okay.
if you could go to one country for your first country, where would you go?
Oh man, this is gonna be very white, but I wanted to go to Ireland because I've got my family has a castle out there, and I wanted to see it. I mean, when you talk about castles in Ireland, they're not always these big old castles. They're like a big structure, but that's it. That's what it is. And I always just wanted to see it because my family's name is literally etched in stone on there. I
What's
just thought that'd be
stopping you?
cool.
What's
What's
stopping?
stopping me? Not much. I just don't want to go out there. I'm not ready to. I should say. I want to, but I'm not ready to.
You want to, but you're not ready.
Got
It's the
young
flight.
kids.
I don't know how
I
long
got
that
a bunch
flight
of young
is.
kids. You know, where I'm
Yeah,
trying to repopulate
yeah,
the earth. You know what I'm saying?
Just
yeah.
take them
I
with
get
you.
that. I
I
get
mean,
that.
What's
don't you
that?
think that well, you say young. How young is the youngest?
The youngest is 4. The oldest is 18, and I've got a bunch in between.
I
That's
mean,
it.
that's one place you
You
should.
say you're
You
trying to
talk about your family.
repopulate.
You talking about your family name is on the castle itself. It sounds like. I mean, if you was to go anywhere at least once, I think that it would be a regret if you don't go. And there's always going to be some reason why you shouldn't go, and you just
Oh
take your
yeah.
kids with you because if it's your family's name, your heritage obviously is there. Then it would be impactful not just for you but also for your kids. But
Yep.
if you don't go and take them with you, then they're going to grow up, grow out the house, do their own thing. They're not going to want to do it, and it's just going to be you. But if you take them now while they're still 4 to 18, hey, it's going to be a bit of expense, but this is going to be a core memory that they remember And you don't know, that could spark something in them to want to travel the
Oh, yeah.
world from that point. But if you don't take this moment now, while you can, then you're gonna be like, oh shit. And perhaps you would still go. But
Yeah.
your kids, once they go off and do their own thing, yeah, dad, I want to do my
No,
that shit would
no.
have sailed. But that's just my
I
thing.
I get what he
I'm
means
with you.
though. I get what he means when he says the kids, the young kids, because it's tough. It's
I mean,
tough,
they have a lot going on. I
and they
mean,
have a lot. I was gonna say that
yeah.
there's always something going on.
I wish a
Always.
1 or 2 week, trip, because me going to Brazil was only 2 weeks, but it was impactful. If I had waited longer and said, oh yeah, I'm gonna push it off because it's tough. And I know you traveled across the country. I did too before I went international. So I know you're ready for it. But I understand that leap from it is different. It is different for some reason. A lot of people haven't traveled across the states like we have. That's
Yeah,
really cool. But it's
Yeah.
something. It's something extra. It's
it
like
is.
going from the minor league to the major league. But it's like it's hard getting to either one because you still doing well if you're in a minor league. But it's something about that major league. It's that gap that makes all the difference. And I think you should take that leap at least that one
Yeah,
time.
well, no, well for me it was I didn't travel internationally until my kids were grown. My son was a sophomore in college
Hmm.
because, like I said, my kids play sports. So all summer, my daughter played basketball, all state, all state in high school. My son played football, all state. So all summer, they were we were traveling the country, going to tournaments, going to 7-on-7 camps. Like it was just nonstop. And then I coached, so I understand how it just does not become a priority. It's even if it is a priority, it's not at the top of that list.
Yeah, it's timing.
You
It's things like
yeah.
that. I do like
But I
traveling
get
the
it.
U.S. because we do have like everything. Depends on how far you want to drive. If you want, if you want to see mountains, you want to see big hills, if you want to see desert, if you
Yeah,
want to, you could
but
see like anything in the
but
U.S.
the
But it's
But
not the
culture,
castle. It's
the
not
but
the
I love
castle with your
history.
the
It's not the
culture.
castle with your family's name on it, and that's going to
Exactly.
hit them differently. Then,
Yeah,
and I get it. Like I said, I've been across the country, the mountains, the beaches. It's great. This country is beautiful. Like I'm not talking about when people plane hop from city to city. I'm talking about actually traveling throughout the different towns and things like that. But it's something special when you go and you see and you take your kids with you to go see where their name comes from. Like this is your history. It's going to hit them way differently than anywhere else they've been in the States. I can guarantee you that.
yeah,
So
I agree.
you're going to remember this conversation
yeah.
10
I
years from
agree with
now.
that
Either
too.
you be like, I've done it. You know what? Fuck it. I took the plunge. Or you're going to be
I
like, you know
agree with
what?
that too.
I didn't do it. My kids are growing up and did their thing. I wish I had done it. That's what's going to be one of those two conversations with you. So that's just how much confidence I have in you doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, you're
And I
right.
don't even know
And
you.
I appreciate this conversation honestly because
yeah.
it does get you thinking. Like, maybe we need to make certain things priorities at some point. Maybe the next year, whatever it
Take a
might
year
be.
off from making babies, man. Take a year off. Go
Hey, I'll just have to
Drink
practice.
some water. Drink some. Do some stretching. Maybe just.
Yeah. Icy says traveling and being open minded and a passion to learn other cultures is a life changer. Absolutely. It
I would
is,
agree
man.
Uh,
with that.
It is, man. There's a whole
Very
big
nice.
world out there. We get so
Very
caught
nice.
up. Like you said earlier, we have everything here. We have everything here, but we don't have the culture of other countries, man. And you won't know it until you go experience it. You know, it's a game changer. It
I
really
mean,
is.
but what is everything? Like when we say everything, we think
I
of
mean,
mostly amenities. Oh, we got air conditioning, we got
Modern
no,
comfort.
conveniences, I think, is
no.
what
Exactly.
we're.
Monica Beach, beaches, um, beaches, beautiful sunsets, mountains, lakes, rivers, um, snow-capped mountains, skiing. That I think that's
Yeah,
kind of
once
what
in a
I
while.
mean. You know what I mean?
Because that's because what I think about because the problem air quotes with like American domestic travel is you can never leave America and see the tropics and see the go up to Alaska and
Hmm,
be in subarctic. You can go to Death Valley and see the desert. You can go to
that's
the
true.
bayou or like Gullah Island and like or one of the Gullah speaking islands and experience a culture entirely different to ours. You can fly a few, 100 miles the other direction to the U.S. Virgin Islands, and technically, like, never have to break away from American soft power. And that makes it's a bit of an oxymoron where you can be an extremely well-traveled American that's never left your country, whereas that's harder in a place like, a Western European nation that's the size of one of our states, or, a country like Russia that's so vast, but ultimately lacks a lot of in-the-middle travel or transportation options that allow you to traverse the country easily. So I get it. As somebody that's, I've seen 20 or 30 states before I made it to my first country. But, there's that difference. And I think that stepping outside the country almost brings American travel to a different perspective, because it's like you really start to see, despite, going on a vacation in Hawaii being wildly different than going on a vacation in Brooklyn, being wildly different than going on a vacation in, Loretto, those are all, once you get out to a different country and see like what makes our country similar, you start to see those connecting threads, I think, a bit more, and you can appreciate them more for what they are.
I can see that.
Bring the kids if possible. Icy says, bring the kids if possible. Yeah.
It's up to him.
Possible, yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, it's up to him. I don't even know him, but here I am, like a friend, like, do it, man, do it.
Do it for you, man. Yeah, that's what I love about this space, man. I swear, that's what I love about this space, man. Like, none of that negative crap,
Yeah. You see, here's my thing with Icy, because she could have just said she has to get back to her job, but she needs to go make these people stretch. Why does it have to be phrased like that? It's just why do you have such a threatening aura? It's not even that I am threatened by you. It's just that certain of your. Never mind. Have fun, Icy.
Short woman syndrome.
That's funny. All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate the talk. You guys are pretty cool. One of the cooler panels I've been on. Thank you.
Welcome back. You're welcome here anytime, bro. You're welcome back here anytime, man.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna follow you before I get out of here.
Thank you,
man. Where are you at?
I'm gonna do that.
Oh man. All right, what's your channel name? For some reason, it's not pulling up.
Blizzard Abroad.
Here you are. Okay, cool. I'm gonna follow you right now, and you have a good one, guys.
All right, brother. Peace.
Cheers.
So, yeah, I agree. Icy has short women complex. It's like they say, I have short man complex. So that's
what's the equivalent? You call it Napoleon complex with short man. What do you call it for? What do you call it for? What would you just call it? Filipina? I feel like
I don't know, man. But we're on YouTube. We could come up with our own name for it. That's how things work nowadays, man. That's how things work.
Exactly. Just make it up if you don't have enough evidence to back it.
Yeah. Even if it
all
is
you need
already.
Just AI slideshow your way through any questions or doubt that there might be about the validity of your process. Will be fine.
Yeah, I'm actually drinking something tonight. Usually I sit here, I don't drink. I don't do anything.
Hydrating is nice, although that's probably your zero bathroom break secret as well, is that you're not hydrating at all for 4 hours.
Yeah.
I have to. It's like it's hot.
Yeah, it's getting warmer. It's getting warmer outside. I'm not turning the AC on yet. It's not that hot, but yeah.
AC stay off.
I think it was like 60 something today. So
it's
but I live in the Northeast, so
fair enough.
You know how that is. Enough. You gotta acclimate to that weather.
Do that.
But yeah.
I don't miss
Michael Alexander. What's up, bro? Yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna stay on here tonight. That's why
don't feel like you're obligated to go 4 hours just because I popped up. So don't feel pressured on your end.
4. It's more like 5, man. 6. Damn. Yeah, last night they were trying to get me to go on, but man, look, I was already in the bed. I was already in the
Yeah, it'd
bed.
be like that.
I'm like, man, nah, this ain't happening. Blizz is going to sleep.
Yeah. Yo, you had to show
Real.
me your other channel, Blizzard Asleep.
Nah, but yeah, I know people be watching those people watch those channels. It's crazy. Sleep stream.
Yeah, no. That shit is crazy. But I mean, that's the whole parasocial experience in a nutshell, right? Like there's a generation of people that feel so disconnected despite being the most well connected, in all history, and for some reason that's led to us uh, paying OnlyFans models and watching dudes street or sleep on stream.
Yeah.
I don't. I would be far removed from any sort of accurate if I tried to give you my guess as to why, but it is weird. It's strange
The
as
most
hell.
the most
Those because
connected, but
people
also
want
the most
connection.
disconnected. That's absolutely true.
Just that people
The
want to be connected.
information paralysis generation.
It's the connection that kind of forced the disconnection.
That's the
Yeah,
irony
it's
of it.
information paralysis. For a while, the amount of information that you as a person could theoretically intake from a day was pretty limited by the streams of communication and media we had. For a
Hey
long time, that
Joe,
was just radio.
Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear you. I thought I heard you, but real distant.
Me?
Oh,
Distant?
woke the baby up.
He he good.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just, now you can intake so much more information. It's like, it's not just news or TV or like the paper. It's literally like at all points in time, you can have one, some of our unfortunate, more disconnected, two like phone terminals of information constantly feeding you bullshit, constantly feeding you bullshit, constantly. You have to shut it out somehow. And if you don't learn how to filter, like for us, like the transitional generation, like we still remember pre-internet life or like life on the dumb net, for so to speak. So it's easier to partition some of that stuff out. But when you're used to all facets of your life being connected through your phone or the internet, it's a lot harder to say, all right, I'm not gonna I'm gonna take a screen break, or I'm gonna take a timeout, because you don't watch TV like that, or maybe you don't play video games like that. You play them on your phone. You don't watch
Hmm.
TV on a TV screen. You generally watch short form content on your phone. So it's harder to like really do anything other than say either I'm gonna filter this. I mean, or rather, I should say, what's easier, doing that or saying I only care about this thing. Everything else, I'm just ignoring.
Yeah,
And that's how you get these silos.
yeah. Beach your life. Stay cool, bro. Stay cool out there, man. Don't overheat.
What a
Yeah, man.
dopamine hit is extremely difficult to break. But because we, like you said, we had that we was in this weird transitionary period of time where we went from what I guess we would call old age now into the new age. Like it was weird. Like I think 50 years from now we're gonna be like we were the last ones that had like before the internet, before AI, before technology that experienced that for at least 10 to 50 years of our life. And so because of that memory that we have, we can partition out and say, okay, I know this is BS, or we know exactly what kind of information we want. Whereas people who grew up in this era, they're born into this. It's just all thrown out there, and they don't know how to filter between what's important information to intake and what is just a bunch of entertainment and a bunch of nonsense that's keeping them from actually making those connections with people that they're looking to have. And so that's what causes the disconnect, right? They're connecting to the internet, but yet they're also disconnected from reality. Yes, it's weird because you don't even know that you don't know that that's happening to you. It's just happening to you. And then 20 years, 30 years pass, you realize you lived your whole life on the internet. And so what you have is a real life Truman Show with everybody. We saw the movie and we all thought, wow, can you imagine that? Like it was unthinkable at the time when the movie came out. And it's like,
Right?
wow, we look at it and we're like fascinated by we don't understand this because we just kind of live in our own world. There's no internet. It was kind of like there a little bit, but not really. And now we're seeing everybody is living the Truman Show or wanting to be, and then they're paying the consequence or they're paying the price as a result of wanting to do so.
And sometimes we are as a result of suffering through their main character syndrome.
And with us, for some of us though, it's like you don't realize how much it means to other people. Like I'm on my phone a lot, but I'm not attached to it. Like not too long ago, I left my phone at work, and I got home. I was like, damn, I don't got my phone. I'm like, I don't need it. I don't need it. You know what I mean? Like, so I'll just get it tomorrow when I go into work. No big deal. But I know people that would have went crazy and would have flew back out there. You know, not because they have business on their phone, just because they can't live without their phone. So when you see people like that are absolutely tied to their devices, some of us don't get it, or by the time we get it, we're like, "What the fuck is going on? What happened?" You know. And I think it was like that with this video game, the way it is now. Like we grew up with video games. I had video games in my house growing up. I think the first one we had was
Nintendo?
Wasn't Atari. No,
Atari.
NES for us. Yeah, we were NES household.
Yeah, it was before Atari. I don't remember
Yeah,
the name.
ColecoVision.
We had ColecoVision. That's the first
That's
one.
crazy.
Hey, shout out ColecoVision.
Yeah,
those were low key already. They weren't quite antiques by the time that I was a kid because I'm a '90s baby. I was born in '89, but realistically, I can't remember any of the 1980s. But like, so we were a Nintendo family, and you could still get ColecoVisions for like $10-$20 at the swap meet at the Oakland Coliseum when I was a kid. So they weren't quite antiques yet, but they weren't like quite out of the game either.
Yeah, that's the first video game I remember, and it might have been 83, 84, something like that. But we weren't tied to it. We still played outside. We still played with our toys. It didn't mean was it fun to play?
Yeah.
Yes, in the moment. But I still wanted to go outside. I still wanted to climb trees. I still wanted to throw the football around. You know,
that, run around, chase girls. Yeah, that was 90% of our time, even with the NES, because it was popular. It was always like it's like playing a video game was like a treat in a way. It was like okay, I'm tired of running around. I need to take a breather. Let's go inside and play the video game. And it would always be with someone next to you. It wouldn't be online. So it was still a communal activity. It wasn't something you did isolated and you're talking to people virtually. It was your friends are next to you, the people you just got done playing with. And now they took all that away and it's all completely online. You don't know, you're just talking to some random person but you don't have no real connection with them. You didn't grow up with them. You didn't go and climb up that tree with them. So and that's what they're seeking. So you got people going to video games looking for that connection that we had, because they didn't have the internet for online streaming, online gaming. And because we had that connection, we didn't feel as tied and bounded to it. We didn't feel like we needed to play video games because our friends was always around us, which is a physical thing that we can't replace.
I'm maybe a
body area network. I don't know. Facts, Blizzard. I wouldn't even have a phone if not for employment. Yeah, so just was it like latchkey kids that started this dependence on video games or something like that? I don't know, because I think we were latchkey kids, but we still wanted to go outside. We still went outside.
Well, there was a mix, and you got to consider for us in the '90s, it started to get to a point, especially in Oakland, where my mom wanted me to be in the house a little bit more, right? Like it was starting to get a little wild outside to the point where she was like, "Hey, maybe we get him the Sega Genesis just so he's not out in these streets, like this, that, or the third." And I think that at the time there was still a communal sense of it. Again, the internet wasn't so far reaching, so for me, who's 36. By the time I was in high school, we did have internet for games, but it was like, at the original Xbox Live, or like the original PlayStation Network. I remember the Sega Network when I was a kid, where you had to have like a direct TV like set top box and a bonus set top. Anyway, the point being is like, as you know, for a while I kind of feel like the LAN party generation, which is like ours, is like that ideal connection where it's like, yes, you played stuff on the internet, but there were still huge gatherings where if you wanted to play 16 on 16 in StarCraft, or if you wanted to run 4v4s in Halo 2, you had to go to somebody's house with another Xbox and a big ass LAN cable. You had to run that from one end of the apartment or the house or whatever to the other. And you and your boys and another set of you and your boys were in two separate corners, and y'all hated each other for about 35 minutes until it was time to figure out if we were going to get Domino's 555s or Little Caesars, $3 holler or whatever the pizza of the day was back then.
What around what time period was that? What year would you
So
say?
for me, high school would have been mid-aughts, so like 2002 to 2006.
5, 6, 7.
Oh,
For you, it was 2007, and mine was 2006. So us was 2003 to 2007. Just crazy.
2003 to 2007.
But I mean, games were even, I guess you could say, addictive back then. So you had your gaming. Well, they were nerds at the time. So people who played games were considered nerds.
Yes.
They wasn't like, but now it's
I
the
recall,
cool thing to do.
which is great, by the way. As somebody that was that was a nerd that got a pass for location-based activities, I would say it was an interesting time, because a lot of that stuff was nerdy, but a lot of cats were starting to break into it. So like that was like 2008, 9, 10 is probably the first time somebody from like the hood or like the block came to me and was asking about anime. So it was like, that's when I think, globalization started to kind of hit that peak saturation, and everyone was slowly being exposed to everything. So like, it was definitely a different time. But yeah, it was definitely, you did other stuff too, for sure. Like, we played video games, but then we also ran out and, we played, two-hand touch in the parking lot, or, make that trip to the park to actually run some tackle, or like, risk serious life and limb injury pretending that we were in WWE because we didn't understand that they were not 100% committed to those moves.
Like
I broke either arm pretending to be a wrestler, dog. I both of them. 2 separate occasions, different years, but both of them.
Crazy.
Yeah,
wrestling. Yeah, those wrestling too.
Those were the days, man. Those were the days playing Madden, and then losing and being like, "Hey, you can't do it in real life," but not mean a fight.
Right?
You actually go outside, grab a football.
Yeah.
Like those were the days, man.
Yeah, that's a good point. We would play the WWE game. They would turn around and go out there and actually do it with our friends.
And be like, I'm the Undertaker. I'm Kane. Like, yeah, you would go online and be like, Undertaker and Kane would never do that.
Like
we imitated
the thing, man, because we're 2 different generations, me and both of you guys. So
yeah. Pretty much, but you enough.
I'm not old enough. I'm not old enough to be your dads. I'm kind of like big brother,
in between,
big brother age. You know what I mean? So
you find them unk allegations with all your body, but I feel
it. Yeah, man. I'm unk. I could be unk. I'm about that.
Sorry, Michael Alexander. I didn't catch your question. No, I'm in Vietnam right now. No, there's plenty of Monsanto here too, brother. We got as many chemtrails as you're looking for.
Yeah, 61 years old.
Oh yeah, it's nice out right now. It's not nearly as clear. You can catch the
Brother Cal.
Yeah, no, Cal's turned 62 the other day, so one got a year gap on him. But you can usually see the ocean right now, but it's pretty. The sky's actually, now that I'm looking at it, sort of shitty. I take it back. But it's a really nice time of year if you ignore the fact that it's 3 million degrees. There's actually an international fireworks festival that goes the entire month. So every weekend, 2 teams from 8 different countries are going to be like putting out full like firework displays and competing for like cash prizes and
So
recognition and all that good stuff.
we're gonna have to get Michael Alexander to hit the link. Because I don't really follow any of this stuff that he's asking the question. Wireless body area network, human augmentation, um 5Gs. I
Sci-fi.
guess he's saying the effects that it has on the human 5G. Because I know that like a couple years ago, there's a big thing about the 5G. They were putting up all the towers and
I
all that
remember
stuff.
that.
Um,
People was like,
so
"Oh
you
my
want to hit the
God, it's
link,
gonna
bro? We
disrupt human civilization." And we got it now, and I personally prefer it over 4G. And
yeah
this that those fears that we had just what 6, 7 years ago when they were just starting to put them to towers, people was going crazy. I was
yeah I
like,
remember that.
I don't know what's going to come of this, but let's find out. And so
It
far,
may it
I
may
think we're
be.
doing all right.
I don't know. It may be having
It's
effects on it.
there's
It may
always a
be having
consequence.
some hidden effects somewhere. Like
Yeah, but we won't find out until
I don't
15,
know.
20 years from now. We just don't
Yep.
know. We just kind of
Yep.
like pushing the envelope. And then, for
2040 is
example,
gonna be wild.
I mean, like the technology, for example, with AI, when they're building up these computer, I'm just finding this out. These massive computer places, it's not the power plants anymore that's polluting these small local areas. It's these AI places that they're building out, so we can just simply say to Google, "Tell me how to do X, Y, Z." But we don't. But those of us far removed from those places don't really care because we're getting what we want from the deal. If you want to drive that electric vehicle from Tesla, guess where they're getting the material from? It's somewhere in Africa where they're slaving away for it. So we're Bennett. So there's always a cause and effect and a price to pay for the technology that we're constantly pushing in advance. Always somewhere. It's not free. We're paying a price
No.
for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Away from keyboard. Okay. I ain't know. I ain't want to ask either, man.
It's it's from that era of internet that we were just talking about, where it wasn't cool to be on internet chats and shit like that. But AFK it just means away from keyboard. If you're
Dial up.
chatting with somebody and you're leaving or going on idle, you generally you'll type that.
The rabbit hole is deep, my brothers. You need somebody to school us about it, though, man. I could go look it up. Um,
I had this old white guy
I'd rather
break
be playing
down
games.
you're gonna
AI.
get, but that, like you said, the rabbit hole, the rabbit hole.
There was this old it's so weird. This old white guy who's an engineer. Um, he hired me to do some work around the place to move some things around, paint whatever. And I didn't know he was an engineer. He decided to buy me lunch at this expensive place. I said, okay, he got money. And so I'm like, that for me, I was like, okay, I appreciate that. He just randomly, spontaneously told, he started breaking down. And this is a 60-some-year-old man. He started saying things about the future. It was like he could see, it was, I don't know how to, y'all. I'll just give you like just three of the things he told me. And it's things I hadn't even considered. He said, you know how you got the food and they do DoorDash. I said, yeah, that's something. It's like, yeah, it's going to get to the point where they're going to have food. They're going to detect how much food you have left exactly to the quantity, and it's going to be directly delivered to the door by flying drones. I'm like, okay. And he said, you know how you got these cars and Uber and all that. I said, yeah. He said it's going to get to the point where they're not going to need no more drivers. They're going to have people, and they're already doing it now. It's going to go wide scale, and it's going to happen sooner than you think. I'm like, dude, what? I'm just trying to eat my meal. He said, this that AI is. He said AI. He said the one thing that stuck out most to me was when he said that the job. He said even my job. He said I'm an engineer. He said I'm an engineer, son. And even my job they're going to replace. I said, but you're an engineer. He said, I know. He said if they can replace my job as much and as technical as it is, imagine the cashier's job. Imagine the entry level job, all these other positions, all these other. He said it's going to go away. And I said, well, what are people going to do? He said, well, people are probably going to. He said they're going to do one or two things. It's either going to be some sort of shift where it's going to be like a little bit of chaos. People are going to freak out. Oh my God, no money, whatever. Or the country is going to go to like a sort of universal basic income deal. And people are going to be forced to come close to God because they won't have anything else to do but to pursue self actualization. Because now they can't pursue material things. Now they can't pursue careers and all these other things that we value as human beings and that we attach our identity to. He says no longer going to exist the way that it does now. He said that's just from 10 years from now. So it bizarre, bizarre thing. I wish I
Yeah,
recorded it.
I just put that in my list too. Iron Mountain,
What is that documentary about?
and then this one too. But I'll be honest, I haven't had the time to watch it. But I want to make sure I put it in here this time. Um, so yeah, he said, "Did you guys watch the documentary called Iron Mountain? And did you download Silent Weapon for Quiet Wars? So
What I
make
hear
sure you
about?
guys check that out. That's what I want. I'd rather Michael, man, like I said, I got an open forum. You're welcome to come up here and share if you want to. Anytime you want to. We don't
AI.
judge, we
Oh,
don't shame, and we're here to learn. We're here
so
to learn.
it looks like this Iron Mountain is about similar to what I was just discussing. This AI stuff. Um, sci-fi short. Yes, it's
And
gonna
we
be
all
weird, man.
I mean, we all watched the Jetsons when we were little.
Yeah, but
I
we all
used to
thought that
love
was
it.
so far away. Like, oh,
Yeah, right.
that's like 200 years away. 100. You never. It's just. I mean, it's weird, man. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna be seeing it. Us, myself, and him at the bottom. Um, we're gonna see it, but not to the extent that our children will. But we're gonna
Right.
be. It's gonna. You know what it's gonna be like? I got a feeling it's gonna be like the way we saw the transition from analog to digital. And for us, it's going to be this digital to like super digital. So we're going to see both transitions, and then we'll leave the earth. And then whatever whatever our kids deal with after that, 10, 15, 20 years younger than us, that's going to be however way they want to do things. The Jetsons, Minority Report, Bicentennial Man, they made movies about this. And we were just entertained by it. Wow, that is so interesting. And then, but now it's coming upon us, and it's like, I'm scared. We don't want this. It's coming sooner than we thought. And it's taking our jobs and it's taking our way of life. And I remember the old days, and it's just, man,
Yeah, it's coming, man.
it's
I
come,
mean,
it's
look,
already here.
you got Michael Alexander. He's 61, so he was born in the 60s. I was born in the 70s. Um,
Like we said, I
yeah,
was barely born in the 80s.
yeah. Well, I'm at the end of the 70s. I don't remember. I'm really an 80s baby. I was born in 78. You know, so
Okay.
man. So Juice says, "Congrats, Blizz. I just noticed you're over 1K. I think I'm at like
Close enough.
11. I think I'm at like 1155 now. Subscribers.
Congrats.
There's this
What's the
community,
next big
like
milestone?
3,000, creeping up on that.
I
I need
see you. I
3,000. I
see
need
you.
watch hours, man. I need watch hours. That's it. But I'm not rushing it. You get a lot of advice, do this, do that. But I want to do things organically, man. Like I don't want to make another drama video. My most viewed video is the video about Calvin and Big Man. It's got like
Word?
that's my most viewed video, man. And people still watch that. There's some months that that's my most viewed video. Because it's drama. It's drama, you know.
Yeah.
But when you
Controversy
do that,
sells.
I gained a lot of viewers from that video. But they're not gonna come back and watch me talk about uh boundaries.
Universal income.
Yeah, they're not coming back.
They have
When I
no
talk about
interest in
setting
life,
standards and
change,
having
or growth.
boundaries, you know. So and then that kind of works against you because what YouTube does is they send out when you first post, they send out your video. They put it in front of a small percentage of your subscribers. And depending on how much your subscribers click and view, that determines how much further they're gonna push it. You know, so if they're sending it, I make a video about fuck the red pill or something like that, or you know what I mean. Men need to set boundaries. I'm sending that to somebody only likes drama and all this bullshit, they're not gonna click on it.
That's another
So
frame
it
of
kind of
reference
it
for
kind
you.
of suppresses. Yeah, it kind of suppresses your. So I want to grow organically with people that want to talk about something.
That's a much more difficult
Yeah.
market to tackle. I mean, because even with Kevin Samuel, he for years he would only talk about men's issues and men. Like it was very bland, but it was practical. I took a lot of his advice and it worked. Dressing well and all this other stuff, and focus on your income. But then when he went, when that viral video came out, and that was drama. Something with that one average at best. It's classic, but
It
that's
was
what
all
took his channel off. And then he figured out after that came out, he said, well, I'll be damned. He said, as much as he loved doing what he did for the first 7 years of his YouTube career, he made the pivot to that dramatization, to focusing on the women, to let me get the guys what they want, let me talk it. And so that's how he became rich and famous.
yeah, but he
So
had to stay there. He
he
had
had
to
to
stay
stay
there.
there. And
But
almost
that's
everyone has
part
to
of
make
what
that
killed his
choice.
ass. That's part of what
That
killed him.
is true. The stress. That's what came with, that's the price he had to pay. I mean, hey, he got the fame, he got the money he was looking for, but he did pay the price. And a lot of YouTubers, such
That
as
monkey's
yourself,
paw crazy, right?
some of them they'll make that pivot. Like you realizing what you just told us, you say, I noticed that there's some guys who will lean into that just a little bit until they become the their principles or whatever standards they had before, they throw that out the window. This is what makes money. This is what gets the clicks. I'm leaning, and that's what they sensationalize the thing that got them those views and clicks. So now you have to make a choice.
Michael
Am I
said,
going to do that in order to achieve the kind of success that a lot of these YouTubers have, or I'm going to keep doing the thing that you're doing right now?
nah.
That's on you.
Yeah, that's on. It's on the individual. I'm not gonna do it. Um, I'm not gonna do it, man. I don't need that stress. Um, maybe there'll come a time when I got time for that, but right now, nah. Like I said, I'm not making money from YouTube. I don't really need to make money from YouTube. If I'm eligible for it, I'm gonna take it, of course. And I got,
All right.
'cause I enjoy doing this right now. I enjoy doing this. So if I'm gonna do that, if I can do this, and they're gonna give me some money for it, it's a no
Why
brainer.
not?
Um, Michael Alexander says he'd like for me to bring this information to the young men. I would need time to study it and learn it, and I'm not, and really see what's going on with it. But like you said, it's a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole. So, he said this is popping right now. Kingsman, watch the movie Kingsman. Um, here, let me do this. Put my email in there. I'm gonna put my email in there in the chat. Hit me up, man, and we'll see. We'll talk. We'll talk behind the scenes. You know, because I really don't. If I don't know nothing about it, I don't know how to present it. And then, like you said, this is probably something that I need to really like look into, study it, before I present anything. Especially if like I said, man, that's slippery slope, and we'll see. But we'll talk. If you feel like if you reach out to me, um, we could definitely talk behind the scenes, man. But I would love for you to come up here, man. If you got knowledge, come up here, share it with us, man. Teach us, man. That's why I always say you got a generation coming behind you that is thirsty for information, that do want to be guided, that do need the knowledge brought to them. So, you know, if you got an avenue, if you got a platform, like I said, you don't got to cam up, but it's up to you, man.
Yeah,
So
we know a
reach
lot.
one, teach one.
It sounds like you know a
Each
lot more than
That's
I
it,
do.
man.
I
Each
don't.
one teacher. That's why
AI,
I
I'm
say I
still
don't know.
learning.
I don't
It's
know.
too
I don't know
much.
anything about that. I don't know anything about
It's a lot.
that.
It's too
I
fast. And
heard, like I said, he said 5G is the key. I heard about the 5G stuff. and I kind of like was like I kind of brushed it off. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of brushed it off because it's like in the age that we live in, the way you're talking about 5G and all these other things, um, they talk about everything that way. You know,
Right.
they talk
It's so
about
important.
everything that way.
It's so important until you find out, oh, it wasn't all that important, or it was, they made a big deal out of this thing that that turns out wasn't that big of a deal. It was a big deal when the cell phone came out. Oh my God, what does
You
that
know,
mean? And now it's like
and
it's normal now. It's like
and
okay, yeah, well,
there may be some big things that they sweep under the rug, man. We never
true.
even hear about. We know that.
The small
So
things we dismiss. Oh yeah, that don't mean, and then it comes
yeah,
out to like, oh
yeah,
damn, we should have been paying attention to this the
yeah.
whole time.
So I mean, it may
It's like
be
damn,
this. It may be these things that Michael's talking about.
it
We're
could
out here
be.
paying attention to bullshit. You know,
It's hard, but
You never
it's
know,
so
man.
much.
you never know.
Like TJ said, it's a lot of information, and it's impossible for me to try to. I when a new phone came out, when internet, it's like okay, I can keep up with that. But now it's like it's so much technological advances that, and it's so fast. The last thing that you knew becomes obsolete, and now you have to learn a new thing, and then a new thing, and a new thing, like twice as fast as you did the last thing. So I don't. I rely on other people honestly to give me like insight because they're doing a lot more research into things that I'm not going to take the time to do
Yeah,
if I'm going to have a life. Because like TJ said, you got some people who would sit there and
face.
study this stuff. Like, where do you get the time for this? Where do you get the?
Yeah.
Are
Well,
you
you make
rich?
the
Like,
time. You make the
man,
time. You make the time.
but time is
You
money.
know.
It's
There's people that
it's
study this
definitely
stuff.
again, it's a information fire hydrant that shoots out information fire hydrants. So it's like you got to
It's,
really just focus on where your energies are going to be on. You're never going to be able to catch everything every time without exception. It's just
Yeah.
it's not the nature of late stage capitalism or globalization with regards to information transmission. But
Yeah.
you can, like you said, find a couple people who you can vet and trust, and then go from there.
yeah, I agree. That's the
Yeah.
solution. I can't rely on the internet. No, nah, what you know? Oh, really? Like the white guy, like the white guy who treated me to that expensive lunch. I was like, wow. And what he was saying was so plausible. I said, I never thought of it that way. But I'm glad he told me because now I know going ahead in the future, okay, what to expect. 'Cause he's like, a lot of people don't know this. You can look at him like he was crazy, or you can say, you know what?
Yeah. But
It's got to be something
I'm
to this.
intrigued
He's
now. I am intrigued. You know.
Skynet. Now he's talking about
I'm
like I'm thinking
intrigued.
like Terminator. I'm thinking I'm thinking.
They
So
live. Yeah. I'm intrigued now. I'm not gonna lie. Will it keep my attention? I don't know. And that's the thing. Because like he said, it's an information fire hydrant shooting out other little information fire hydrants. You know, I agree with that.
like different
He's over there
tentacles all
looking
over the
all
place, just
cool
spreading.
like Rick Ross. Where's the Aston Martin at? Yeah, so
Yeah, I'd like to know as well. If you could locate it for me and just send it this general direction, I'd be highly appreciative. I must have lost it amongst the other Aston Martins. So, you
yeah.
have my address. Please forward it.
Yo,
Silly me.
Did Calvin say if he was gonna stream that the meet and greet?
Wait, didn't the meet? Is that today?
It's today, yeah. At 4.
For what?
4 p.m.
Oh,
Yeah,
for Filipino time. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it's 1 hour behind for me, so it's 3 p.m. here. But that is a fantastic
Yeah, it's
question. I do not know.
pretty soon.
It seems like a W. He's here.
Juice
Nothing.
says, I don't know. I hope so, man. I don't know if I'll be up to watch it, but I'll definitely kind of catch it later.
That's the
I've
replay.
never been to one. I'm definitely gonna plan. If it lines up, Yeah, I'll definitely make one if it
You
lines up.
definitely
It just
gotta get you out to
never,
one for
it never
sure.
seems to line up, bro. Like I was supposed to meet up with Calvin the first time I went over there. That didn't work out for some reason. Then this time, while I was going over there, he was coming back to America. So it's like, damn, one of
Hey,
these
well, you
times,
never
man.
know, man. He's trying to make the Vietnam meetup happen. If you're trying to not repeat the Philippines and still run into them, you might be able to kill two birds with one
Yeah,
bird-shaped rock.
yeah, I ain't gonna force
Yeah,
it,
Dub
but
says he
it's
has
gonna
no
happen
idea.
one day. It'll happen one day, man. I know. Juice says, I fear us men born in the 50s through 70s have not connected enough with the Gen Z type due to changes in societal cultural boundaries and our interest in self preservation and staying in our lane. I don't know, man. I like Gen Z guy. I like those kids, man. I don't have no problem with them. Some of them is wild and out of control, but just like some of us were,
I
and
mean, you say
that's
kids, but Gen Z's turning 30 this year.
yeah, kids, kids. It's still kids. I don't know, man. You know, I feel like I kind of get where they're coming from and why they are the way they are. You know, but a person like me is always going to look in the mirror and say that those are our kids because they are our kids. I can say that at my age because they are my kids. You know what I'm saying? My son is
Right.
Gen Z, so my daughter's Gen Z, and
So you mean it
if they're
literally.
missing, yeah, if they're missing something, it's on us. Just like we blame shit on our parents. You know, I got a video flaming boomers, bro, flaming them. I haven't released it. Like going sick on boomer men.
Just felt some type of way one day.
Yep, I seen a video. Uh, a older guy talking bad about the generation and this and lazy and weak. I bring that topic up all the time. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like we don't know history, you know? Like we don't know y'all sat on the sideline of the feminist movement. Like I kind of went crazy, you know.
I'm trying to
But
hear.
yeah, I'll release it one day when somebody piss me off.
One day.
When somebody piss me off again,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
probably release it. You know,
Donald
I think
Trump.
I just need to get it off my chest. I need to get it
I
off my
feel it. You just
chest.
need to
You know.
exist in the universe.
Yeah.
You,
I mean,
you had to get out of the ether.
to tell the truth, man, it's like therapy for me, man. YouTube is like therapy for me, man. Whether I'm listening, whether I'm talking, like, because off of this, I'm very quiet. I'm very reserved. It's weird. Like I said it before. Like I have no problem talking to people, making friends. I have no problem, but it's like I don't want to a lot.
Crazy.
I don't.
Terrible.
So you know, I'm not that outgoing. That's why I call myself a sociable loner. You know, I meant that. I meant that. He says
So you're more of
connect
a
the dot.
connector.
Not really. No. And what I mean by sociable loner is that I can walk into a room, I can feel comfortable. I don't have
Anxiety.
that anxiety.
Hmm.
No, I don't have that uncomfortableness around other people. You know, I can approach women, talk to women. I can make, you know what I mean? I feel comfortable there, but I much rather be by myself all the time. It's weird, y'all. It's weird. You know, some people,
Nothing wrong about that.
yeah, introverted, extrovert.
Yes, tough.
I mean, the reality of it is that most folks are ambiverts, and it's just a percentage of which one you are predominantly, right?
Yeah,
So an ambivert
Mm.
is somebody that's both, somebody that can exist in both
no dice.
uh, external and internal social constructs, and that just means that you just hang out. Sometimes you want to be by yourself, sometimes you don't want to be by yourself, and people have different lanes. Some people lean introvert, where it's like, yeah, I like hanging out, but a majority of my time I would rather, be by myself or in internal or self-contained, spaces. And then you have some folks that are, sometimes it's the vice versa. They want to hang out and read a book sometimes, but a lot of time they'd rather go party. That's kind of what forces us to frame people into one. But ultimately, most people have psychological tendencies that fire off both directions. They usually just have more of one than the other.
That's a great assessment. Yeah, that I never
It
thought
is.
of it. So it's more nuanced than just when people say, "I'm an introvert, I'm an extrovert." Like, come on, you want to party all the time, or you an introvert, or you just want to sit in the house all the time? So you're right. We do kind of lean more so one way or the other, but most of us are pretty much in the middle. But we do lean, like for example, I can use my
Yes.
left hand, but I'm not left-handed. But I know how to use it. I can't write with it,
Right.
but I'm predominantly right. But I
Yeah,
need both. So it's like it's just, some people it's the opposite. It's
exactly.
just
That's
interesting.
me. That's that's me. I can use my left hand, but I'm right-handed.
but you'd be devastated if you lost that left hand. Because that's like,
Yeah,
even though you're
Right?
you
predominantly
need it.
right,
Yeah,
yeah, you need it.
you need it. You need it. You know. So
It's interesting,
yeah. But once I get comfortable, with a person, like you ain't gonna shut me up. You know what I mean? I'm quiet as fuck, personally. But if I'm comfortable with you, you ain't gonna shut me up, man. It's weird.
yeah. I don't know. I think it's
Yeah,
just
you
human
could.
nature.
Yeah, you
I
could
would
put a
hope that's the
label on
case.
it, but you know,
Introverted, extrovert.
That's the
I
importance of
just
the comfort zone, right?
these terms are modern terms, by the way. Like, I just can't imagine like even 500 or even maybe 200 years ago, before maybe like Siegfried and Roy, and they Carl Jung, before they terminalized or made or put words to things that have always been within human nature, and then we intellectualize it so much, and now it's like, oh, we're introvert, we're extrovert. It's like, dude, this
yeah.
has been human. This has been all of us for thousands of years. It's not,
That's
But
basically what
some
my last. That's basically what my last upload. The one before the last travel vlog, bro. Yeah, that's what it's saying. It's new name for old school game.
oh,
Like it's the same shit, bro.
you got people who make it
no.
sound smarter or more uh sophisticated, and then people use those words. It's like, no, that sounds like that's nah, that ain't it.
Sometimes you need that though, right? Because it's like sometimes you gotta think back then you might be somebody that was going through clinical depression, and they're like, boy ain't right, throw him in some hot water, like, so sometimes or like
That's true. That's
you
true.
might you have Tourette syndrome, and
Yeah,
now you have Tourette syndrome. You might be a little strange, but to get over it. You had Tourette syndrome in the 1600s in Salem, Massachusetts, and you were a
You get
woman.
burned.
Well, now you're being burned for being a witch.
Yeah.
So it's like we do
that's the
need some of the
extreme. Yeah,
terms. I
that's
mean,
the
Okay.
obviously
extreme
they're
you talking
extremes,
about.
but within those lie intermediaries that are that occur enough that we should be wary of them, if not at least respectful of the fact that they exist. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
some of these new terms
That's,
though is straight BS, man.
it's
It's
overkill.
just
It's
yeah.
overkill.
But
It's over
but you know what?
terminalized.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's not for us to determine that because that's just not for us.
Like
So it's like
narcissist. He's a
the same, right? Yo, workman, workman's comp. There is a point where cats are like, workman's comp. What kind of? They're already paying you to be there. Your compensation's your job, son. Like, so it's like always contextually looking back, what's new is always going to be othering, and what's othering is always going to be easier to look at from a critical eye. Even for the most even tempered of us, there's going to be some shit where it's like it catches you like, hold on now, but you got to remember it's not supposed to be normalized within one generation, or maybe it's not supposed to be normalized for us But if that next generation can come by now and say, hey, I think I'm depressed, or hey, I think I have like a bipolar episode. I snapped on somebody some other day. We know those are actual things, and they're not just out here capping. So it's important if not for us, for that next generation to have the ability to weed some out, because some of that stuff will, be bullshit. But some of it that we think might not be, and who's for us? We have to leave that to the generations that have to actually live and experience those terms the entirety of their lives to figure out, whether or not that's relevant.
I feel you.
Okay, I get.
I feel you, but some of it's bullshit.
I know. Hey, yo, I ain't asking you to sign a treaty or nothing. I'm just saying what we meant.
What the hell do we need a new term for that for? It's always been this, and nothing changed about it. And they're even describing it the same way. They just call it something different. It's like, man, but I get what you're saying. Some things do need to be redefined because certain, they're always doing research. They're always finding out shit, new stuff, adding layers and layers. But some of it is just like, didn't need to change that.
Or add on to it. Like they'll change it or they'll add on to it. And then TJ's got a point. And there's some things that we just like, oh, that wasn't really, that's trauma. You're not supposed to be hitting your kids with no belts and stitches. And you probably should like move away from that. And that makes sense. But to older generations, they would say, oh, you're just sissies. And so I get it. Like for me, I would say, no, I don't agree with that. But for someone older than me, they'll say, you're just soft, you're weak. And so you're right. Like it's not meant for us, all these different terms.
Generational.
Yeah. But just some things though, you gotta admit.
I feel it. It's not for, and again, there's gonna be some things that we don't rock with just because they're not for us. And I have concerns. There is some stuff, there is like my mom's, for a while didn't really get all the internet computer clicky stuff I was doing in the house, despite the fact that she used to literally work at Packard Bell. But the internet was speeding up and expanding in such a way that she is entirely outside of the loop. She knew though that it seemed like it would be important for a generation other than her, so she was never in here like, what you doing on a damn computer? Why you always clicking or clack? She was always supportive of it. I mean, it's worked out. So I try to be cognizant.
Yeah. Michael Alexander says, have you guys heard of Morgellons?
I'm telling you, bro.
Most of the things you're saying, I haven't heard of.
Where is there? Do you have a channel? Am I just not tapped in? Because it feels like if you want to be the cat that puts that information out there for us to disseminate, then hey, speak your truth.
Jelly Bean says, let's get in the mood to celebrate Pride Month. June is almost here. I'm planning on attending some protests with the brothers. More power to you, Jelly Bean. More power to you, bro.
What protest?
Your brother, your sister. I don't know.
Protesting against Pride Month? Is that what the protest is?
I don't know.
I've never heard of that before. Protesting against.
Are you hoping they're gonna be less gay?
I don't know if they're protesting. I don't know what they're protesting, man. So, Jelly Bean, if you want to clarify, are you protesting for or against Pride Month? Because it doesn't seem clear.
Can you be a Pride protester at Pride Month? Are you just an attendant?
They said celebrate Pride Month.
So
maybe they're protest. Yeah. So they're. I guess they would be.
Are you just general protests because the country is also on the verge of civil war?
I don't know.
Protesting with the brothers.
Honestly, I just stay in my lane. He says, supporting their lifestyle.
Okay, hey,
we are
not gonna lie, you had us there in the first half.
We are protesting against Musk and Trump. We are protesting for passion. Yeah.
You're not about to. Okay, I was about to say you're not about to clip farm me. I'm not about to show
Support.
up to my LinkedIn tonight.
More
Like, did
power
you
to you,
know
Jelly
that
Bean.
TJ is a homophobe? Nah. Okay, yeah, no, that's what's up. That's wild that we live in. I thought that we already did the gay marriage arc. Like, it's crazy that they got to fight for that shit twice. Like, isn't that double jeopardy? Like, can you? You know, I mean, obviously, it's it's taking more Jews than that. It's like
I thought it was enshrined into law.
I thought we all came to an agreement this time.
I don't know how I don't know if it's ever really been tested. I don't follow it or what's going on.
Oh no, they tested the shit out of it. They're trying to bring back Don't Ask, Don't Tell, as far as I'm aware, which is crazy because I came into the Army just as they were getting rid of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and it turned out a lot of Rangers and sappers and general badassery folks were gay as fuck. I thought we were all like, all right, cool, so they can do the job. Good talk. Continue the fuck on. But now, for some reason, we're reiterating it, and it's like, I don't like the Army's such a thankless fucking job. Just if somebody wants to serve, let them serve, bro. There was nothing in my experience that I felt I should be gatekeeping. Nothing in the experience was like, nope, you can't have that.
Let people live, man. If they're not bothering me, if they're not,
And they're like, well, but you do have to serve and be willing to give your life up for the country, but we don't want you saying that you're gay. Like, that's crazy. Like, give them that at the very least, right? If they're willing to die for the country, I would say, listen, you want to say you're a woman, you're a girl, you want to wear a dress, I don't care. You're my brother in arms, sister in arms, whatever. We in this together. It's different now.
We need to legalize polygamy. This is the next uphill battle for freedom and equality. I'm not protesting for it because I don't want it for myself, to be honest. I think if you guys want to protest for that, I'm for it.
As long as they make as long as there's a tax structure for it.
As long as you guys are able to protest, then go ahead, man.
As long as a throuple is paying 1/3 more taxes than a couple.
Yeah. They would need a different
pay more taxes. Yeah, y'all gotta figure a tax situation out. You definitely are not about to have 19 folks claiming they're a couple, and then you're no. You got 3,890. Actually, no. Would that work better? No, sorry.
Yeah, they would pay.
Let me get back to that. We might need to legalize polygamy because the economy is in a bit of a rut right now. If for no other reason, just the next uphill battle for keeping Social Security around until I leave. Extra.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. That's a lot of protesting, bro. There's a lot of protesting, man. You protesting for gay rights and polygamy rights.
It's that fire hose, brother. That's you gotta. Sometimes some people can catch more with their bucket than we can. I sure as fuck can't, but some people can.
Some people want to. I don't care to.
I'm not protesting. I'm not protesting anything right now. I'm not protesting anything right now, bro.
Like, if I'm not directly personally affected by it, like, gay rights, like, hey, what am I protesting for? I'm for it, but I'm not going to go out there and say, yeah, they should have it. I think that's the job of those who are gay, and they big boys and girls. They can fight for themselves and they got what they wanted. They got to legalize. I'm for it. It's like people who stood together say, we go legalize marijuana. Okay, I'm not for it at all. I've seen the destruction of it. I'm not a fan, but it's enough people who's like, I want to make this happen. Okay, you go protest for it. It's just a grass, man. Hey, man, you go. You got the money, you got the resources. Go get go get it. Gay marriage legalized. What? Polygamy? Listen. I've been around polygamy. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I agree with that because I know a lot of people who are polygamous, and it is a very interesting way of life. Put it that way. And it's not always just a.
Okay, there we go. This is cute. He's trolling. He's like one of those ironic. I'm so left that it's absurd. That's adorable.
East meat today will be looked at as complacent, but systematic powers of hatred and defense stand up, rile up. We can do this.
So it's safe to say
Okay.
that everything he just said, he's actually against it. Like the opposite
That's
of it.
I don't
adorable.
know. I don't.
That's,
I don't like.
hey,
It is what
a
it
lot of
is, man.
cats, a lot of cats just wake up and come on the internet and they have a role that they want to play,
Maybe
and it
that
doesn't
would
even
be like
necessarily conform with their personal life.
that would be an extreme leftist.
Yeah,
But like I
I get
said,
it.
man, it is what it is, man.
I'm really, really trying to like. I want to eat Indian, but the problem with Indian food is like they don't make single serving portions of it. Like, dog, I don't need 96 people's worth of biryani. I need one me and possibly a girlfriend that wakes up later is worth at best. Sorry,
The
I'm
elite
distracted.
feel like
Watch
this. If you don't use your brain, you are an animal, and they can do as they please.
That's true. That's true. You
Yeah.
know,
Mm.
you have to try to stay at least one step ahead or be lockstep with them in the way they think. So that way you don't get trapped or caught in their trap in the way that they
Yeah,
want
but
you to go.
that's the problem. Everybody has their own cause. Everybody has their own cause or their own battle that they're fighting. You know, and I feel like they are recruiting other people who don't give a damn about their battle or their cause. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
mean,
that's just the way the world works. Yeah.
that's the internet, right?
Yeah.
A bunch of people with a bunch of ties
Instead of
against another
fighting,
bunch of people with a bunch of causes.
instead of instead of fighting their own battles, they're like, "Hey, come fight this battle." I'm the recruiter. You know, I want to enlist you so you could come fight
Right?
this battle with me. You know, but
A lot of cats will be like, "Hey, stop fighting the battle you're fighting to come fight this battle. I need it. Help."
yeah.
It's like, okay, little buddy,
But
best of luck to you.
if it's worthy, you know, I will spread the message, but it don't mean I'm gonna fight the battle.
I left it.
Kamal says, Michael Alexander, are you saying Morgellons can induce homosexuality?
Wait,
Wow.
is this like the Alex Jones? They're turning the frogs gay thing.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about this right here, man. At
Apparently,
all.
Morgellons is some sort of skin disease.
It's
So
just not.
I don't know what that
I'm not faking anything. I'm seriously trying to save lives, and I'm genuine.
is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, genuine. Are you really
Kamal,
Yeah.
check out all the info that I put in live chat today. Check out Sabrina Wallace.
Yeah, these are rabbit holes. He wasn't kidding.
Yeah, but that's why I asked you to come on, Michael, because
Rabbit hole digging enthusiast.
yeah, that's why I asked you to come on or hit me up in the back. Hit me up on the email, and you know what I mean. It'd be a little easier because you're typing in the live chat. You know, there's a lot. It's not a lot going on. It's not going to be seen by a lot of people. To be honest, it's not going to be seen by a lot of people. I got 12 people in here, and 3 of them are on the panel. You know what I'm saying? And one of them is you. So,
Why you didn't mean it like this? Is funny. One of them is him though. All these depictions are accurate thus far. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just chill out and have Indian for dinner when my girl is awake. We can actually physically go to the Indian spot and eat something.
each one teach one. No, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
But I still need.
Somebody
I need to
teach
be
me how
taught.
to determine
Yeah,
how
I
to.
mean,
Me too. Like he threw out a lot out there, man. He threw a lot of stuff at the wall. I'm like, yeah, man, just picking up one of those things and going with it. Like
one of
that's a
those
lot
is
of
a
work.
rabbit. Yeah,
That's a
one
lot
of
of work.
those is a rabbit hole.
It's
And then he
work.
threw out like 5 or 6 or 7 things.
It's
You
work.
know what
I mean, you could spend, you would need to spend at least 10, 20 hours on each subject just to get a basic understanding of
A
that thing.
glimpse.
Yeah, a glimpse even. I said basic understanding. A glimpse would be more accurate. You know,
To be able to say, okay, I know what you're talking about.
right,
So
to some extent.
this info is time sensitive.
Like Mission Impossible, is the message gonna self-destruct in 15 minutes? Or I feel mildly threatened if it's self-destructing.
I get it, man.
No, I get it.
Smash that like button, guys. Smash the like button, man. If you haven't done it, it's free. It's free, man.
It don't cost no
Don't
money.
cost nothing, man. 4 hours. 4 hours.
See,
it goes fast, man. It goes fast, man. I ain't gonna lie.
How y'all feel about the great work that Trump is doing, your president? How y'all feel about him right now? It's 100-some days.
I live in Vietnam. Best of luck to y'all, because man,
4 hours for that to come up. 4 hours for that to come up.
It's June, buddy. It's too early to even. It's too early to even ask. It's June. It's only. I know it feels like it's been a while, but it's only been 4 months and some change.
I feel the
what
same
you
way.
mean?
You gotta let it play out, man.
4 months and 10 days. That's not even a third of the first quarter of the second half. Don't get tired now. No, we all let this happen together. We were all part of the permissive environment that allowed this shit to run back because we didn't like the fact that that old guy was dying of dementia. We were like, it can't be worse than having someone that's actively having their brain functions decline and cancer kick in. And now we're finding out, hey.
Maybe it would have been best to keep him in office.
Have you guys heard of Agenda 2030? No, because somebody was just talking about Agenda 2027.
Look, you're gonna have to put a dossier or like a reading list or something aside for me because I can't even figure out ordering food right now. I don't know how I'm supposed to watch a 3-hour documentary and come back to you.
I want this chicken biryani. No, I'll wait till my girl. We'll go out.
Bro, our level of struggle are entirely like we're different with different orders of magnitude right now.
I agree, though, man. Put something. That's why I keep asking you. Put something together, man. Put something together. Email it to me, man. Email it to me, man.
Make it
Juice, I appreciate that, bro. I really do appreciate that. Because I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm not gonna have time to study everything that you put in this chat today. I'm not gonna have time.
Breeze just kicked in. It almost doesn't even feel like it's 92 right now. Sorry, that was such a refreshing statement that it literally cooled down the air around me.
Yeah, man. Man, I would. And Icy's gonna be on soon. I think Icy goes live at like 4:55 or something like
that. Japan time?
No. Japan, I think.
No. U.S. time. Hey, let me check. Let me check real quick. Let's see. Oh no, she's going later today.
Probably has a late client.
I see 6:45 a.m. So that's my time. So basically 4 hours and 40 minutes from now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. That's enough time for me to sleep and wake up.
Right, I'm telling you, bro. We're at 4 hours. You call it right now, you can actually get a whole nap and everything.
Yeah. I'm usually watching her stream, giving baths and all that good stuff.
Getting people ready for school and packing milk, juice boxes. Yeah, I feel it. That's your parenting BGM. Well, grandparenting BGM, depending on who.
He says, if you just read one document, then you understand. Silent Weapon for Quiet Wars. You can download it online.
some of it a bit. Some of it is a lot of it to me is a bit much though. Hmm. Like I know people who really got into the whole flat Earth thing, and then it's the what's the moon landing real. I'm like, dude, does it fucking matter? Like, okay, you're living on Earth. Why does it? You're living on it. Why does it matter if it's
Some
flat or
people,
round?
it's like the truth is out there type shit.
Yeah,
Just
but
they gotta know
I know you
why.
understand. Like, why does it? Why does it matter?
Elizabeth Tate with the throwback response. So I give
You gotta
credit for
put that
those
live
lady
button in.
boys. Living. Damn. I give credit for those lady boys. They're very honest about their identities.
Did you see
Yeah,
the shower for lunch yesterday?
shout out to them.
Well, at least they have some level of integrity, so it seems. Whereas in
Yeah.
America, the way they treat it here is they want to, they want. I'm sorry, this is crazy. They want to walk into women's bathrooms. They want to, oh, I'm a lady now, or they want to participate in women's sports. Like they just want, and it's like an invasion. It's not just enough for them to be that. Now we have to make you uncomfortable for our own exist. Like it's strange. But it seems like in the Philippines or in Thailand, at least they have like, this is who we are. You know, I'm gonna let you know who I am. I'm not gonna try to trick you. We're not trying to do nothing weird. Okay, cool. In America, we just take things and just go overboard with stuff. I don't get it.
That's the American way.
It's the American way.
Push it to the limit.
Drag
But
queen. It's strange.
yeah, like now that I like obviously when I was raising my daughter, I didn't have to worry about that. When she was little. Now it's scary. It is scary. The thought of biological male being in the bathroom. And I send my 6-year-old granddaughter in there because we're out all the time. It's always us. I don't really have help here. Like I was saying, I really don't have help here with my grandkids. So she's with me all the time, and we're out at the store. Pop, I gotta use the bathroom, and it's scary, bro. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's scary. Because I can't stick my head in that bathroom to see who's in there. I can't. Maybe I can now. I don't know. Can I? Can I?
Yeah, you just have to
Can
say
I
you're a
go in the
woman.
women's? Could I go in
Hold
the
on,
women's bathroom and say, "Hey, let me check who's in here"? I don't. I don't know.
Is a
I
question
don't
you have
want.
to ask somebody with children.
Yeah, I don't want to because that's the reason why I'm nervous about
Right?
sending her in there. So
and that's the point.
that's
Additional
the
reasons
scary
to be
part.
worried.
That it's just like
Any man with a daughter who thinks the way you think, that's that's the whole point. Like in terms of why you don't want someone who transitions or claims that who are they, whatever. Like, okay, cool, but why can't you just continue using the bathroom that you've been using? Like that's by like. But as a man, it's like, wait a second, you gonna want to put some hands on somebody. I will. Yeah,
for me.
listen, if I see a man walking out the women's bathroom and I know my daughter was in there at the same time, he's gonna get the hand. I don't know what happened in there in that brief period of time. He's going to see it. He's going to get his ass whipped like he was a grown man. He just got a dress on like everybody else. Like that's not no.
But
For
now
me.
here's the problem: is
It's
it
you
starts to
gotta
come
kind of
into
it goes
that.
both ways, man. It's like you understand the situation that some people are in and with their identities and all that stuff. I understand that absolutely. I do. Um, but at the same time, how far do you go with it?
There has to be some sort of moderation, though, because it's like you have the we can always tell crowd, and they just beat the shit out of, like I think like a 13-year-old like girl that wasn't even like not trans, not lesbian, just had a tomboy haircut, and two men just beat this kid in the fucking hospitalization because they were afraid. Like that, it started because it's like how afraid, really, like what do you think is happening in bathroom environments to the point where we're just beating the shit out of somebody because we think that they might look the wrong gender. Like, because it
I
would
don't
be a
know.
one thing if this was like a crazy epidemic that was happening, but like for most part, most of the creepy shit still happening to kids by dudes in the States, or dudes going in the bathrooms after kids, are like by male presenting dude ass looking dudes. So it's like, is
Yeah.
the problem, gender neutral bathrooms, or is the problem that like we've developed a culture where perverts don't think they can get the shit beat out of them?
No, but that is like, it's not many places you go that you don't have your eye on your kid, though. You know what I mean? So when they're in that bathroom, it's just there is this apprehension. There just is, man.
The fear of
You
the
know?
unknown.
Yeah.
But it's like all you can
But
do at that point is,
honestly,
just do your best.
honestly, the truth is though, that may be me watching too much fucking, excuse my language, too much social media, because honestly, where I live at, you don't even see a lot of transgenders. If we're being totally honest, there's a lot of gays.
True.
We don't even see a lot of them. You know,
Yeah.
That'd be
Bring
a big part of it sometimes.
yeah.
and gay
Like
people
it's
are
like a
already a
lot of the
minority.
people that are
I
worried.
said I said this before. You know what I mean? My ex girlfriend's son transitioned. I raised him.
Cool.
And I don't have a problem saying him. You know, even though she was born as a female, I don't have a problem saying him. You know,
And that's what I'm
I lo-
saying. It's the
I love him.
personalization of it.
Yeah,
Because imagine he was
from
minding his own business,
from
had to
eight
pee,
to
like
from
very
8 to 20, I raised him. You know what I mean?
dressed like a dude, goes into a bathroom, like the men's bathroom, and then, somebody tries some slick shit because they're like, oh, that's a pervert going in there. Oh, you want to come in here and be with the boys, huh? Like, that suddenly that shit doesn't sound as kosher. I mean, and that's really what it is. A lot of cats that have these crazy ass nightmares about like, well, what if the trans man follows my like girl into like they live in like Nebraska, where one trans person, like, everybody knows Trans Jeff, and like Trans Jeff's not going anywhere unnoticed. Like Trans
Yeah,
Jeff's never snuck
it gets
nowhere.
personal. It
Like,
gets personalized, and it changes. Even though I never really had a problem, but like I said, from no 7, not 8, 7 to 20. Um, and you see why people are, and I think sometimes it gets overblown. I think sometimes it's overblown, but for the most part, like, we all knew what was happening. We all knew that this is how this child was when they were younger. So when he came out, we weren't surprised. We weren't surprised at all. You know, like,
that's
oh,
how it is
okay,
most of the
fine.
time.
We all knew. Like, we all knew. So it's like, whatever. We
Well,
support you. And then
to
we
be honest,
have
like
we have family members. There's only a very, very few that didn't want to. Oh, I'm not saying he. Then you don't have to be around.
Right. I mean, that's just a
Then you don't
generational
have to
thing.
be around. You don't have to be around. That's fine. You know, because it was like, it wasn't like he sought the attention. He's very quiet, reserved to himself. You know what I mean? And maybe that's how most of this demographic is. I don't know enough of them, but like I said, I know this one particular individual in the way, um, they acted. They never went to no protests. You know what I'm saying? They don't support the extremism. You know, so
live and let
it is
live.
what it is. Yeah, that's it.
I think
Um,
if it's not affecting anyone else's life negatively or directly, then it's like,
yeah.
okay, cool. Do you? That
Ryan's back in the building. He says being gay is not a choice; it's a fact. I don't know.
it's
I
a
don't know
fact.
that. I don't know that for sure. Man. You know what I
You
mean?
said it's an effect. What does that mean? Like
I know
it's
that there were gays. There's always been gays. From my
no. What is
knowledge, there's always been gays. Them Romans was fruity. So Like they
Oh,
deserve our love. The Ryan says the LGBTQIAs are woke. Define woke.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna give you an icy it's an icy move right now. Define woke. You gotta define woke. If you could tell me what woke is, you know,
They deserve our love.
tell
tell
me
you
what
whether or not I
woke
support
is
it.
and what it means, yeah. And what the original meaning of it was. Ray MC Gunner says, I think some of it is exaggerated, but there's some crazy MFs and some crazy ideas you see online. And when you see that stuff, you tend to think it's the whole community, and it isn't. I
That's
agree.
what they say about us, though, right?
That's what they say about everything. A lot of things, you know, a lot of things, man. Especially if you're seeing it online. That's why it's important to absolutely, Ryan. You could come up.
Yeah, man.
I don't support woke people.
But that's the problem, man. And that's why I keep saying, bro, what do you mean by woke? Because up until recently, woke was in the black community. It was a black term in the black
Hey, well,
community.
You're right. You're woke.
yo,
Like if you was
Childish
woke,
Gambino had
you
just dropped a "Stay Woke" song before any of this like woke, anti-woke discourse started, and it was a soul bop because that's a term from the soul era.
And
Like,
but that term has been around for decades.
but it
yeah,
Decades.
actually meant something.
the,
It
the
meant
soul era
something.
was a half a century ago. So I mean,
Ryan, what up,
Hey,
brother?
boys. Hey,
How
Blake.
you
How are you,
doing?
buddy? How are you?
here you are,
Hello.
hanging in there.
Hello. That's good. I'm freezing my ass off out here. I'm freezing my ass off. It's freezing out here. Woo.
Where you at?
Well, I'm on this bloody highway. I live near a highway. Ah, God. Yeah. It's out in the back more. You know?
So why don't you support woke people?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There we
put us on. Who are the woke, and why are you not banging with them?
go.
This isn't a gotcha or anything. I legitimately, I'm not tapped in enough. I live in a communist country. We're more worried about building roundabouts and the price of Comtem.
See, this is woke is basically an American term. You know what I mean? It's an American term. We got to be careful when we see things like, and then we don't understand the context of what it's used in. Like I think this happens to Americans in America a lot. You know, everybody likes to say, "Oh, America isn't the greatest country." I don't believe that it is. I just know that the target is always on America. And what's going on in America. Let's be real. Let's be real. I don't know anything about what's going on in Europe politics, in Vietnam politics, in politics in the Philippines, in politics in
That is certainly a
Thailand,
very American stance to have.
Colombia. I don't.
Oh,
I don't.
oh, no.
And maybe there are people in Vietnam that don't give a damn about America now. But I know that,
Sure.
it's just so it's you got to admit that though, man. You got a man from Australia
Hello.
talking about wokeness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hello.
But I understand. I know Ryan. I know Hoey. I know he's a good dude. You know what I mean? So,
Hi.
I
But
know
I
he
can
is.
be passionate or something, you know. But when it comes to like either people being woke and that sort of shit, which I don't particularly like, but anyway, they have their own agenda, like the gay and lesbians have their own agenda of pushing it on us, using pronouns on us, other bullshit, which I absolutely 100% disagree with, which is completely fucking stupid, you know. But, and all the other issues I had over the years, I mean, come on, people. You think they haven't
Well,
been
what
through it?
issues? Give us an example here.
Okay, issues. Oh my, let's see. Racism here in Australia is, oh my god, it's just can get pretty bad. Ooh. We have like an Aboriginal community here in Australia that you can't say certain words to them anymore. But you can't be racist. I've been called racist myself. Trust me, I have. Oh, believe me, I've been called racist. Back in my high school days, I was called racist. So, and defining why I was called racist because I put the country of origin first and then what I said afterwards. You know? And she called me racist. This bitch called me racist. And I really wasn't. Define is putting a country of origin first and what you say afterwards. Is that racist? Is that racist? Yes or no?
I didn't hear you. Say that again.
Is
Yeah,
putting the country of
you're
origin
cutting in and out.
Is a country of putting the country of origin first, and then saying afterwards, is that racist? Putting the country of origin first, is that racist or not? Yes or no?
Like, can you explain what you're like? Can you structure out the thing that you're giving example wise? Because it's hard to deal with it as just rhetoric.
Pretty much, what I said was I called her a South African black bitch. She's being a bitch to me, so you know, so that's what I said to her. So you know, that's what I said.
I mean,
in America,
we would definitely fist fight you for that.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be honest. In America, that's kind of crossing the line. But it's America.
I'll be right back. My sandwich just got here. I picked sandwich, by the way. I'll be right back.
I don't know how it is in Australia. I don't know how it is in Australia. In America, so you're saying like you said like if I was to say you not to say I would ever say this. You
just say that again.
You
can say
Puerto Rican so and so.
Yeah.
Australian so and so. Yeah, that honestly here you would be called out for that.
Oh, okay.
You would be. Here you would be. In America.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what
you would be. I don't know if that means you're racist, but you definitely could be, and there's a high probability that you would be called racist here.
Okay.
But that's
but I just when she said I said what? I got stunned when she said it to me. Really?
But I just want to explain to you like what woke means. Because a lot of people use it. I know it's almost like what we were talking about earlier when people say you come up with a new term for things. And I think when I was on Icy the other day, I was kind of trying to explain this, what woke really means. So when you say woke, I may think something different initially.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because growing up for me, woke meant something good. It meant being aware of the system. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Being aware of things going on around you.
Yeah.
Being aware that basically like now everybody that rails against today's wokeness would be considered woke somehow or another by my definition.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Because the meaning for us, it sort of means they're awoken, but they just push their own agenda to try to change what we say. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You're saying that the system is against you. You got to be where that's originally what woke meant. It just wasn't used against other people.
Yeah.
It wasn't used against other people. It was used against the system. So what we've done is taken it and now we're using it against people.
Yes. Against ourselves.
Yes.
There you go.
Just my opinion of it.
Yeah.
Or let's say, for example, let's just use a popular example that we can all see, which is the movie industry. Like there are some things like, I mean, I'm gonna use this example. The Little Mermaid movie that came out. You know, you have a black Ariel, but yet it's the character historically was this blue, blonde-eyed, blonde-haired woman. And it's like, wait a second, and I'm black, and I'm thinking that's not. It's like it's taking a character that's been historically of one character and
Yeah.
race swapping it, or ethnic swapping it, or something swapping it, or it can be vice versa. Maybe it was a black character, and they're superimposed, and we know what that looks like. We call that blackface, and we don't like it when it's done to us. So we have an issue when you have a character and it's been blackface by someone else of a different race or race
Mm.
swap, and we have an issue with it. But it's okay if we do it. So that's an example of woke being used against people. Whereas
Yeah.
woke in the time of the 70s and 60s, or when we invented it, is because you put your fist up in the air, you grew up the afro, and you understood Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and you it's like, okay, I'm not gonna let the white man put me down. That was actual wokeism,
Let's go. What up,
and that
brother?
that was real. Now it's kind of like it's an excuse to it's an excuse to push something, to change something that was not meant to be changed intentionally. It almost like to purposely piss people off, just to say like, I can do it and there's nothing you can
Woke,
do about it. But it
woke
has
means
nothing to
that you
do
know
with ethics.
thyself. Woke means that you know thyself. I agree. That's part of it. Yeah. But see, for me,
That's
it's
not
like
about wokeism.
I reject the new meaning of woke. I reject it. Just like we were talking about earlier, man. Come up with a different name for it. Come up with his own name, man. Don't take something
Mm.
that's good and twist it into mean something bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Juice says I consider myself woke about 4 decades ago, but I'm a late comer to understanding the modern use of the term. My interpretation of being woke is different from your definition of it.
Mm.
Woke is actually knowledge, right? It's having a deeper knowledge of the thing. It's that Dr. Amos. It's that those guys in the 90s and those old.
I think woke goes back to the 60s, bro.
Well, I'm thinking 90s because that's just where I was, where I've learned it from mostly. But you're right, it does go back to like your time, your era, where it started. But even in the 90s, it was like, okay, yeah, that's a
Ain't that old, but
certain level of knowledge that, yeah, we that's different. But woke is like, what is this? I don't even know what it's like an input. I don't know what that is, but they
today
took
I don't
another
know what
word,
I don't know what the hell. Yeah,
they took a word and bastardized it somehow, flipped it, turned it, flipped it around, and they call it one thing. They made something good and turned it evil, in my opinion.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Do I have
Exactly.
to go
They
along
did.
with your the new definition of woke? We were just talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cisco, Cisco crazy. Back in the 60s when I yeah.
What do you say?
thank you for laughing.
Ain't that old, man. Ray says your parents and grandparents watched white people play Egyptians on
Yeah,
TV or movies for years. Yeah.
and we hated it.
Yeah.
That's
Just like
another
yeah,
example.
just like we didn't like it. Well, I don't really care about that stuff. I'll be honest. A lot of it I don't care about. Because it's just entertainment and it's just distractions. A lot of it. I don't
But
care what color area. I don't care. Hold on one second. Hold on one second, guys.
Hey, that was noisy. Oh gosh.
I think that's one of his grandkids, which is crazy because he doesn't look like a grandfather. He's like he said, I was like, you
I
mean like one
know.
of your kids? He
I
said, no,
know.
grandkids. I was like, what?
I'm an uncle. What is that? Look at me. Wait.
Like I was saying, man. Like Ariel, Ariel. It's a fictional character, though. Why are we up in arms about a fictional character?
Yeah.
I don't care what color she is. You know, like it's fake.
Yeah,
It's a mermaid.
It's a mermaid.
Like,
No legs.
stupid,
No legs. A
man.
fish sack. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the hell?
Spider-Man.
Images don't matter.
It's
Just like
fake,
having a
man.
tits.
It's
I mean, hello.
fake.
Okay. Fake
Like, I don't
news.
give a shit. I'm out here living real life, man.
That's real, yeah.
And people got
Then
time to
there's the
argue
real
about
life.
fictional Disney characters.
Oh fuck! Disney's gone to
And
the.
it,
Disney's gone from the penthouse to the shit house. I'm gonna say that.
real life shit right there.
Fuck. Disney's just gone.
Yeah. That was loud, man. That was loud here. I can imagine what it sounded like in through the microphone.
It wasn't too bad.
That's bad Snap White movie. Oi, hello.
I don't know, man.
God.
Nothing happens by
Hello.
chance. Yeah.
I know something about entertainment, though. You got a point about it being, everyone knows it's fake, but then there's like truth to fiction in a lot of ways. And if, for example, we see enough people that we know should be represented that looks like us on screen, but there's someone else playing that role that we know should look like us, then historically we've always had an issue with it because it does affect our own self-esteem because you don't see any representation of yourself, even if it's in a media standpoint. It can be in music, it can be in film. These things are very powerful mediums that shape the consciousness. Like it can shape how you feel and think about yourself and how other people feel and think about you. So for example, we know the stereotypes of certain things about Black people that we don't want perpetuated into the world. And so like the gang banging thing, we know one movie that gets popular enough that travels around the world. Now you got people in Thailand. When we go over there, they'll say things like, "Oh, the N word." They'll be comfortable saying things like that. They do it here in America.
We
You
can't
got
say
white
that.
kids. Why do they say it? Why do they say it? Because you got
We don't
white
say
kids here in
I would
America
never say
saying
that.
it because Travis Scott says these things. You can say, "Oh, it's just entertainment. It's all fake," and you can consciously know it, but it gets into your subconscious, and now you got white kids saying things that would have got them beaten up just 30 years ago. They're saying the same thing. That's because of entertainment. It's not because they were taught that by their parents,
Yeah.
but it's because of the
I
music
mean,
and
I
the
get
movies that they
that part.
watch. And all
I
that.
get that part, entertainment. But Travis Scott is a real person. You know what I'm saying? Travis Scott is a real person, at least. You know what I
It's still
mean?
entertainment. It's fictional. The things he's rapping about, he doesn't actually live in his real life. Most of these
No.
rappers, they're talking about things like what happened in the street, what I saw, but not something that he
Yeah, they
actually
talking
did.
about other people.
Maybe Jay-Z did. Like you have a few T.I., a handful of people who actually lived that life they rap about, but a lot of those people don't even survive long enough to get to that stage. So they talk about things they see. Exactly.
I mean, you've seen the younger and younger kids that are actually living it. They're actually
Which is
living
stupid.
it. You know,
They're not making any money from it. But that's because why are they living it? Because of people like, and I hate to say it, and I like Tupac and I like Biggie, but it's because of that narrative that they paint, how they talk about women. Now you're gonna start thinking, well, this is how you
music
and
industry is
you should
controlled
be
by
looking
them.
at it as entertainment. But it gets in your head. Now you start calling the B word, the A word, the N word, like, and you don't even realize you're doing these things. So yeah, unfortunately, if it's fake, if it's entertainment, it doesn't. We don't process it as that in our head. We see it, we listen to it, and it becomes real.
All right. I grew up in, like I said, I remember the protest of Two Live Crew. You know what I mean? Like,
wow.
I remember when they were protesting that, and they wanted to shut it down, because it was too lewd. You know what I mean? But there was a lot of black people behind that. They wanted to shut that type of music down. I remember when NWA was getting protested because it was the gangster rappers getting protested against.
And now we know why. Their music has destroyed, and it's changed the mindset of the black community. It just did. In the 90s, I've seen it happen. You hear a lot more of that music, and then now all of a sudden you start gradually. It's not a sudden thing. Gradually, you start seeing more gunfire. You start seeing more arson. You start seeing people play out the things that they listen to.
I don't know, man.
It just happens that way, bro.
I don't know if I buy that. I know music never made me do anything. Like,
that's what I see.
But you're right when you say it does have the power to affect your mood. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Which affects your actions. Your
music
thought.
suits the savage beast.
Instead of,
I agree with that. But one of those things that music never gave me was anger. I don't know, like it never
I
did.
think got me angry was watching wrestling.
Yeah, yeah,
That
watching
thing got
wrestling.
me angry.
Yeah,
That,
it never brought me to anger or want to attack anybody or anything like that. You know what I mean? That was the actions
I mean,
of other people or myself if I wanted to do that. Um, I don't know.
Percocet. Well, the Percocet. You got people singing along to it, and you're thinking, oh yeah, they can never make me do drugs. You got people taking like it's like sales just went up through the roof. It's like, wow, I wonder where this connection comes from. Sipping on that
Maybe,
syrup. Sip, sip.
maybe it is a generation that actually listens to it, or there are people that actually that susceptible to that influence. I can't say that there aren't. I can't say that there aren't people like that, especially younger people. You know,
Everybody is. I'm making the argument that everybody is. If you listen to that music long enough, then even if you say now, if you was to put on repeat just one NWA song, you will. It will take a couple. It will take a while. You might be
so I
more
used to
strong-willed than most
kill.
people.
I used to kill NWA. Like we
You
used
used
to
to
have
kill it.
that. We used to have that cassette on replay,
oh my
man.
god,
That's our
that
era,
got my
bro.
eyes. Oh my
We listened
god, I
to it
know
on
that.
cassette. You know,
It's the
Yeah,
energy, the
cassette tapes.
spirit of the music. It affects,
I
and
mean,
it
I
may
get
not
what
even
you're
affect
saying.
you personally, right? But if that music you blasting out in the air, it's something about the spirit of the music and the energy that may not affect you personally, but it somehow it spreads. You know what? Okay, I'll give you one quick example, and it's kind of like this is how I started to come to this conclusion a while ago. There's a story about the whole Tutsi and that Rwanda. What happened in Rwanda when that one tribe was like basically massacring the other tribe, and they basically almost succeeded in destroying them. Tutsi and some other tribe. And there was a documentary I watched where they said that the tribe that was doing the killing, or the other tribe that they hated, the reason why they started doing it is because there was something going on in the airway. And what they found out is that they was playing this radio announcement over a period of about a year or two. Go out there and kill these people. Go out there and murder, kill, kill, kill. And so at first people was like, oh yeah, these people are crazy. The people that the radio message was telling them to do these things, they were saying, we're not going to do that. Over time, it kept going out. That's the only thing they kept playing on the radio. People kept hearing it on the radio. Eventually, they became convinced, yeah, maybe we should, because,
The
yeah, they
Hutus
really
and
are
the
a threat.
Tutsis.
Yeah, that's it. And so eventually, they all came together and said, yeah, we should do what we're here. And it's these are some of the most strong-willed people. Again, they was not initially saying we're going to do this thing. But you have this person on camera. Of course, they blacked out his face because he didn't want who was involved in some of the killing. And he
But
said,
was it? But was it already um friction between the two tribes? Because
there was,
tribal warfare has went on for generations in Africa.
there was. But at this point, the reason why they highlighted this as being particularly the biggest issue is kind of like with the German guy of the past, H word, and how they use propaganda and the words to go over the airways and convince.
Yeah.
Now, it convinced over the airways with propaganda to people, Germans, who initially had no issue with the Jews. They was kind of like, yeah, we don't really care for them, but yeah. So you can say there was some lingering issues. But what these propaganda did is that because of his words, his speech, the airways that they controlled, it was able to convince otherwise good Germans to side with the Nazis and say, yeah, we should probably round them up and get rid of them and get them out of our neighborhoods. And so they were complicit. They became
Well,
complicit. And
yeah.
so
I
because of
mean
the words, the
that
entertainment, right? The things that go into your ear, it matters.
it happens everywhere. It happens. Yeah. I get that part. It does happen to that. To
I
that
can't even
degree.
listen to some music that's like really violent that I used to like with Tupac and things like that. I like the beat. I like the rhythm, the flow, and even but the lyrics. if I listen to it long enough, I start finding myself thinking. I might not even say it out loud. I'll think, yeah, B word. I'm like, where did that come from? It'll just, I can be talking to a woman and just that particular lyric would come in. I'm like, where did that? Because it's hook, it's a hook, there's a cadence, there's a rhythm. And I'm like, that's weird. Like, I shouldn't think that way, but I do. So I had to stop listening to music that I used to like listening to because it was affecting me mentally. And for some people, it goes deeper. They can take it, act on it, manifest it, and it becomes reality. And we
I
see
guess
that
so.
happen.
I
So I
guess
hope that
so.
makes it.
Yeah, psychological warfare.
Music, entertainment. So it all matters. Images matter. How it's portrayed, stereotypes. We don't like them. People in water, we don't like that because we know how other people,
So you
other
think it's
countries, they
all?
see it.
You think it's all people are susceptible to that, or certain people are
Everybody.
susceptible to that? You think
Everybody.
everybody's susceptible to that?
Some people are more strong-willed. Like you are more strong-willed. I, because of my knowledge of how it works, have become strong-willed. But before then, I was just as susceptible as anyone else because when you like music, you typically shut off your conscience. You just
Maybe
listen to it because you're vibing.
because I
And
always
then,
thought like when they would be like, "Oh, music is this and that's," I will always think like that's bullshit. Maybe like, but that's me thinking for myself, I guess.
but think
I've
about how
never
the
been.
music was when you grew up. Like Michael Jackson music, you got LTD, you got all these different music about love and positivity, and it reflected in our culture.
No,
It
man, I grew
reflected.
up in the '80s, bro.
Hold on now, because
I grew up in
there
the
was
'80s,
a
man.
bunch of nasty, naughty, disgusting. I'm glad I got
Yeah,
back just in time for that.
yes, it
Because let me
was,
tell you,
man.
one of my dad's favorite
All
songs.
them songs had hidden messages in it.
My dad plays a song. Some of them ain't even hidden. My dad plays a song called "Let Me Be Your Candy Licker."
Yeah,
What could they be talking about? Let me lick you up. Let me lick you down. Yeah,
yeah.
come on, baby. Turn around. Like, come on now. Like, they weren't. They was all kumbaya. And September, Earth, Wind, and Fire was making songs about getting
Songs was
nasty at the
nasty.
park too.
The songs were nasty. But it wasn't till we grew up that we realized what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah,
Like "Love Come Down," that
nuances
song.
faded.
You make my
Yeah,
love
nuance
come
is
down.
definitely a lot
Ooh, you
different.
make my love come down. Oh
Okay,
my
that's fair,
god, I didn't
TJ.
know they were talking about like
TJ,
a
that's
girl
fair.
busting a nut.
The
Like
nuance is fair. It's a lack of nuance, and if you're gonna do it, there's like
now it's just
no
wide open.
creativity. Now it's just like I'm gonna bust it down. It's like they're telling these are kids listen to this now you can be 5 years old and understand what they're saying when you should. Whereas back then, you're like, oh, this sounds good. And then you become an adult, it's like, oh, I understand because I had those experiences, whatever. But now it's like they directly tell you this is what it's about. I'm like, there's a lack of creativity, there's a lack of nuance. I don't
Hey,
know.
don't
Maybe
blame
this
Uncle Luke. He's 60. So,
Uncle
I
Luke.
mean, yeah. Oh, you don't know about Two Live Crew?
Yeah, I was just talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
that.
I've
I
heard
was just
about
talking
him.
about Two Live Crew when they were protesting their music and um
Mm-hmm.
all that. Yeah,
They've protested black
they was
expression.
nasty. They was
They used to
nasty.
protest jazz in the clubs. That's where marijuana got the nickname jazz cigarettes. Because if you were a good, upstanding white citizen, you wouldn't go to
Oh, Ryan froze
those
up.
naughty jazz clubs with the swinging music and the girls with their ankles showing, drinking that prohibition liquor. Like that's where all those Negro jazz musicians hang out. Can't have you around the likes of Count Basie or Duke Ellington. Those thugs. It's all
Yeah,
context, brother. That's all I'm saying.
They also had an issue
Michael.
with Elvis Presley too. Elvis Presley, they had a big issue with. So it wasn't just black
Rock in
artists.
general,
Well,
yeah,
no,
rock in general, they were against.
Elvis had a very polite transition though. You have to remember, Elvis had one of the
Mm,
first modern media teams around him.
mm,
Like Elvis was
mm.
good. Colonel Tom was making sure there anything that you heard that was quote unquote controversial about Elvis was very intentional and very much plotted to make him seem like the kind of
Like a
rebel
rebel.
that James Dean was before he magically died off right before he blew up. So that was in. But don't be out here twisting and shouting now. Come on, baby, twist and shout.
Okay, that's fair.
Michael, I
You
want
educated me on that.
Michael Alexander to understand something, bro. Like this is the thing. and I'm not gonna say this disrespectfully, man. I'm gonna say it like
Respectfully.
you respectfully. You trying to I don't know, man. I
What's
keep
that?
offering for you to come up because to you saying you guys are not
Right.
connecting the dots. I'm trying to get you to come up so you can explain this to us.
Yeah,
You know
you
what I
got a
mean?
pencil, homie.
You know what I mean? We want if you want to come up, you can explain it to us. You got the floor. You got the floor. Like, but you can't make somebody else's platform into what you want them to talk about.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
So
you
the
can't push
Because I
an
can't
agenda
talk
good
about
on
what he's
someone
talking
platform.
else.
about.
I
You
don't
want to be on
know
someone's
any. I don't
someone's
know about what
panel.
you're
Just
talking about.
I
So
don't
I
either.
want you to
say,
come up,
go to the
man.
balls and get up here.
I want to.
Yeah, I agree with him.
Right.
Don't do the balls down there, Molly.
He
Get some
doesn't have the
balls. Get
ball.
your ass up.
That's what I want to say. What he's saying, but
And
hey,
you're welcome to come up here, man. But like,
I just said,
ball.
get some balls.
it's
Man.
like you're like, oh, this isn't important enough to. What I'm saying isn't important enough to you guys. What we're saying is that, all right, come up here and tell us.
Make it
Not just
entertaining.
go stop putting it in the chat. Come up here, man.
There we
So I'm talking about one thing. He's talking about something else.
Yeah.
And we're gonna make it
We at the
entertaining to some
barbershop,
extent.
man. We at
Yeah.
the barbershop, right?
the barbershop.
It's a barbershop, bro.
These are conversations
You can't
that
be
happen in the
calling it. Yeah,
barbershop.
you can't be calling into the barbershop talking about, hey, talk about this. You guys talk about that. You gotta come down here, man.
You have to speak about the thing you want us to talk about. Because we don't some of the things you mentioned, I'm like, what?
No,
And I
yeah,
looked up
he
some of the
said.
things, I'm like,
No, I
yeah, I
know.
don't know nothing about that.
No, I know. I just want you to share it from you because you're the one that knows about it. You know what I
You
mean?
can't do that in the chat. Like you can only type in so many words. There's only so much context. You have to
TJ,
just
well, TJ dropped himself down. I don't know if he's up here or not. If he meant to drop himself down. Yeah, we know that, man. We know that, Michael, man. But like I said, I want you to be the teacher, man. I want you. You have the knowledge. I want you to share it.
there you can. What he wants to talk about is just too involved, too in depth to limit it to what
I
140
know.
characters in the chat.
No, I know.
We're trying to tell him that, but
It's all good. That's why I said I'm gonna say it respectfully.
he said you gotta have the balls. I mean, that's
Ryan just said it. Ryan just said it
you.
straight out.
You said you was gonna be respectful. He never said he
No,
was.
no.
So you mean I don't forget where that comes in. I
And I
think
don't
that comes
disagree
in.
with him.
It's all good, man.
I'm old. Shut up.
It's all
And
good.
really,
Like I
it's only
said,
like 12 people. It's not like he's talking in front of hundreds of people. And I've done
yes,
that. That's I can understand why you don't want to come up when there's hundreds of people in the chat, like listening
testing
to
the
you.
waters. Okay.
But 15, 20 people.
Yeah, one thing
Basically,
about it though, man, like I said,
There we go.
if you come up here, it's gonna like nobody's gonna clown you for your views or nothing like that, man. We gonna listen.
might challenge you a little bit. Hey,
Yeah,
what
you might
about
get
this
challenged a
perspective?
little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind
It's
being
all from a
challenged.
place of respect.
But one thing I haven't seen on my channel yet, and I'm glad about that, is anybody like
Being pissed off.
Yeah.
attacking each other.
Yeah.
Intelligent.
I'm not gonna lie, I did get on earlier because old boy that you had on that was that really really needed to tell a story. And hold on, wait, let me finish telling the story, and let me tell the story. Hold on. I was
Getting
throwing a lot
tested?
of accusations out there in a very unfounded manner, and it was going relatively unchallenged. And that's the thing I do like about you. But you are sometimes you're too even keeled, and I feel like I need to be there just in the background to be what Key and Peele have, the anger translator for Obama. Like that's sometimes I need to be in the back, like, no, Cap, stop right now.
But I think
I know. So,
you gotta realize, man, if you let somebody talk enough, you tell them,
like Archie.
you're telling me.
Take Archie for example, please. Look, take
I
Archie for
just
example.
like,
She talks. You know what I mean? She want to talks and talks and talks and talks.
Well, to be fair, his
That was an
story was
adventure.
actually. I thought his story is actually pretty
Yeah, when he
good.
got there, it was
Right.
when it
And
got
it's
there,
like,
there was definitely a lesson to be learned. There was a lot of preamble. Bro had a whole like cutscene before it that you could not skip. You couldn't press start. You couldn't press the
Yeah,
X button.
I want
You
to get
couldn't
him
press
back up here,
B.
man. I want to talk
Yeah,
to
like
him, man, because he
the
got
interview
Columbia
was you
still.
had it.
He still
The
he still
interview
got to
was the
talk about
wave.
Columbia.
Bro
and
just
he
had
was.
it. You know how it be in the barbershop sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta get off your chest. Sometimes you really need to
It's
tell that
also this
story,
too.
even if you pretend like you got yeah, buddy.
You know, a little
Oh,
bit of
you
that
talking about
too.
liquid confidence?
Because he was like, man, I know you feeling some type of way. I'm like, what you talking about?
No, you
I was like,
don't.
why? Why is he gotta feel this? Like he is such a you really it's like you trying to bomb the Swiss right now, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And he kept cut. He was like, "Yeah, I know. I just want to be respectful. I know because this is your show. I don't want. If you don't feel like you don't want me to tell my story, I don't want to tell the story. Say, tell the story, John. I'm gonna tell the story. But if you don't say tell the story, I'm gonna. All right, I'm gonna tell my story. So it's like, bro,
Here it
that could.
comes.
He said, I'm gonna do it in 5 minutes. I was like, ain't no way.
That's story.
Him and the other guy,
But he
Adam.
was drinking a little bit, so
Yeah,
just I
Adam
can.
had some words for us though. I was feeling Adam had a unique perspective. Adam was Cajun. I really wanted to ask Adam about his background because I got some uncles that look like that. They're like, they have that light skin, but they got the blue eyes, and the features aren't quite entirely like Caucasian or French or like Western European.
Oh, you was asking
Thanks
if
for reading.
Adam
John,
was
thank you
Haitian.
for
I thought
reading,
you was Cajun. I thought you was asking if John was Cajun.
Thank you for reading.
No,
I thought you was trolling.
Adam was
I thought you was trolling,
no,
bro.
Adam looks like he's from like the like.
Thanks for reading, not for anything else. Boy.
Ryan does live streams too, guys. More like
Yeah, I
a
do. I've done one for a
walk-in
while.
live streams. Yeah. Yeah, he's always around the community.
I'd say
Icy,
thanks.
Wishy.
Good to have you up there, Blues. It's fun. It's fun being up here.
Yeah. He says he's been listening for 2 years, Blizzard Abroad. Wow, didn't expect you to still be on. I'm impressed. Yeah, 4 hours and 51 minutes, man. Yeah, we just going,
53
man.
by my count, but I feel you.
Yeah, we just going, man.
Yeah.
I'll just go with the flow. I'm gonna shoot for 5 hours, then I'm probably gonna get off of here.
That seems very reasonable and responsible of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 5 hours. If you want to hide something from a black man, it's said to put it in a book from any man. But I know why they say that because historically, the history. But I think they say that about now. You can say that about a lot of people.
Yo,
a book
is a fantastic place to hide shit, right? Yeah. Is that a whole? I'll check. What's the name?
Yeah.
I'll check it on here.
Yeah, put it in a
book. It takes effort. It takes patience, and a lot of people don't have that, especially with the technology. You can just pull something on Google and it gives you a quick answer, but some things need more depth and nuance that you can only get in a book.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, man. I'm
But
trying.
books can also be detrimental. I've seen people who had incredible book knowledge, and could talk circles around people because they have the gift of gab and they know how to talk and speak in a certain way, their cadence and charisma, but yet they talk about nothing. But because they read so many books and they know how to talk about a bunch of things, it doesn't translate to anything that's practical.
That's what we used to call it, right? Book smart, but not street smart.
Yeah. And the reason why I like Malcolm X so much is because he was both. He knew how to took the things he learned and applied it into the real world and got extra results. There's a lot of people, they'll take the book smart part of it, like for example, our Dr. Umar, who can't seem to finish the school, but if it was a Malcolm X, he would have finished the school and dozens more. That's the difference. You're out there doing the work to accomplish a certain goal with the stuff that you read in the book. But a lot of people just read and read and read, and they just want to impress people, impress themselves, and ultimately they end up doing and accomplishing nothing in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
If
I
you're
went out
dying with the
reading
knowledge,
again.
what is the knowledge good for? If you're
I
dying
love
with
the
it,
ladies too.
what are you going to do with it?
Yeah,
we're not even really talking about the ladies though. We don't.
yeah, I really don't
That's
focus
not
on.
really. Yeah,
I
that's
really
not
don't
really
focus
Blizz's
on. For
niche.
me, like they gonna be there. Like that's why I don't need to focus on them. They ain't going nowhere, man.
Wherever you are, there they are. There's millions of them. You go
Yep,
outside in the grocery store and they're there.
billions.
And if you go to Brazil, they're everywhere. Oh my God.
I want to come chill in the PI. Me too, man. I'm in Connecticut right now.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm actually. I gotta go make my visa run in a couple of weeks here, but we're gonna go back to Thailand so we can take some stuff out of storage.
You going to Thailand for your visa run?
Yeah. We used to live in Bangkok, and I still have a storage unit there, and we've been gradually transferring everything over. So yeah, that's the next move.
So the big day coming up, man.
Who, for me?
Yeah.
Like what? The Chance the Rapper album? Nah. I was more of a acid rap coloring book type of guy.
Fuck.
I try to get Calvin too, bro. I try to get him to say that. Like, man, I know. I hear wedding bells in the future. Big bro, Cal.
Yo, that might be
You don't
that might
respond.
be tinnitus, my guy. You should see a specialist.
Oh no. Hey,
You hear bells over here. You might need to speak to a physician, my brother.
yeah, it's
Nah, but
always
no,
the ones that protest.
and
Protest the hardest.
all in due time. I
Yeah,
have no outright objections to it anymore. But we're neither of us is in a rush.
yeah. That's not
Neither
the
of us in a
rush.
family that's really pressuring it. You know, I already got some adorable nieces and nephews, so my mom's not, breathing down nobody's neck. Uh, we cooling. You know, it's a very nice. We're about to make some dinner, watch some fireworks from the balcony, and we're not about to worry about childcare or who's gonna look after the little one or
Yeah, that's a freedom, bro.
Filipino house stuff. Where I'm good on all that for now. At some point, yeah, but I'm 36. Why? Why right now?
Well, shit. Nowadays, man, just wait till you 60. Like
Yeah,
everybody
I don't know
else.
about
Out
that.
these.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I said take the time, say all the time, bro. Come on now, like give me some sort of lead. That's a 24-year time skip you just
55,
made, sir.
55 to 60, you know.
We'll see when we get there.
Oh, God.
Hey, Miss Money. And potentially by
Manny.
extension puts.
I'm in the last phase. I just want to chill on the beach, read a good book. Miss
No, I
Manny's in the
respect it. The
building.
last 20 years
Welcome,
on the book sounds great.
Yeah,
Well, the
yeah.
last 20 though.
Last 20 on the beach. You never know when that clock's gonna run out, man. You never know. I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm not
You're
saying that
right.
to be
You're
funny.
right. Could be the last 20 right now, unknowingly.
Yeah, I just had that conversation with my son. Well, probably for like the 10th or 15th time, but man, tomorrow's not promised, man. At all.
Yes, sir. Yo, 1:59 p.m. here. You're
seen
about to start. You're about to start monologuing into. Oh, there we go. 5th hour. So
Miss
I'm gonna
Manny,
do
I seen the picture of Miss Manny in the valley, and I guess she's almost full term now. So I'm happy, man. I'm happy for you guys. It's a blessing, man. It's a blessing. And it's a boy.
Family.
Yeah, and it's a boy. So
Mazel.
I'm happy to see that, man.
All right, man. I'm out of here, bro. I'm gonna go eat my sandwich
Yeah.
and my little potato chips and play me some video
Okay.
games that apparently robbed my brain or whatever.
I'm at 4:59, 10 seconds. So I'm gonna go to 5
I,
hours. I'm gonna go
I
to
got
5
5
hours
hours and
on
46
the dot.
seconds. Your clock is trying to scam you for a couple seconds, bro.
Oh, no. I got noticed that 2 people passed away yesterday, so I know that any day. Yeah, a lot of and it's younger and younger. A lot of my friends, like I said, my friends are starting to pass. My friends, people I grew up with, children are starting to pass away. So
You're here and then you're
like
not.
I said, man, yeah. So just utilize the
So
time
get
you
to the
do
Philippines
have.
while you can, Blizz.
Yeah,
You gotta make it out to Vietnam for that meetup, homie.
or drip,
You
or
gotta,
drip.
you still ain't
Man.
safari in Africa yet, dog.
No. Look, I'm gonna start taking more trips, man. I just think they'll be closer to home, and then to still do the 2-week vacation somewhere on the other side of the planet,
There you
so
go.
take more shorter trips here,
All right, bro. Yo, you have a good
Hey,
one.
thank you
Rest of the panel. Thank you. Chilling.
TJ, man. It's
Whoever's
always a
still
pleasure, bro.
surviving in here. Salute to everybody. Yo, have a good one. Peace.
All right, you too, man. Still got 13 in here, but yeah, I'm about to get up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody for showing up. Everybody for showing love, man. Ryan, like I said, man, you're always welcome here. Joe, you already know you've been up here. I guess you're becoming a regular now. Ryan's first time. Michael, the invitation stands, man. The invitation stands. I actually downloaded that documentary. I'm gonna read it, man. I'm gonna read it. So Kamal, peace out. Miss Manny, peace out. Everybody that showed up tonight, man, I appreciate each and every one of you. Aura Drip, Michael Alexander. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks for having us.
Who else got? Kamal, Cisco. I'm just reading back through to make sure I got everybody. Juice, Nephew Ray. Shout out to Nightbot for behaving, not kicking nobody out tonight. Jelly Bean. Salute to you too. If you was a troll or not, TJ, W Secrets for coming up earlier. Yeah, I think that's about it. Icy as always. All right, Beat Your Life was in here. All right, Miss You Wish, Miss Manny. Who is this now? Oh, we got a troll in here now.
Oh no. You got Nightbot piss. Oh yeah. Always one, isn't there? You always get one troll in the chat.
Ew, what the heck?
Hey, shout out my first troll.
Megan, first troll in the house.
My first troll. Wow. Hey, thanks again,
There you go.
everybody, for showing up, man. I'm working on a Porta Galera video. It should be out sometime early next week, so you guys could check that out.
Right.
But until next time, if not, we're gonna do a midweek stream. We're gonna do a midweek stream next week, Tuesday or Wednesday. Brother Gerard, check out Brother Gerard. Tuesday or Wednesday next week. I'll let you guys know. Friday stream as usual, and look for the Porta Galera if you're interested in visiting the Philippines. Porta Galera, check that out sometime next week, man. But I love you guys.
Yeah, man.
I'm out, man. You guys take care.
You too, man.